Yeah, the chains of the past, let's rearrange. Yeah, until you know. Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. But we rise like the phoenix, we ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear, together we rise. Let them know we're here, riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share, but the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears, with the ache in our hearts. Only grew in passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood. But deep down inside, there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we could conceal. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed, against the odds we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They try to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're sharing their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite. It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They're building walls, but we're digging tunnels. But every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo and they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through even wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left a mess. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system. We're breaking the mold. That's in the air. Yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise. Let them know we're here. Riders ignite. So remember this moment. Remember this space. Remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united we'll fall. Riders show how we unite.
All right, y'all, listen. Let's grab all the toxic people, all the toxicity in your life, all right? Throw them out the window and Kobe them into a trash can and forget about them like yesterday's newspaper. That's what they are, is irrelevant, all right? So let me welcome a lot of y'all to the Writers for Life brings you the Let's Talk About It podcast, all right? And y'all know that when it comes to the podcast, we talk about it all. So listen, let's get straight to it. All right. Chrisean's spiraling. Sammie's headlines, all right, got folks confused. And the EBT rants, they're exposing more than just entitlement. All right. They're showing how deep the emotional poverty runs and how can I say, and now we got the Reasonable Child Act, all right, floating around like it's going to fix generational dysfunction with a signature, all right? Nah, we're here to dissect the chaos, call out the projection, all right, and drag the manipulation by the lace, all right, by its lace. If you came for fluff, log off. If you came for truth, roast and reform, pull up, all right? We're not just talking, we're rebuilding. Listen. Y'all know that I don't really hit celebrities. I don't touch on celebrities that much, right? If y'all been following me, right? When I do, right, there's a reason behind it. So, Chrisean Rock, she's spiraling, right? So, let's kick it off with Chrisean Rock, all right? Because clearly the internet can't breathe without her name in the mix. Now, me, like I've said before, I don't pick sides. I'm neutral, right? I don't got influencer obsession. Y'all be running with some of you. How can I say? Y'all be running like I don't be run. How can I say? I don't got that influencer obsession y'all be running with. All right. Some of y'all act like, how can I say it? Some of y'all act like y'all know this woman personally. All right. Like she owes you a trauma refund. Let's be real. I'm not here to drag her just to feed your hate fix. And I see the comments, right, on my DMs, the pressure, say something, roast her. Like I'm on a payroll. All right, I'm not on nobody's payroll for y'all projections. All right, nah, I don't know Shorty, and I'm not about to fake outrage for clout. If that makes you unsubscribe, cool, because a lot of y'all have already unsubscribed because of what I recently said on my previous live about her. All right, but my mind hasn't changed. All right, so like I said, if that makes you unsubscribe, cool. I'm not here to perform disrespect for likes. I'm here to unpack the patterns, not play puppet for mad admirers who really just mad they can't look away. All right. So let's talk about what's really going on. All right. So I'm gonna start off like this. All right. So let's be real. Zeus Network. That's just Hollywood with a hood pass. All right. How can I say? Same exploitation, different packaging. All right. Folks mad Chrisean exposed the neckwear, others sharing like she just freed the slaves. All right. But let me remind y'all, everything we've seen for those, how can I say, we've seen from these people has been scripted, manufactured chaos. And if some of their real life leaked out, that's because folks went, how can I say, full stalker mode to dig it up, which is wild. All right. So now, here's where I stand. I don't know this woman from a can of paint. I'm not bashing her to stroke nobody's ego. I see the comments, right? She's toxic. She's a bad mom. She's got a new man every week. All right. Changes them like draws. All right. Cool story. But I don't co sign that. Why? Because what we're watching is a production. If I knew her personally and I saw that behavior firsthand, that's different. But I don't. All right. And neither do most of y'all. So, no, I'm not going to roast her just to feed your hate addiction. I'm here to talk systems, patterns, all right, and the way media plays us all. Like, if that makes you uncomfortable, good. Let's keep going. All right. So let's take a look at what, it's got some of these people furious and others sharing Chrisean Rock on. All right. And we're going to use her video. All right. I'm not on my original channel. I am subbed up to them, but I had to go to, I had to go to my premium channel. All right. But make sure y'all go sub up. All right. Watch the full video. We're not going to watch the whole 21 minutes and 53 seconds. All right. We're going to skim through it. All right. And it says Chrisean Rock calls out Lemmy Plummer and Zeus Network for setting her up full IG live. All right. So we're going to take a look at this real quick. Oh, am I down? Let me fix my little settings. Somebody's behind me. Hi, how you doing? What you need, baby? Oh, how you gonna do that? Well, for how long? No. If you need it for a quick second, you can because I need it. That's what I use on the porch and everywhere else. Oh shit. Give me a second. Use it for right now. Yeah, that's different. But you was trying to steal my little cord. I got the camera on, Mr. Shirtless Man. I'm just letting you know. But you was talking about stealing my cord. I was like, no, dude. You can't do that. Oh, you okay? All right, that's the setting that I want. I apologize, guys. I apologize. All right, so let's get into the story. Let's hear what's going on with Chrisean. All right, let's get started. Is it me or is the video like
The really
Oh, so the beginning is me.
yeah. All right, look, I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I can't do
You got
that.
it?
I can't do that. I can't do that shit, bro. I can't do that shit no more. I can't do that baddie shit. It's not my memo. Everybody using a storyline with Chrisean Rock. That shit is so played out, my niggas. Retarded. Latifah went from crying in Marsh Arms to want to squabble up again today. Like, for what? Why are you saying shit on your story when we was all kumbaya last night in the venue? Like, she don't want to be called what? Boring? I don't know. I don't know if they paid her. They must have paid her some more money. Well, shit, I'm gonna need some more money too.
No. And this is why I say that, that Sue's network is not no different from Holly Weird, all right? Look how they exploit these people, all right? And all they do is exploit them to produce violence. All right, I'm not going to sit here and lie.
That's weird. What the hell? Yes. Like, even Sky fell into the bullshit. Like, I don't know, bro. And with me and Sky, we made back up or whatever. I don't care what nobody say. But her liking shit, all that weird shit, everybody moving weird for a reaction out of me. That's weird, bro. Everybody know I'm on this hiatus to change. That's cool.
Well, like I said the last time, right? And this is for Chrisean Rock. If you really want to change, you got to stay committed to what you want to do. All right, because you can't sit here and say, well, I just wanted to, give myself up to God. I'm going to live this Christian life, right? And still keep going back and forth. All right, you have to stand on business. You can't keep going back and forth. See, that's why, that's going to get a lot of people to drag. But see, this is why I'm saying I don't even know if this is part of the script. All right, they got her saying, well, she's going to quit, just to get more views on the Zeus network to see if she comes back. I don't really know what's going on. I just know that, what we do see is the world is a stage, all right? And a lot of what we see is an illusion. So I'm not going to fall for the banana and the tailpipe. Man, she could be serious. But one thing I can sit here and say is, right, what she is saying about the network, I wouldn't put it past it, all right, because these networks ain't no different than Hollyweird.
It's cool. I'm not going to blame nobody but myself. I shouldn't have came here. That's all I got to say. I didn't get paid enough to really just be tripping, right? And even if you can't even pay me to trip like that no more, bro. The hell? My sister let's get busted by Marsh. She takes blood. She want to keep going round after round after round after round after round. No, bro. Like, and keep trying to fight the same person. Then she like, yeah, your friend got beat up. Then she throw her gum at me. What? What? You want me to fight Anna? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I'm not fighting.
What it seems like is that Chrisean is growing out of this, all right? Like she's maturing, maybe. I'm not sure, all right? But, we all change. We all get tired of living that, that life, thinking that we're, when we get to a certain age, like we grown. Why are we still doing the same shit? We don't know if she's really tired of it. All right, she could really be fed up. I'm not sure. All right, I'm not walking a mile in her shoes. I'm not there with her. I'm not off the screen with her. I don't know what she's doing behind the scenes. All right, I don't think none of us do unless y'all know her personally. All right.
I'm not doing. She trying to lead the way of chaos. I'm not following behind you with that shit, bro.
All right, so she's talking about the cast. So let's skip a little more ahead and then see what we catch on to it. All right, yeah, we're gonna skip through it. This is not my video, so shout out to Flizzash. All right, I'm subscribed to them on my regular channel, but right now I'm using the premium channel to watch this video because I can't stand them ads.
Or something that, like disappointed for real in myself, or falling for it, or thinking I had enough self-control, or something that, like divine in me, that I can make
she
it
said
about.
she's so disappointed in herself.
Sure, bro. Sure, bro. The atmosphere of baddies is demonic. Everybody that don't want to fight is fighting. If you're not fighting, you're not getting your check. I don't want to do this no more. I don't want to work with Zeus Network ever again. I'm disappointed for real in myself for falling for it, or thinking I had enough self-control, or something that, like divine in me, that I can make it about God. And then the more I make it about God, the more it's like it's like set up to be against my walk with in my.
Come on, Chrisean. I mean, you're about to be 26 in March, all right? I think she's a Pisces if she's going to be 20. I'm not sure if she's a Pisces. But anyways, all right, you listen, this right here is showing that your smarts is too smart for your smarts. Like, listen, for those of y'all, right, it went over your head. It went over your head. I'm not breaking it down. Once you figure this all out, you didn't even have to express it to the world. You could have just quit. You see where I'm coming from? I mean, I don't know if she's doing it because, the network might come and, say some shit. But at the end of the day, if you're tired of it, you tired of it. Just let it go. Attend to your son. All right. Attend to your son. I'm not sure if it's, the rumors are completely true about what they're saying. All right. But allegedly there's something going on with your son. Listen, attend to him. Take him to physical therapy. All right. Be a mom for a little bit with your child. Then worry about streaming if that's what you want to do. All right. Try to get a little 9 to 5 or something. All right. We all struggling. All right, but it's crazy. That's why I say that a lot of these influencers that, how can I say, became famous through the Matrix. Well, when push come to shove, right? Like if the grid was to end or something, a lot of them wouldn't know what to do with themselves. All right. And Chrisean started this young. It was 5 years ago. So she was in her early 20s. Hold on one second, guys. Give me 1 second. I'm so sorry, but I got to attend this over here. No, I can't.
My faith. I don't like it. I don't. I'm about to delete my Instagram. I'm about to get on my flight. Cause check this out. Zeus know what I'm going through, what I'm facing, what happened to me and all this other shit, and why I came, and what my intentions was when I came. All of those intentions, all those expectations out the window. My sister's sitting here crying and like, bro, everything just look weird as fuck, bro.
You know what I don't like about these shows, right? How they pin families against each other. But one thing I'm gonna sit here, one thing I'm gonna sit here and say, right? These people, when they get into them, they sign the contract, right? It's telling you right there and then what it is, all right? So it's kind of like I don't even know how to put it into words, right? It's telling you, but you know what's crazy? They're these shows, right? These streaming shows are, that's why I say they're no different from Hollywood, all right? They know who they go towards, all right, to say, "Look, listen, we're offering this, all right, you want it or you gonna leave it." They know what they doing when they approach these young bulls, because if you peep, they approach them while they young, all right? And if obviously she was young, stupid, ignorant, naive, you see where I'm coming from? She's gonna say, "Yeah, I mean, I need this bread. I want this bread." She wanted to become famous. Boom. You know, now is everything is sitting there like, yo, I'm going through this, I'm going through that. This isn't helping me. This is making it worse. I don't know. Maybe she's, reflecting on what's happening. All right. I feel as though, like, we're not gonna know unless she commits to what she's saying. If she wanna really, not stop streaming, all right, she should stop. That's on her. But if she comes back, then we know that she wasn't committed to what she said she was going to do. Me personally, I would stop the streaming, take care of my son. When my son gets older, you know, boom, then all right, this is what I want to do, then I'll try and I'll give it another shot. But I feel as though, listen, I can't sit here and say, oh, she's a bad mother when I know that all of this has been scripted. It's hard to tell if this is scripted or not. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. All right. I'm just giving my commentary. I'm giving my opinion. All right. I'm giving my perspective, how I perceive this, how I view this. And if what I'm saying offends you, all right, and like I said earlier, you want to unsubscribe, hey, be my guest. All right. Because that's not going to change my way of thinking. First of all, I don't have the influencer fixation. I'm not obsessed over these influencers and over these celebrities. All right. I'm not a teenager no more. I'm grown. So I could have a conversation with somebody about this. All right. Like, these shows don't show anything about woman empowerment. Tell me how. Women bringing women down instead of lifting each other up. Like, I was just looking, I was like, damn, I was getting all these shows mixed up, right? All right. The other day I kept saying Housewives of Atlanta, all the shows of Housewives in Atlanta, because I was like, I didn't even know the names of them. All right. So you got the Housewife of Atlanta shows, right? With different cities, right? Then you've got the Love and Hip Hop John. That's where I was watching Remy Ma and Trina. I did watch a few seasons of that, but it's not my thing. Like I keep trying to tell people, right? The toxicity in them shows, like, I don't know. It's like, I really don't. And then I was like, oh shit, I forgot that Toni Braxton had her own show too. Like, I feel like it's too much toxicity in these shows. Like, it's already bad enough that two women can't be in the same room long enough, right? Then to sit here and watch these shows, it's like, what is we showing our little girls, that a woman can't lift up another woman? That at all times all we do is bring and bash each other down? Like, I mean, it's the reality in certain cases, but not every case, because not all women fall under the same category. But you know what? I guess this is how some women want to see themselves. All right, baddies, housewives, um, love and hip hop, shows like Tony Braxton and them. I feel as though they're not shows that we should be, letting our kids watch. All right, or even promoting to the youth at all. At all. Like, one thing I can sit here and tell you is that my kids are not really into it. Like, if they know about Chrisean and Blueface, right, it's because they see it on different social media platforms and stuff like that. But they don't watch these shows, all right, at all. And, yo, listen, I'm glad they don't watch these shows, because if not, listen, my daughter will be out here behaving just like Chrisean, and my sons will be behaving just like Blueface. I'm glad. I'm glad I didn't watch these shows. All right, this is wild. But unfortunately, right, this is what a lot of people got to go through. Like, they decided to sell their souls. All right. So, like I said, I'm being neutral on this. Right. I don't pick no sides. Now, one thing I can sit here and say is, right, I wouldn't put past what she's saying about the network, because they're no different than Hollywood. All right. No different whatsoever. All right. Like, I'm not sure if this is the same rant, but somebody clipped it off. Right. And I think I reviewed it, and I reacted to it when I was doing that live and I was speaking on her. Right. And, like, one thing I could sit here and say, if Zeus Network doesn't want her, to listen to gospel music or mention God or Jesus, right? What does that tell you? Didn't Kanye tell y'all that that's why he started his own label? He decided to do his own thing because they was, telling him that he couldn't. He got tired. He got fed up. I can go into that, but I'm not really going to go into it because listen, detail by detail, no. Let me take a minute and think back. But just putting a little bit out there from Kanye. All right, like it hasn't been one celebrity that said that, yo, listen, they got into this because they wanted to do this and they wanted to become famous, and then turned around and say, hey, listen, I hate this. Basically, what I did was sell my soul.
But I'm logging out for real. I don't really like how fame and people in the industry, it's like you have to humiliate yourself to be somebody
Yeah.
that you're not.
Listen, either she wasn't talked to, or her family didn't guide her, or she was doing out here whatever she wanted. And please, all right, she's one of those kids, because it's like, damn, even the kids, nowadays know, damn, I want to do this, I want to do that, but the industry, the way it is, you see, like even these kids know, like a lot of these kids know, like, damn, be careful, don't let Diddy sign you. There's consequences. Why? Because of the rumors that went around. Because listen, I'm in Philly, all right, and them rumors that went around with Meek Mills have been around for years, all right? And it's crazy and it's funny how I hear these young bulls talk about shit. Fuck that, man, I ain't going to no Diddy party. I ain't letting Diddy sign. I don't want, no, Diddy not managing me. Shit. So it's kind of like, listen, I don't feel bad and I don't feel good, right, for them, but I feel as though, right, they can change. Maybe there's a possibility they can change. I don't know. All right. I don't really follow them. One thing I can sit here and say, she's just turned 25 not so long ago. Right. And she's about to turn 26. How the years go by fast. All right. She just turned 25. And in 2026, she'll be 26. So she's still young and ignorant. And one, she hasn't been guided in the right path. All right. I think throughout her childhood, throughout her relationships, listen, I don't know. I don't know. But Chrisean is missing something. All right. Probably, her parents didn't rear her the right way. Listen, it could be that. All right. But she seems to have a lot of a lot of street in her. All right. Chrisean is not, like, from what I hear about her. All right. Listen, as crazy as it sounds, because I don't know her in person. All right. But the way she carries herself on these shows, and they got her carrying herself, right? It's not the type of woman that I want my son to bring home. Let's put it like that. It's not the type of woman I want my daughter to turn into or look up to. I'm glad my daughter looks up to me. Real shit. But she could turn her whole life around. She still has that chance. And if, this is real, right here, what she's saying on this video, and it's not scripted, you see where I'm coming from? And all this shit is real, then she has time to turn around. Hey, look, listen, you still got time to be a part of your son's life. All right, be there for him. Give him all that love that you think you're giving to these men, to the child. All right, and that's why I'm like, I can't bash her because I don't know her. I don't know if half this shit is real or not. I mean, they say that these scripts are supposed to be, part reality and part script, but I don't think so. I think it's all scripted just to get the fans, all right, attention, all right, to get people drawn into it.
And they like, I wouldn't even let my daughter be on baddies.
Hold on, what?
Losing my
This the same video.
I didn't want them editing the show to make me look like I was the demonic one or the one that was setting up stuff. But
Chrisean, you signed a contract, all right? So you signed the contract to be the villain, all right, in the script. That's why I'm like, one thing, in order for you to, make a change in your life and a difference, right? You have to start by taking accountability. All right, I did this and I regret it. You regret being in the show, but you're still not taking accountability for the actions that you've, had. You've had the choice to walk away from these type of scripts, but you chose to still be there. Could that be the ignorance? Maybe. I'm not in your shoes. I don't know what type of life you lived, how you was raised, the atmosphere you was in, but I'm not even going to blame that either. All right? Because once we figured out, right, what the problem is, we have to figure out how to get around it, move forward, and then rise up.
I don't know what it's going to look like. I don't even care to find out, bro. Baddies shouldn't be baddies. News Network shouldn't even be a network. It's demonic as hell, bro.
I mean,
I
a lot
wouldn't
of
even
people
let
agree
my
with that.
daughter be on baddies or my kids watch baddies. So why is it even a thing that's so influential, my nigga? I don't care. I don't care what nobody say. Y'all just keep saying we tired, nigga. Me too. That's why I'm.
See, because the people liked it, you promoted it, they liked you, right? Compared, I mean, I noticed that Chrisean got a big fan out of this, all right, big followers out of this. So they liked you, and boom. That's why I was like, I wonder, like, I don't know, because this it says that she got famous from the show, all right, and then she ended up making her own following, right? So, I mean, she's got her own brand and her own followings. Fuck the show. Do you, man? Do you? I mean, listen, if you want to vlog, right, and just show what you and your son are doing, do that. Like, I don't know. I don't know why people invest themselves, right? Like, if this is their life, like, listen, what she's going through and the decision she's making is not preventing me from feeding my kids and paying my rent.
gonna hang my phone up after this FaceTime call. I'm gonna go get my bags and I'm going to the airport. Guess who got my motherfucking ID? The assistant. Why don't Chrisean Malone have her ID? Ask them that. Is it because I'm the type of person to get on a flight? I don't even have my motherfucking ID. I'm glad I got clear. I could fly out JFK with clear. I don't need no fucking ID. I'm going home. For real. For real. This shit ain't worth it. This shit turned my sister apart. I'm like, I can't wait till an episode come out to see how fake this shit is. Bro.
You could already tell that these shows are fake. Why? Because of the extra drama, the extra toxicity that's in these shows. Like when y'all look at y'all families, right? When y'all really, we know that haters and enemies exist within our friends and family members, right? But when y'all look at it, is y'all family like this every single day? Every single day? If it is, then something's not right.
I should be saying nothing should even come out. There shouldn't even be a fucking network. Like, I don't have my ID. No, I don't have my ID. They've been holding it since yesterday.
One thing I do gotta ask, right? I don't know if she's this or that because without your ID, how in the world did you get into the airport, right? How did you get in? How did you get your flight without your ID? Like, did they really keep her ID?
And they only brought Marsh because they knew I was strict on I'm not fighting. Marsh is still working on herself. She's put in a position to fight. So then that's going to put me in a position to fight and jump with her. No, that's weird, bro. I swear, bro, I'm deleting my Instagram. And then if they already going to delete it. The cat is out the bag. I didn't write it on the whole network.
She said I read it on the whole
bitches,
network.
all the bitches are slaves to that shit. They sold their soul to it. Me, I was naive as fuck. I didn't even know it was programmed like that.
Chrisean, that's what I'm talking about. You got to take accountability. She said I was naive. Yeah, you was at one point, but don't tell me you didn't know you was programmed. Once you figured it out, you know, but you kept going. All right, it's like a woman, right? That how can I say that leaves her husband and keeps coming back. That's what you and this. That's the bond between you and this show right here. All right, you say the show is abusing you, but you keep going back to the abuse instead of leaving it, knowing that you don't have to go back. I mean, it's hard to break it down, but those that understand, understand. Okay.
I'm looking at everybody, looking at like everybody is not nobody. Nobody have an identity to speak of. I keep saying you ain't changed at all. I don't give a fuck. I don't care what. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm not filming no more. And you know what was fucked up? How the network promised me to do God's plan. You know what he did? He offered more money for baddies and said, we can't do God's plan. I should have left them.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking about like, damn, I need that 200,000 real quick. That'd be a little nice little fat little thing to hold on to. Or like, all right, I'll just take the little 200,000 and still keep. Bro, I lost my self control, bro.
You definitely did. You need to start investing and start thinking about your son.
Oh shit, Sky kept getting on her body, talking shit. Cause I said, look, first of all, you did some weird shit, but it's cool cause that's the production. I don't even give a fuck. We was beefing cause of production. I don't give a fuck. Then that's when what I did to Sky. So Sky started popping it off her mouth. I'm like, bro, shut up. Then she got in my face and slapped the ground. It was still popping off her mouth. So then I smacked her with the stress ball. Like, bro, shut up.
I'm dead. So basically, they were fighting off the show, off script, over the show. I can't be in a place like that, in an environment that makes me feel like that. Like I gotta be, defending myself at all costs, at all times. But listen, it's part of the script, right? That's what they signed up for. So now, all I can say is if she really, 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 really wants to, leave the show, she can. All right, there shouldn't be no excuses. I don't know if she's used up all her money or what, but listen, she could start over again. All right, let's skimp a little bit more, see what else she got to say. All right, so that we could hop onto the Sammie topic. All right, Sammie has hit listen, my boo has hit the headlines.
So, all this, whatever, they can have that shit. You know how sad I was after me and Sky got into it? And it wasn't them?
Where there? Huh? Alright, let me call you back. Oh, you dapat lighter.
You see things in a different view. No, it's not that, bro. It's like, I know my worth, my nigga. When I come to a network, bitch, I am the network. I should be having my own network. And I'm not constantly speaking, but that's just what it is. They prey on people like they prey on people that's like in need.
With the following that you've got, Chrisean, you can start your own thing. And yes, these streaming platforms and Hollywood and all that prey on people that are weak. And that's why I said what I said earlier. It seems like she could be maturing on certain areas. She's not fully matured. All right. She's not matured sexually. All right. She listen, but one thing that I could sit here and say is that it seems like she's outgrowing that shit. It's boring her. All right. She's trying to take a different path, but doesn't know how to get out of the path that she's in right now. She seems like she's hard-headed. All right. Most Pisces are, and I think she's a Pisces, if I'm not mistaken. Her birthday in March something. All right. So most Pisces are hard-headed. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. One thing that I'm like, if she's a Pisces, man, I do know that all the Pisces that I know of personally, all right, have a thing with saving. All right. They're good at that and investing and flipping. So, I mean, if she puts her mind on it, right, she puts her mind focused and does what she got to do, she could probably, do her thing. But right now, she has to figure it out. And can't nobody help her, all right? Can't nobody really find a way for her. She has to do this on her own. This is a journey of, that she has to follow through on her own, on some real shit. Because you never know, you never know who's really there for you, right? Until you're alone and in the dark, all right? Real shit.
Prey on people that see the opportunity of an audience is that big, so they shut up. I don't shut up. That's why I got my own audience. I go live and cry to y'all motherfuckers because I need to keep tabs.
Damn, like I said the last time, she said I go live and cry to y'all motherfuckers. Yo, what in the world is wrong with this chick? Yo, I can't with her right now. Like, what the fuck? Yo. Listen, but this is who y'all made famous, right? And now y'all complaining about her. And I'm telling you, I bet it's the same people that wanted her to, keep doing it and keep doing it.
I need to keep tabs. Y'all not gonna keep playing me, tricking me out of my bag with God for no couple dollars. No. We went to a rehearsal after my sister just made that weird post. I responded back. When I seen her in her face, I'm like, you don't really want to fight. So now you know what this is? They probably going to edit to make it look like the whole opposite. You know what I'm fine with? I'm fine because you know what? My baby father come home so they can try that weird shit they want.
Ah, come on, here we go. Like, isn't that the dude that was embarrassing her? Come on, Chrisean. Like, you're supposed to move forward. All right. Like, now, if he's going to be a part of your son's life, that's a different story. But if you're going back to him, I don't know what else to say. Because now that I know a lot of, because, boy, there are so many videos. I'm sitting here like, what the hell? Like, she sucked, when she sucked that bull Bino's toes, I was like, yo, they must have paid her a lot of money to do that script, yo. I'm telling you, because I wouldn't do it. I ain't sucking no fucking toes. I don't give a fuck how much money you give me. But I give it to her because she was brave enough to do it. But shit, another video surfaced of her doing it with Blueface. I'm like, no, fuck this. They must have paid her a lot of good fucking money to do this. And she did it. But I couldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. But some females would. I ain't knocking them down for what they do. Shit. That's dumb.
Whoever. And if he not sliding for me, fuck that nigga, bro.
Who?
I got brothers, nigga. I got people that love me.
Damn, she getting feisty now.
Nigga,
Oh, it's not
I got
loading over
RJ.
here.
I got 3.
Who's RJ?
I can name niggas.
Ray J?
I got Bravo, nigga. What's I got? Who? All right, thank you. Stop touching me.
Man, you better be careful with Ray J. She said, thank you, stop touching me. Damn, she bougie too, sophisticated.
Who else I got? I got some real niggas. I got Speedy. That's Tory Lane's uncle. I got who else? Cause like,
Ah, come on, Chrisean. This going to backfire because now it sounds like you threatening. So I don't know if this is why I say this is what makes it hard to tell if it's script or real life. But then it could be real life. Some females, mouth off like this.
this network, then they finna like really like
This is my
kill
raw
me, my
reaction.
nigga.
Listen, this is my raw reaction. I'm sorry because I don't watch them. But yo, my DMs are flooded with this. Y'all keep asking me about Chrisean. I spoke on it once. This is my second time. I'm gonna leave it at this. All right. Like I spoke on Chrisean in the past before when they were saying she was a bad mom, da 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 da, and I said something kind of similar like what I'm saying today. All right. This is why I don't do the celebrity gossip shit. That's not my lane. It really isn't.
And that's the opposite, my nigga. Where it stops at, it stops here with me, nigga. I don't know who the fuck y'all think y'all are. I don't know what y'all got going on or what y'all used to or what y'all been getting away with, but it's not sliding, bro. This is a shout out to Zeus Network, bro. I know real Crips and I know real Bloods, bro.
The fuck? Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. No, I'm gonna end it right here. All right, I'm gonna end that right there. I'm gonna end it right there. All right, guys. Now, yo, she said I know Crips and I know Bloods. So I'm not sure if that's some serious threat right now. I don't know if she's involved with both of them or if she's just saying that because, I do know some chicks say that because they are around people that are like that. But just because you are around the people, right, that are a part of something doesn't mean that you are a part of that. All right. You are associated with them, maybe, but doesn't make you a part of what they are. But listen, with that being said, I'm going to leave that alone. All right. Because right there, we shouldn't play with that. But I don't know. I don't know what's up with people, with these involving these gangs into these social media streams and shit like that. But you know what? I guess that's the thing that's been vibing for the last few years. All right. Listen, Chrisean's rocks motherhood and the media message is wild. So let's get real. All right. I don't know Chrisean personally, and I don't see the hype around these shows. All right. I wouldn't watch them, and I damn sure wouldn't let my kids watch them. To me, they're toxic. All right. They show the opposite of what family is supposed to be. Yeah, in real life, we all got folks who act wild, but these shows, they're scripted chaos dressed up as reality. And they're so convincing people start thinking every family moves like that. Nah, that's not real life, all right? It's entertainment engineered to keep us emotionally confused. Now let's talk about her motherhood. How many of y'all actually know if she treats her son like that off the cameras, all right? Like, is it real? Is it clout? I don't know. What I do know is this: as a mother, I will never use my child for clout. I know it's hard out here. I know the grind is real, but there are ways to hustle, all right? Build and provide without putting your child in the middle of your chaos. This ain't judgment, all right? It's boundaries, it's accountability. And if that makes folks uncomfortable, good. Let's keep unpacking, all right? So, Chrisean Rock, all right, and her accountability check. Let's talk about this real quick, right? The ambulance out there? Damn, I wonder who's getting taken away. Anyways, so the folks asking me to bash this woman, let me ask you something. Is your life in order or is it just as chaotic as the baddie superstar? Like you admire and obsessed over, like, is your life in order? All right. Or is it just as chaotic as the baddie superstar you admire and obsess over? Y'all stare in the mirror wondering how she gets away with it while, you're still stuck. That's not my lane. I'm not here to drag someone. I don't know. How can I say? I'm not here to drag someone I don't know. Just to make you feel better, all right, about your own mess. Unless you've got proof, right, that she does this on camera, all right. Let me put it like this. Unless you got proof that she does on camera, all right, what she does on camera is how she moves off camera. Don't ask me, all right. Don't ask me to speak on her, all right. Like I'm her judge and jury. There's a reason I don't watch these shows. All right, they're toxic, scripted, and designed to keep us distracted. The rumors, all right, they're endless. All right, the truth, that truth is buried. All right, it's buried under protection, edits, and clout, chasing narratives. That's what it is, chasing narratives. But the one thing I do believe, all right, what she said about Zeus Network, all right. I wouldn't put it past them. The platform profits off dysfunction, and they're not the first to do it. So before you come for her, check your own reflection. All right, I'm here to talk systems, not scapegoats. All right. Whew. So listen, let us Jody know what y'all think about what's going on with Chrisean Rock. All right. Ooh, my phone got to get charged. We got Mr. Oates in the building, man. Shout out to Mr. Oates. All right, man. If y'all want to catch Mr. Oates, make sure y'all go check out um Sheriff Claire, Dishing Dirt, and Dishing Dirt Uncut. All right, y'all will catch him over there. He does listen, hop on the panel, and I love when they get together. All right, because they are funny as shit. All right, and listen, it's just entertainment. If y'all love to get entertained, y'all want to laugh, y'all want to learn some shit, make sure y'all go check out Sheriff Clara. All right, Dishing Dirt and Dishing Dirt Uncut. Now, with me saying that about Chrisean Rock, because I see nobody's, giving me back any input, all right, or what they think and feel about that situation, I'm gonna move on to the next topic, all right. So, or should I give it some time? Nah. We gonna move on to the next topic, all right, because we don't want to be here all night. Tomorrow, all right, I gotta go pick up my badge because on the 4th is gonna be election day, and listen, motherfuckers gotta go and vote. And I'm gonna be there. All right, I'm gonna be counting them votes and all that shit. So I'm gonna be having listen, I'm getting myself ready this week. I told y'all I got a lot going on this week. All right, I got a whole lot going on this week, so I'm definitely gonna be over there. I don't know if I can record. I'll record for a little bit, but I'm not sure. I don't think they're gonna let me record. But make sure y'all listen. I don't know what state y'all in. Make sure y'all go put in y'all votes, all right, for them commissioners and judges, all right, them politicians. Make sure y'all go put them votes in. But anyways, all right, we're gonna jump into my boo. All right, we're gonna talk about my boo. All right, because now listen, my boo got me looking at him like, come on, Sammie. Like Sammie, like why, boo? Like, damn, my boo. Like, out of all these motherfucking celebrities, my boo is on the fucking big screen. Like he hit the headlines. I'm like, damn. And I had the biggest crush on this mofo when I was little. Like I really had the biggest crush on Sammie. Like that's why I keep telling y'all, man, I don't got the influencer fixation no more, man. Like I'm grown. I'm a grown ass woman. All right. And I used to be a fan. I used to be a fan. All right. But I outgrew that stage. All right. And now I'm grown. It's like I look at these celebrities like, but damn, I never expected Sammie. But then what do you expect, man? Sammie's been hanging with Ray J. And sometimes that shit makes me like, Brandy. But then I look at it like, damn, man, Brandy's got her own shit going on. Like, Brandy, come get your brother, though. Like, everywhere Ray J, yo, it don't matter where Ray J goes. Like, Ray J, why you went and bother my boo? Why him? Like, why him? Why couldn't you just leave Sammie alone? He had the best music for us females. I can't stand Ray J right now. Like, he's only famous because of One Wish. And guess what? Guess what? When they did them versus challenges, guess who had to come and save him? Sammie. Sammie had to come and save Ray J because Ray J's vocals were fucked up. All right. It's probably from all the head he was giving them bitches in the hotel, cheating on Princess the way he was cheating on her. You know what? Shut Racheal. Come back. Come back. Come back. Y'all fucking with my boo though. Like, I can't believe this shit. Let me stop. Let me stop. All right. I'm not a fan no more. But I can't help it. But damn, my boo is still cute. All right. I can't help it. I can't help it. He's still cute. All right. I'm still a girl. I'm still a female. Y'all just don't understand that part. Shit. I could be as professional as y'all want me to be. That's my boo. All right. So now let's talk about it. All right. My boo Sammie. Because what the hell happened, man? R&B singer arrested for domestic violence and child cruelty? I'm looking at him side eye like, come on, boo. Like, how do you do the bombastic side eye? I can't do it. I can't do it. Like, damn. Like, really? And I know I'm not the only one, all right? We've seen Sammie go through things like since back in 99, but never anything like this, all right? No headlines, no accusations like this. So now we're asking, what snapped? Not right now, baby. Give me a second, all right? Go over there. I'm talking right now. Give me a minute. We do our mother and daughter lives later. All right. So, so my biggest question is like, what made him snap? Like, he's been with his wife for years, 2 kids, a whole family. So what would make Sammie beat his wife the way, these reports are saying he did? And before y'all act brand new, all right, let's not forget he was dealing with depression a while back, all right? For those of y'all that do know about the R&B singer Sammie and has been following him through the years, all right? People talked about it, then it faded like, Oh, we got the sheriff in the building, yo. Big shout out to the sheriff. Big shout out to the sheriff. Listen, guys, make sure y'all go check her out. Like I said, all right, great conversations, great topics, all right. And let's not forget, man, yo, listen, they are funny as hell, all right, over there at, Sheriff Clara Edition Dirt and Edition Dirt Uncut, all right. And like I said earlier, for those of y'all that like Mr. Oates, that's where you can catch Mr. Oates, man. And the both of them together, boy, man, they be killing it. Like, you gotta love you some of Mr. Oates, and you gotta love you some of the madam, all right? So Sheriff, Clara, however y'all want to call her, all right? Everybody got their own name, all right? To me, sometimes when she be telling me, yo, you better shut up. Who you think you interrupting? And these men be like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. It's like they're apologizing to their mama. They fucked up and Granny's in the building with the whip right now. Like, shit. She got the extension cord in one hand and the fucking flip-flop in the other. These men be like, I apologize. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Like, she be like, madam on all the queens men. Like they not, who the fuck you think you talking to? Like, you better get your act right. I don't know who the fuck you think, but get your shit together when you come in front of me. And listen, she be little boy and these men. Like, I be loving that shit. I be like, yo, baby daddy, come on, man. We got all the queens men on YouTube. And she got like 100 personalities, yo. You never know which one is coming out. All I know is that it is entertainment, and I'm there. I'm there to learn, all right? Gain something and laugh, all right? And laugh like there's no fucking tomorrow. I don't know what the sheriff is doing, all right? But she doing her thing, all right? Completely different from a lot of these YouTubers. I love it. But anyways, Anyways, back on topic. All right. Now, all right. I've been talking about this a lot, right? So I asked y'all, right, what would make Sammie beat his wife? All right, the way these reports are saying he did, right? Like, like I was saying, a lot of you may know, but a lot of you may not know. All right, like he was dealing with depression a while back. People talked about it, then it faded. All right, then it faded like it always does. When it comes to men's mental health, right? Celebrity or not, men's mental health matters. All right, and we don't talk about it enough. In my opinion, Sammie's been, through a lot. All right. Like I thought he was good. I thought he was healing, but clearly something broke. All right. Because now he is in the headlines and everybody's talking. And while, how can I say, and while we don't excuse violence, all right, we do need to ask deeper questions. All right. What support did he have? What pressure was he under? What pain was he carrying? This ain't just gossip. All right. It's a wake up call for accountability. Yes. All right. But also for compassion, because if we keep ignoring men's mental health, we're going to keep seeing trauma play out in real time. And that's not just a, how can I say, Sammie problem. That's an us problem, that comes right from, how can I say, the system that y'all say is broken, but it's not really broken. It's actually doing what it's intended to do. All right. Remember, this system is built for more power. All right. This system we're supposed to follow was handed down through generations, but unfortunately, all right, some families forgot to, hand down the blueprint. So let's check out what, they're saying about Sammie. All right. I think he broke his silence, if I'm not mistaken. Whose video am I using right now? All right, because I'm, oh, no, 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 no. I know. Let's switch. Let's switch. We're going to premium. I cannot stand these ads, yo. I can't stand ads. All right, so we're going right to our premium channel real quick. Hold on, hold on. Got time for that shit, man. Fuck all that. That's why I don't watch cable. This is why I don't watch cables. All right, I got my apps. I got Tubi, Netflix, HBO. I don't watch fucking cable. Fuck all that. Now, I need to download Peacock because I need to catch up to Law and Order. All right, I missed a whole season. Here we go. All right, let's check this video. I can't believe my boo. Like, yo, when y'all see the video like that the wife posted, right? Y'all gonna be like, what the fuck? I need to look for the video that I found, all right, where, the wife shows all the bruises, but on one of the videos, right? And I think it's on my other live when I spoke on Sammie, when I did the live without doing the StreamYard, and I was just, it's off my chest and into the mic type shit, right? And I spoke on it a little bit, right? It seems like on top of the bruises, she has two bite marks, a small bite mark and a big bite mark. And I'm not sure if they're going to show her bruises, all her bruises here on this Hopefully we back. Hopefully we back. All right. I'm not sure we back. I gotta give it some time for my phone to reload. Let me see. I can't tell if we're back, so I gotta hold on for a second. All right. I'm sure if we're back, cause somebody put like a one in the chat. If y'all still there. All right, I see Mr. Oates is still there. There, shout out to Mr. Oates. Oh, I look froze up. Ooh, look at my little Mickey Mouse teeth. Yo, I'm stuck dimples. Damn. All right. So we was just talking about Sammie, right? And I was gonna show y'all a video. Here's the video. Shit, that joint's still loading for a minute. All right. Am I on the right channel? Yes, I am. All right. So as we know so far, Sammie got arrested for domestic violence. All right, he got charged for cruelty, you know, to a child because of the situation that happened with him and his wife. All right, he's getting a lot of criticism. All right, especially from people that have never heard who Sammie was before a day in their life. All right, now, all right, I was confused. I thought Sammie was way, way older than me. All right, but Bull is only 2 years older than me. All right, so listen, I didn't even know I was 10 years old listening to a 12-year-old. All right. I was young as shit listening to Sammie, all right? Real young. The crazy things we do for love, all right, and much more. And then a few years back, right, I think when he moved to Atlanta, he dropped a few more I think I'm not sure if he dropped an album or they were just single releases. But in the same process, he was also going through, depression. One thing I can sit here and say, I'm not sure if his downfall is because, of Ray J being around him right now. He doesn't even have a downfall. If what he's going through right now, because it's not a downfall, all right. Let me rephrase that. If what he's going through right now, right, is because Ray J is around him, or because his wife is on some, you're supposed to be more up. But he's been going through some shit throughout the years, and if you his wife, you're supposed to rock out with him. Like you're supposed to be there for each other, because in a relationship, it's 100, 100. All right, like it's hard to put into words. All right, I'm gonna put it like this. All right, man, let me ask you something real. All right, like would it, what would it take, what would it take for you, all right, to get so out of character that you risk your freedom? All right, what would a woman have to do for you to put pause on her? Could you walk away, or does it ever get that deep? All right, that's a question that I want to ask y'all men. All right, and hopefully, y'all,
You guys remember the other
y'all, let a shorty know how y'all thinking y'all feel down below, right? For those that are watching, all right, that are men that are watching. And if you're in the chat, man, let a shorty know what you think about this. Like, what does it take for a woman, right? What does a woman have to do for you to actually put pause on a woman? All right. Like, especially when you've been with that person for years, all right? And your relationship is not known for you to get that aggressive and that out of control, right? Like in Sammie's situation, all right? So that's a question that I would love to, ask the men out there, right? And I would love to hear y'all response. Why I'm asking this? Because men's mental health is serious. It's real. It barely gets talked about. All right. It gets buried. It gets covered up. When a man expresses what he thinks and he feels, all right, they get bashed, pushed away. All right. I could just keep going down the list. Right. And I feel as though that, especially when it comes to your significant other, a man should be able to sit down and express his feelings without being judged, without being bashed. All right. Made feel like he's not cared about or he's not worth it. All right, and I could say way more, but let's find out what's going on with Sammie first.
The other day I was talking about the singer Sammie. Well, he kind of confirmed that he was locked up. At first I saw a comment where he said in the shade room comment section, like, oh, you guys just post anything as if they were lying or something. Now he's confirming that he was locked up for DV and stuff. So this is what he had to say.
Am I free now? Yeah, I've been free for a week. New news to y'all, old news to me. So, no, mama. I don't want you to get sick. You know how to open this door. That's crazy. That be the funny shit. Oh, you free now? Motherfucker, I'm on my motherfucking phone. Yeah, I'm free. What you talking about? I've been free since the 20th.
Don't go to the door. I asked the question.
Am I single or what? I've been single for 2 months. I've been single actually, so I've been single for a year. Then me and T tried it again, like in August. And then, we broke up like 2 months ago. But we co-parenting, you know what I'm saying? So it's all up.
Oh, so they've been broken up for like 2 months. So they haven't even been in a relationship. Oh, so it could be true what some people are saying. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and pick a side either just because, I like Sammie music. So I don't know. He could have snapped. Something happened. Was she the cause? Was he the cause? We don't know.
No more relationship for the kid.
For the kid? You're a grown-ass man. Come on, Sammie.
Cool on that. Yeah, it's old. Yeah. I did have to do a little 14, 16-hour bid. 16 hours. And the big house. And then I got out Monday. But we all good. It's love, by the way. Ain't no smoke. Shout out to Tiana. I love her. God bless her. We got children, you know what I'm saying, to protect, and I would never speak bad on her. So I ain't even come on live for none of that. I know y'all gonna give it to me, but it's none of that. We good. Everything's beautiful, and God is merciful. And like I said, the truth will have its day. That's not why I'm on live. I just really came out here to holler at the people and let everybody know I'm good. She good. The kids good. The family.
So they together. Wait, they together again. So I'm gonna wait. He pointed like she's good, like she's in the crib. So I mean, I don't know. See, this is why I'm asking. Like, damn, if the man is really that bad and he really put hands on you, why do like certain women keep coming back if you know that he's not denying you access to leave? Like y'all had a bad day. Well, someone was knocking. So why his black ass ain't speak? Hello? How low did you say hello? Did you sound like a bell? Well, you better toughen up that voice. You was a young man. Bring it out. But anyways, right? Listen. I don't know. I feel as though like if he's not holding her back and it's gotten to the point where, he had to put pause on her, there's no reason for her to come back and he just needs to do him. Now, he says they've been broken up for 2 months, all right? She could be in there because he's seeing his kids, all right? Because he said they're co-parenting. So it's like, that's a good thing. A lot of men don't do that. So he's saying that she's good, right? But the thing is, she posted the video. So he is going to get a lot of lashback for this, all right? Because the video don't look nice, but the video is kind of like, I don't know. Listen, it looked like she had a child bite her and then an adult bite her at the same time to make it look like he bit the shit out of her. But it never said he bit her. It just said that he just beat her. But them Jones didn't look like bruises. They looked like teeth mark when I saw that video. I'm not going to sit here and lie. Like, I don't know. Something a little off. But he's saying they good. So, once again, my question is to the men, right? What would make it, what would make you as a man go as far, to hit a woman right after a heated argument or whatever happened? What would it take for a woman to do to you for you to, lay hands on her?
Family good. I'm not no criminal, dog. So no, the police. There's no police out here. It's just It's just some rain.
Guys, so shout out to Live Bites, but this all comes after the other day. Looks like the singer Sammie is
Oh,
in
now I
some
can't
hot
even.
water legally. He had got locked up, and his baby mom is the one who's exposing him. And the charges are serious. We're talking about a battery, fugitive in state, cruelty to minors, third-degree witness. So a bunch of stuff. So let me go to the beginning of this thread here. Okay, so it says, terrible. Sammie's recent arrest surfaces, charged with cruelty to children and battery. Girlfriend speaks out and shares her injuries, says he believes she's not big enough to ruin him. People need to know the
Hmm.
truth behind this fake, quiet church boy.
So she says, right, that he said to her that she is not big enough, all right, to ruin him. I don't know what's going on, but oh, right here you can see it a little bit. Right there. You see that? Look, a little teeth mark. And I can't even zoom this John in, can I? Nope. So it's like, I wish I had the other video right here, right? When it's zoomed in, it looked like teeth mark right there. Then teeth mark right here. It don't look like the regular bruise. It looked like somebody bit her arm. All right. If Sammie was to have bit her arm, it wouldn't have been that small. I don't know. Y'all let me know what y'all think.
So it said, wow, this is crazy. Sammie's baby mother says he has another side. He was recently locked up and charged. Thought so. I guess this is a copy of the mugshot. Don't believe who. It
I
says
don't
Sammie
know.
here. Oh, okay. She said, snatched the tablet
And
from
this right
Lay while he
here,
threw it at me and Jern. So that was him throwing the tablet at his kids. Why would
I don't know. Like, what could have made this happen? Listen, I'm not gonna bash the man. I'm just trying to, figure out what's making men snap out of it, especially when they've been in a relationship for so long with no issues and no problems.
you ever think it's cool to play with me? So this is some type of recording. Not posting it from my real page because if you know, you know. Not trying to make a blog, just trying to bring awareness people that think they're untouchable and God on earth. This is him being locked up. I guess these are her
Hmm.
injuries. My phone on 10% earth. This is him being locked up.
And if you look, her eye right here, she got makeup on it. You can tell she put makeup on it. She's got it covered up, but it's swell. Like if you pay close attention, it's swell. Like he fucked her up. Like, yo, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm looking at him like, come on, Sammie. Like, you could have done better than this. Like, why put pause on her? And he's not going to talk about it from the looks of it, so because he's already responded.
I guess these are her injuries. My phone on 10%. I'm about to enjoy the show, but please know that I'm not done bringing light to violent, narcissistic men who say nothing can stop him, which is cool. Not trying to stop you from singing sad songs at 38, but people need to know the truth behind this fake, quiet church boy. Cruelty to children charge. Okay, I think my neck is sprained. I need to go to the hospital. Are you going to get Jay at all? That's her texting him. Mind y'all, I have to go home to this man, so I guess she's still living with him.
You don't have to go back to him. You chose to go back to him because I would have went to a hotel. All right. I don't know about y'all women, but if a man sits here, right, especially one that's never put his hands on me, shit, I'm out right there and then. Like, oh, wait a minute. I'm gonna look at him like, what the fuck is your problem? I don't know who the fuck you think you is, but shit, this shit not sliding. I'm out. And we not getting back together. We done. We through. All it's gonna take is for you to put your hands on me, and we done. All right. The first sign of a man calling me a bitch, we're done. All right. Because if I'm a bitch, why are we together? You see where I'm coming from? Like, those are two things that I will not sit here, all right, and take from a man. First time he does it, I'm out. Like, people have like, you crazy. If a man calls you a bitch, you'll end it. Yes, the fuck I will. I'll end a relationship. The fuck I look like? Damn, I said too many cuss words, right? I'm getting better. Chill, chill.
He says I'm not big enough to stop Ish or ruin him. He got the platform, and that's cool. Not trying to ruin you, sir. If I was, I would do this for my real page, but I didn't. Did it for my page with 300 followers. Be for real. Karma. Well, the blog's got it. This is another clip of him.
That don't make a difference. She said, "I'm not trying to ruin you. I did it from my regular page where it's got 300 followers. it don't make a difference. Like if they follow, if they like, how can I say, if they're fans of Sammie, one video, that's all it takes for you to post one video of him, right? And saying the things that you say for it to go viral, like it just did. All right, so somebody got a hold of your Instagram, saw your post, and now boom, we're sitting here today talking about what happened between you and Sammie.
Him getting locked up. And then this is his charges, his inmate charges. Sammie Lee Bush, Black African American, 5'8", 135 pounds. Booking date October 19th, 11:55 p.m. Wow. Henry County Police, bond amount $1050. $1,050. Cruelty to children charge, battery, family violence, and fugitive in state. Wow. So people in the comments are like, I like the way you look at me, Sammie. Like, they can't believe it, because he usually has, like, I know, I didn't even realize he only weighs 135 pounds. I hope the child is okay.
Damn, like he should weight a little more. Sammie, like, what's up with your weight, boo? You gotta gain some more weight. Like, shit. You what? 5'8", 130? You there's no way in hell. I'm 4'11". All right, and that's my normal weight. I better listen. I'm almost at 160. I need to lose these 25 to 30 pounds I gained. All right, because I'm a big bag right now. But shit, there's no way in hell that you was a man. All right, 5'8". Like, I love you and all, boo, but shit, man, gain some more weight. Gain some more weight. Out here looking like Skeletor. It's like, Lord, let me stop. He don't look bad for him to be 5'8", 138 pounds, doing some real shit. But I never thought he, be that tall and weigh as much as I do.
This is why he was talking about ending himself a month or two back. Yes, this is what I was thinking about. So I'm going to show you guys. Had us praying, and the whole time she was going to expose him. Ooh, child. Right, we were praying for him. Sammie kissed me through the phone. What the heck going on? Cruelty to children. Someone said, wow, shaking my head. That's wild. I didn't see him snatch the tablet. Am I missing something? Looks like he threw it.
Yeah, we missing
There's
something.
always three sides to a story. Someone said, that's not even Sammie. I'm crying. Someone said telling someone they're not big enough to ruin you as if you're some big, important, relevant star of today is crazy. Someone said 5'8" and only 135 pounds, belt to A. Someone said, come with me, Sammie. Kiss me through the phone, Sammie. Someone said, I just want to know what possesses y'all to hit women. I'm very curious. Okay, so those are some of the comments, and like the person did say, because we talked about it, Sammie came on maybe 2 months ago when he was ready to unalive himself, and it was like a lot of concerning posts that he was posting.
Yep.
And people were concerned about him. So I'm going to show you guys. I posted this about 30 minutes ago saying I don't want to because I'm not ready, but death is on me soon. Pray for me. So a lot of people are worried that he might be maybe unaliving himself soon, or just kind of crying out for help.
What it seems like, right, without picking a side, that they was going through something. All right. I'm not sure who brought it out to the internet first, him or her. All right. But it seems like they were going through something personally. They needed this to separate each other or something. All right. But I don't know. I mean, they both let it get far. All right. I'm going to put it like that. Both of them let the situation get far. He shouldn't have put his hands on her. Sammie. Lord have mercy. And this is why I'm saying, like, these men should be able to express themselves. Like, what happened? All right. And this is something that they could only fix amongst themselves. All right. In this relationship, Sammie and his wife. All right. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't really hear about Sammie at all. It's like, yo, it's really rare to hear about Sammie. I'm not saying we don't at all completely. Shit, I don't even know how to put this into words. But Sammie doesn't hit the headlines like every other celebrity, nor does his wife. All right, and them bruises don't look good. So I mean, he's out on bond right now. For those of you that don't know, all right, but like it's hard to put this puzzle together, right? Because these people don't put their personal lives out there like that at all. So, whew.
Maybe it's a health condition, so a lot of people are concerned. So I saw it on the Shade Room where they posted
Hashtag Sammie asks for prayers after sharing that death is upon him. Lord, prevent him from whatever thoughts he's having. You are his protection. Amen. People are just praying for him. I rebuke the spirit for him because there's power in the tongue. May he be granted with more life and may it be abundant and joyful. Someone said, Lord, please calm his spirit and let him know you are with them. Someone said he's crying for help. His loved ones need to get him that. Prayers for Sammie. Someone said cryptic words, prayers for him and
She's
seeking
just reading the
the help
comments
most
there. Let's
high
come over
God.
here.
Forgive yourself and those whom have wronged you. Be kind, be merciful, be intentional, be love, and most of all, give glory to God. This world will wither away, but God is everlasting. Feed and purify the soul, posture your heart in a godly state, and only focus on today, for tomorrow has its own worries. Peace, light, and love, Big Sam, Papa. So a lot of people,
Big Sam
like I said,
Papa. What
are
the fuck?
concerned
I'm
because
dead.
this almost seems like one of the messages, like the last message or something, you know? So yeah, hopefully nothing's going on with him. So yeah, people, if you look on there from the post I just posted, people are saying, I rebuke the spirit of unaliving yourself. I rebuke the spirit of worthlessness, fear, depression, anxiety. You shall live and not die. You're loved and appreciated. You're somebody. You're an overcomer. Weep and may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. We all face adversity. We all have failed, but never give up. My prayers are with you.
So, all right, so as y'all can see, all right, singer Sammie goes live, confirms he was locked up for DV against baby mama and children, all right. There's a lot of people speaking on it, all right. If you want to watch the rest of this video, go check out Empress Radio, all right. Subscribe to her, share her videos, comment, all right. But listen, like I said, hey, I'm gonna leave that right there, all right. Y'all get my whole point of putting this video out there, all right. So once again, men, let me ask you something real. What would it take for you to get so out of character that you risk your freedom? What would a woman have to do for you to put pause on her? Could you walk away? Or does it ever get that deep? Like, let me put it like this, right? I've seen men walk away, all right, from wild situations. Like, you'd swear they were about to snap, but they didn't. All right. They held it down. And I've also seen men lose it over the pettiest thing. All right. So, and in those situations, you know what's crazy? Some women have left, some women came back. But here's the truth. If you can walk away, right? If you can walk away because once you cross that line, it's not just about her. It's about your future, your kids, your legacy. Now, I've also seen situations where men try to walk away, but the women wouldn't let them. All right. They blocking doors, throwing things, getting physical first, right? Like, and some of those men didn't want to fight. They just wanted space. But they ended up using force, all right? Not fists, not paws, but pressure, picking her up, moving her, trying to escape the chaos, all right? Still, most of the men I know, they find a way to walk away, even when it's hard, even when they're triggered, because they know once you put hands on a woman, you're not just reacting, you're rewriting your whole story. So I ask again, what would it take? And more importantly, what are you doing to make sure it never gets there, right? In your relationship or around you with any female in your life, right? Like, let me be clear, right? I'm not picking sides. I'm being neutral because I know how it be, all right? I've seen how some women do men. Like, that's why they always, that's why I always say, right? It's not believe all women, it's believe what's proven, all right? Because some folks are so and so. Like, and in Sammie's case, we've never heard of him being violent towards women, not once. So what made him snap, right? That's the question. What broke? What pushed him past the edge? Because this isn't just about Sammie. It's about how we ignore men's pain until it explodes. And when it does, we act shocked. But the signs were there. Depression, pressure, silence, and now headlines, right? I'm not here to excuse him. I'm here to ask the deeper questions, all right? Because if we don't understand what leads to the snap, we'll never stop it from happening again. And And that goes for every day, not just celebrities. All right, like facts, Mr. Oates. Facts. I like how Mr. Oates put that. That's some real shit right there. And some men don't know how to do that. All right. And I'm not sure if it was because if they was raised right. But one thing I can sit here and tell you, all right, K Michelle wasn't lying. All right, you can't raise a man on some real shit, right? If his mama couldn't raise him, what makes you think as a woman that you can after he's become a man? All right, that shit is done when they are kids. All right, with chastising and disciplining. All right, and that's gonna lead us, into the next conversation, kinda. All right, kinda into the next topic. Me saying that. All right, it kind of is. So I might as well just say what I gotta say. All right. So K Michelle wasn't lying when she said you can't raise a man. All right. If his mama couldn't raise him, what makes any of you women, think that y'all can raise that man that's already grown with his mindset? You can't. The same way you cannot turn, how can I say, a hoe into a housewife? What makes a man that he could turn, think that he could turn a woman that's been out there for so many years, unless she wants to. All right. But what makes him think that he could turn this chick over here that's been getting, hundreds and stacks of, bread, right, by selling herself from, to different men, and she's going to commit to one man that cannot fill her pockets the way that many do. All right. And I've seen so many men go through it, right? Because they try to, how can I say outlive that rumor? Oh yeah, I could turn a fucking hoe into a housewife for real. Now you Captain Save a hoe. That's your fault. That's your fault because you know what the bitch was about. But you listen, there's a difference between a woman and a fucking bitch. All right. Listen, we can all have a bitch in us on some real shit. It's how we carry ourselves, all right? I prefer to be a woman, ladylike, all right? And that's what I'm raising my daughter to be, okay? Because what I had raised me was a woman, not a fucking bitch. I mean, it's crazy as it sounds, right? And people may not like how I put that out there, the words that I used, all right, to, describe what I see, how I feel, how I perceive things. But hey, that's on you if you feel some type of way because of how I say it, all right? Now, with that being said, right, I want to touch into this topic, all right? Y'all let me know what y'all think about the Sammie situation, all right? I've asked the biggest question, all right? We know that some women out here are wild, right? And, can make a man get out of character, right? But my biggest question to a man is, right, like I said before, is it that deep? Are you able to walk away, all right? All right, can you find a way, like some of these men do, to, get out of the chaos? Some men don't even put paws on a woman. What they do is they push them out the way, out the door, or they'll pick them up and throw them into a bed or a couch, whatever they can, in order to leave. Some men are to a point now where, since the chaos has gotten to the, has spewed into the co-parenting, right? And they can't co-parent with each other. They're to the point where, hey, I'm not going to the house. Right? It's unfortunate that the child has to pay, but how is this man going to support this child or help this child if he's behind bars? And then when he comes home, he's a dead man walking, trying to find a job, but he can't find it. So now he's, screwed over, messed up. Why? Because you put him in jail knowing damn well, right, that he was just trying to do his best. When you should be putting the deadbeat motherfucker that made you feel the way you do, right, behind bars instead of him. But listen, that's going to be a topic for another day, all right, because I don't like talking to myself, like I said. So I'm going to jump right into the next topic. We've been an hour and 44 minutes in this, John, all right? It's 4:21 p.m. here in Philadelphia. Like I told y'all, the next couple of days is going to be a little busy until after election. I'm going to try to come live as much as I can, all right? But if y'all are subbed up to me, man, make sure y'all support a shorty, share the video, smash that like button for a shorty, all right? If y'all can, help a shorty get into the algorithm, and let's bring awareness to the things that really do matter, all right? Let's talk about it. It may not matter to some, all right? But what we are talking about is going to reach who it has to reach. So, okay, here we go. Let me share the screen one more time. Hold on, because I want to say the right thing. So let me put this on real quick, all right? And I'm going to, say what I'm going to say in 1 second. I don't get tired of telling people.
Yeah, we living in a world where the rules don't apply. They say we gotta follow, but we ready to fly. System got us boxed in, trying to keep us small. but we rise like the phoenix. We ain't scared to brawl. They feeding us lies, but we see through the smoke. We're the voice of the people, we're ready to provoke. They want us to divide, but we're stronger as one. Breaking chains, taking names, yeah, we getting it done. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. Fist in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. In the world of division, they showed us how to share, but the weight of our sorrows, they never taught us to bear. We split our joys and laughter, but the pain remained untold. A burden we carry alone, a story left untold. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. We learned to divide our dreams and multiply our fears, but the ache in our hearts only grew with passing years. They gave us all the answers, except how to heal. The scars that run so deep, wounds that time can't seal. Yeah, they taught us how to share, but only the good. Smiles and laughter like we understood, but deep down inside there's a storm we hide. Pain in our hearts, we're just trying to ride. Put on a mask, yeah, we play the part, but nobody sees the cracks in the hearts. We share our dreams, the highs and the lows, but when it comes to hurt, we just close the doors. We share the fun times, deflect the pain, laughing in the sunshine, dancing in the rain. But the shadows linger, they creep and they crawl, breaking us down, but we don't share at all. We got hate in our hearts, but we keep concealed. Taught to share the joy, but wounds, they stay unhealed. They say love was easy to divide, but the heartache never subsides. We tried to split everything into two, but the pain lingers strong and true. Shared our dreams, divided our fears, but the sorrow remained through the years. No matter how we tried to let go, the weight of our suffering continued to grow. Now we're apart trying to heal, but some wounds are too deep to conceal. They said splitting up will set us free, yet the pain lingers in you and me. In a world where rules are set in stone, the system's grip tightens, we're not alone. Bound by chains of injustice greed. Against the odds, we fight to be free. Mighty forces try to keep us down, but our spirits rise, refusing to drown. Defying norms, breaking through the mold. In this battle of wills, our story is told. As the clash continues day by day, we stand united, come what may. For in this world where rules don't apply, our strength and unity will never die. They tried to silence our dreams, but we're loud and clear. With every step forward, conquering fear. They can't hold us back. We're the fire and the flame in this battle for freedom. We're all in the game. They say it's just a game, but we're playing for keeps. With the strength of the many, we're sharing their leaps. No more puppets on strings, we're cutting the ties. With our eyes on the prize, we're reaching for the skies. So let's stand together, let's break down the walls. In this fight for our future, we'll answer the calls. From the ashes, we'll rise like a storm. Riders ignite. It's us versus the system, and we're ready to fight. They built the walls, but we're digging tunnels. With every step we take, we're shaking the bundles. From the streets to the courts, we're raising our voice. In a world full of noise, we're making the choice. They want to keep us blind, but we see the light. Knowledge is power, and we're ready to fight. From the corners of the city to the halls of the state, where the heartbeat of the struggle can't afford to wait. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. It's in the air, yeah, we're taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. They taught us to split everything, but not the heavy pain. It lingers in the shadows, a darkness we can't explain. We're left with shattered pieces, trying to mend what's lost. They taught us how to split everything, but not the heavy cost. Now we stand here broken, searching for some light, hoping for a way out of this never-ending night. But through it all, we find strength in each other's embrace. Together we'll face tomorrow and find solace in this space. They say don't bring the drama, keep it all light. But every night I'm fighting these demons in sight. Whispers in my mind, yeah, they echo when they shout. While I'm smiling on the surface, I'm breaking without. We're sharing the laughter, but what's underneath? A battlefield of sorrow, a war with no peace. We're warriors in silence, but nobody knows how the pain that we carry just grows and it grows. In a world of lessons learned, they taught us how to stand and burn. But the scars we hide deep inside are the ones that never subside. We followed all the rules they made, but the emptiness never fades. Their wounds like knives, cutting through, leaving wounds that always grew. They painted pictures of success, but couldn't fix what's left a mess. Now we're left to bear the strain of the pain that lingers, never wanes. It's us versus the system, we're breaking the mold. That's in the air, yeah, we taking control. No more silence, no more fear. Together we rise, let them know we're here. Riders ignite. To remember this moment, remember this space, remember this sound. We're the voice of the future, and we won't back down. In the face of oppression, we'll stand up tall. It's us versus the system, and united we'll fall. Riders show them how we unite.
I don't get tired of
Man,
telling
on
people
some real
that.
shit, man. Listen, man, we riders and we need to show them how we ball. Yo, on some real shit, you're a real rider, you know. AI. I'm sorry, I said AI. I grew up with AI. All right, I know about Michael Jordan. I grew up around him too. All right, but Allen Iverson is the first one that came to hit because I met the mofo in person and Roberto Clemente. All right, when he came, what was they doing? I think on the same day they had the Dare program, and I forgot what else. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. All right, they came. They had a little talk with the kids. They gave out what they gave out. I can't even. Oh, damn. Like, yeah, it's been a while. Shit, we talk about Roberto Clemente. God damn, that was what 2002 around there. God, 2001. I think that was before. I'm not sure. Around that time. Shit, don't get me to lie. I'm 36 now. Shit, I was a little ass kid. I was like what 9, 10 when I met the bull. Shit, and that was a quick thing. Hey, I don't even know who the man is. He's this, famous guy. He's a basketball player. I don't watch fucking basketball. I did like playing basketball. Listen, I was a little tomboy. I still am kind of a tomboy. All right, because of the way I dress is considered a tomboy. I just dress comfortable. All right, I don't wear a dress unless I'm with my baby pops. Like, listen, listen, and I look good in a dress too. It's the crazy part, but I just hate wearing dresses. I don't know what it is. I know I look good because I don't get tired of fucking hearing that shit. Same way I don't get tired of hearing, oh, you got a pretty little baby face. Right now, this bitch look like an ogre. It's so big right now. Whole fucking double chin, turkey neck, gobble gobble. I gotta laugh at my bad. Yo, I'm getting distracted. Listen. That's that Mary Jane. Mary, can you chill, Mary? All right, we serious right now. We getting on a serious topic. All right, let's talk about this. This Reasonable Child Act. All right. Now, did I stop sharing the screen? Yes, I did. All right. What? Let's break this down. All right. What is the Reasonable Child Act? All right. What the act actually does. All right. The Reasonable Child Act, all right, sometimes folded into broader legislations like the Child Act, all right, of 2025, all right, is designed to protect parents from being charged with neglect just because they let their kid walk to school, play outside, or stay home alone for short periods. All right. It's a response to years of outreach where parents were, investigated or even arrested for letting their kids, all right, do things that were totally normal a generation ago. All right. Why does this law matters? All right. This law is about clarity. It draws a line between actual neglect and reasonable independence. All right. It says letting your 10-year-old walk to the park, all right, isn't abuse. It's parenting. And it helps shift the system away, from fear based on surveillance towards, all right, trust and common sense. Now, the child welfare tie-in, all right, when it comes to this, the term reasonable efforts also shows up in child welfare law, all right? It means state agencies must try everything to keep families together before removing a child, all right? Or if a child's been removed, they must work hard to reunify them, all right? This part of the law, all right, is about accountability, making sure the system doesn't just snatch kids without doing the work to support families first. But we know, right, how DHS works out here in real life, all right? And that's why I don't get mad at people that say, what if, this social worker, had the scripts flipped on her, right? And let her see what it feels like. You out here busting your ass to make this money, all right? And just because you let your child, pick up the kid from work until you get home, from school until you get home from work, right? Doesn't mean that that's neglect. And a social worker should know the difference between that. All right. These social workers, all right, are supposed to have been trained to do their job. They should know, all right, they should be able to tell the difference between, the behavior in a parent, one that's neglectful, all right, and one that is just disciplining their child. But they act like they don't. All right. A lot of these social workers come, all right, and they mess with families that do what they got to do. All right. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say that every 13-year-old, all right, should, take on the responsibility of babysitting. But parents should know, all right, I'm leaving my child that's 13, 14, and 15. All right. I'm giving them some independence. Right. And if I'm doing this, it's because I could trust my child. all right, to stay at home and watch their younger siblings because I know that they're mature in these areas that they need to be mature. Right? But some parents don't know that. Some parents don't know the difference between, how can I say, abuse, all right? I'm gonna put it like this: chastising, all right, and disciplining a child versus abuse and neglect. All right. So like I just said, all right. Now, I've been clear, right, with all that, and y'all can search this up yourselves, all right? Google will tell you whatever AI tool you use, all right? We'll sit here and search it up for you and look it up. I wouldn't say, rely on the AI tools. I would say really go do that deep research. But anyways, parenting is layered, all right? You seeing toxic cycles, but you also know what's, how can I say, healthy independence, all right? You know what that looks like. This law speaks that it's about boundaries, trust, and breaking the cycle of fear. All right. And it's a reminder that not every loud neighbor or nosy teacher should be able to weaponize the system against parents who are doing their best. And it's unfortunate that we've got neighbors out here, right? We got neighbors within the community that will be the first ones to sit here and call DHS on a parent that's doing what they got to do. All right. And sit here and cheer on the parent that's abusing and neglecting the damn kid in the house. For real. I've never understood that, but I want y'all to, listen to this, and then I'll give y'all, the rest of my opinion. I want y'all to take a look at this out. It's not my first time showing it, all right? But I want y'all to listen.
Landed herself on the state's child abuse registry for letting her 13-year-old son watch her 1-year-old daughter while she went out and did an errand. A mother in Pennsylvania landed herself on the state's child abuse registry for letting her 13-year-old son watch her 1-year-old daughter while she went out and did an errand. The single mother says she left the young teenager in charge while she ran a quick errand, and now state lawmakers are coming to her defense, creating a new bill called the, quote, reasonable independence for children. It's supposed to help distinguish from abuse from children who are under supervised. So joining me now is Democratic Pennsylvania State Representative Rick Krajewski. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Anna. Thank you for having me.
I mean, this made my head pop off when I saw this headline. Look, we don't know all the details, but it seems pretty innocuous to have a 13-year-old babysit his 1-year-old sibling while the mom runs an errand. She's a single mom, probably trying to make ends meet. I was babysitting at 13. How do you feel about it?
Exactly, right. And that's really the story here, is that we need to expand our legal definitions about what a loving, caring family looks like. So I'll say for myself, I grew up with a single parent. My mother often worked 2 to 3 jobs to make sure myself and my sister had a roof over our heads, we had food on the table. And that meant that she worked long hours. That meant that sometimes I had to walk myself to school, I had to pick up my sister, bring her back to the house, and we had to care for ourselves until my mom came back home. I never felt neglected. I never felt like I wasn't in a loving, caring household. But right now, in the eyes of our Pennsylvania statute and the laws regarding childhood independence, that could be considered neglect or abuse. Yeah. And so you have situations like the parent with the 13-year-old, where that's just her trying to be flexible to make sure she provides for her kids. And that could be a case of abuse according to Child Protective Services, which doesn't make any sense.
Gosh, this poor mom. I mean, I can imagine your mom probably had a lot of mom guilt coming from a mom who's a career mom and trapped.
I mean, she's not the only mom going through this. It's just that she was the only mom, all right, that went to town hall, all right, which everybody has a town hall in their city and state, all right. She was the, not the only mom. She was the few out of, a lot of moms that went there. But she was the loudest, all right. I'm going to put it like this. She was the loudest mom out of all the moms that went to town hall, all right. And she pitched, her pitch was so good that it drew their attention, all right. She convinced them. All right, she did what she had to do to convince these politicians, and now they're trying to change this bill. That's why I say, listen, man, all right, it's deeper than just, going to vote, all right, these politicians in. You also have to make it to, I don't know if you, I think every city, every state has a city hall, right? You have to make it to your city hall, right? And your town hall meetings, all right, and go over there and debate these politicians and let them know why you think you don't agree. I mean, you don't agree with this and why you do agree with this, all right? It is a debate between us, the people, and these goddamn politicians, but you have to go fight and demand for what it is that you, think is right for your community, for your schools, for your jobs, all right? All this is done locally, all right? But you know what? Hey, y'all want President Trump to handle it, all right? Remember that.
travels, and you've got guilt whether you're working or whether you're with them, and it's for her to be going through this, and now she's got the law going against her. How does this protect parents, what you guys have got going? How does it work exactly so that other parents in her situation won't feel like this?
Yeah, so basically we have a bill out, HB 1873, which will ensure that we expand what is considered, or rather we expand behaviors that are permissible that wouldn't go to the standard of considered neglect or abuse. So that means, children who have parents who are present in the household, children who have a clear connection to their parent, parents that are providing for their children financially or emotionally, but may not necessarily fit in that sort of nuclear definition of what we expect a two-parent stable household to look like. We just want to change the law so that those families that may look a little alternative and may not look like that typical nuclear family are allowed the space to breathe and allow the space to be able to make sure the parents, the guardians, are doing what they need to do outside of the household to ensure they're good parents.
Yeah, parents just want to be able to have some autonomy and be able to have some control. I will say not every 13-year-old should be babysitting, but you would hope that a parent would know whether their child was ready for this or not. We really appreciate you weighing in on this story. Everybody at home, I want to hear what you think about it as well.
Me too.
Representative Rick Krajewski.
I mean, I would like to hear, what everybody got to say about this too, man. Shit, that's why I'm doing this live, man. I would like to hear y'all input in it too. So when I go talk to these politicians, man, I don't just have my input, my way of seeing things, all right? I could also get y'all side, all right? How y'all perceive these things, what y'all think, how y'all feel about it, all right? Like, listen, like I've said before, all right, when it comes to politicians and us, all right, the people, we got to move with discernment, all right? Not emotion, not hype, because these folks will dress up, how can I say, dysfunction in a suit and call it reform, all right? They'll pass laws that sound good on paper, but still leave, how can I say, families vulnerable to in practice, all right? So when we talk about the Reasonable Child Act, yeah, it's a step, but we got to ask who's writing it, who's, how can I say, enforcing it, and who's still getting penalized even when they follow the rules, all right? Because if it's not protecting all families, especially black and brown, all right, it's just another performance. Discernment means reading between the lines. It means asking who benefits, who gets scapegoated, and who gets left behind. And if we don't move with that kind of clarity, we'll keep getting played by systems that smile in our face and snatch our kids behind closed doors, all right? Not all kids should be babysitting at the age of 13. As a parent, you should know which one of your kids are responsible enough to stay home babysitting a sibling, all right? And, mature enough to do the things that you're asking them of do. But then you have to teach these things to these kids, all right? These are things that you have to instill, all right, in these kids, all right? You have to know how to rear your child, how to, raise your child, how to, teach them all these skills, all right? And some parents, I mean, they lack it. They really do. So let's talk about it. The Reasonable Child Act, all right? It's supposed to protect parents who let their kids be kids, right? Walk to school, play outside, stay home for a bit, right? It's about making sure CPS doesn't come knocking just because you gave your child some independence, all right? The legal framework says if your kid's not in, how can I say, obvious, serious, and likely danger, then it's not neglect. And that's real because too many parents, especially black and brown ones, have been penalized, all right, for doing what generations before us did without question. Now, let's layer in the child welfare side, all right? Reasonable efforts means the system has to try to keep families together. Try to reunify, all right? Try to place siblings together, try to arrange visits. But here's the catch. Those efforts aren't required if the parent's been accused of severe abuse, neglect, or abandonment, all right? And that's where discernment comes in, all right? Because like I've said before, when it comes to politicians and policy, we the people have to move with discernment. Not
every law is written with us in mind. Not every reform is rooted in justice. So we got to come together, all right? Read between the lines and figure this out. This ain't just about parenting. It's about power. It's about protecting our kids and our rights. So let's talk about it. Let's build. Let's make sure this act does what it claims and doesn't become another tool for surveillance and control, all right? Like, and with that being said, all right, I gotta put the CPS out there. All right, let's talk about CPS because all I know, right? Because let me put it like this: we know how they move. All right, we've talked about it before. Some of these workers walk around like they're, how can I say, above the law, like their clipboard gives them divine authority. But flip the script. Let their families go through what ours go through. And suddenly it's complicated. Suddenly is, how can I say, nuanced. All right. Nah, man. The messed up the messed up part about it is, right, is that they don't go after the families who actually abuse and neglect their kids. All right. Look how many kids pop up in the news. All right. How many kids have been alive by parents that have been neglectful and abusive towards their kids? Both the school system and the DHS system, right? The CPS agencies, all right? Both come, they visit, everything's okay. They leave. Next thing you know, these kids are in a casket in the news because the parent was a neglectful parent. These workers are too busy fucking around with parents that are doing exactly what the fuck they gotta do. All right. And I know I'm cussing a lot. All right. But listen, I'm passionate about this shit, and it's messed up. It's messed up how I see these social workers do a lot of families dirty. Y'all are meant to help them, all right? Not dig a bigger hole for them, all right? And while y'all chasing and making these families' lives miserable, all right, kids are losing their lives because y'all neglected the fact that they were being abused, all right? That's some fucked up shit. So yeah, like the messed up part about it is that they don't go after families who actually abuse and neglect, all right, their kids. They go after the ones doing what they gotta do, the ones, who discipline, not abuse, the ones who set boundaries, not trauma, the ones who raise their kids with structure, love, and accountability. All right. And let's be real. Some of these workers wouldn't last a day, all right, in the homes they judge. They wouldn't survive the grind, the sacrifice, the emotional labor, but they'll snatch your kid over a bruise from a fall, all right, while ignoring the ones who show up to school hungry, all right, scared, bruised, and silent. This is why discernment matters. This is why laws like the Reasonable Child Act need to be written with our reality in mind, all right, because if we don't speak up, they'll keep weaponizing the systems against the very families trying to break the cycle, all right, and they're trying to build legacy. I don't know. A lot of you might not understand where I'm coming from, but this is something that's serious, right? Like, I know that this mom is going all out to make something happen, all right, to help a lot of parents out. But let's not forget that both, all right, the people and these politicians both could be crooked and corrupt. Why I say that? Because some of these people, all right, that we think that are with us, or that we think they're, oh, they look like us or they're related, to us, are there with us or for us, but they really not. All right. Some of them are very selfish. They don't give a fuck. Look how some of them, sit here and steal, from their own communities. All right. Kill their own kin. And they don't care. All right. You got some of these social workers that do the same shit. Some of them have gotten arrested. All right. Because they're sitting here being neglectful. So do I trust the system, that sat here and failed my ancestors in the past? No. I definitely don't. But if y'all do, hey, y'all can go ahead. All right. But with that being said, give me 1 second, all right, because we're about to get ready. I'm about to show y'all these little, EBT rants that families are going through. I spoke a little bit on it earlier, all right, but we are going to definitely end this live, right, with these TikTok rants and what I gotta say. All right. Now, if y'all want me to drop the link for anybody to come up, all right, just ask for it. I'll drop it in the community wall, and y'all can come speak up. Y'all, speak your piece for a few minutes and let us show know what y'all think about everything that's been talked about. All right, I don't mind doing that, But right now, just give me a second, all right, while I get this, TikTok videos together. All right. Oh, okay. I am over here. I'm over here with it. All right. So, guys, give me a second while I get these TikTok videos together. Let me put some poetry.
Social media is going to be the...
All right, y'all. Give me 1 second because I'm trying to set all this up. I got you, Riaz. Let me get the EBT John started up, and I'll drop the link in the community wall. Give me a few minutes, all right? All right. Give me 1 second. All right. Did I share the screen? Did it share? Okay, it is sharing. All right, I got it. I just put my screen on it. Shit, I had to make sure to see if I gotta make sure. All right. So in a few minutes, I'm gonna drop the link. All right, for people that wanna, come up, talk for a few minutes. All right, and speak on what we've been talking about. All right, whether it's from Chrisean Rock to the Sammie situation, the Reasonable Child Act. All right, and what we're about to get into now. All right, because right now, right now we're gonna talk about these EBT rants. All right, so let's talk about it. All right, these EBT rants, because a lot of y'all are out here wilding. For those of you, planning to steal, fight, or act a damn fool because your food stamps got cut off, please go live, all right? Go live the day you plan to do it so that the rest of us can stay home, all right? Lock the doors and Tubi and chill, all right? I want no parts. And let me be clear. I feel for the folks who really need it, the ones grinding, raising kids, doing what they gotta do. But the rest of y'all, the one still laid up on your mama's couch crying over expired benefits while refusing to work, all right? Let go of the nipple. You're not babies anymore. This entitlement energy is dangerous. You mad at the system, but you won't move your feet. You want sympathy, but you won't, how can I say, show effort. And now you're threatening, how can I say? Yeah, you're threatening, all right? Violence over a card that was never meant to be permanent. Nah, man, that's not survival. That's chaos. So before, all right, you flip out, ask yourself, are you really hungry or just addicted to the comfort? Because if you're able-bodied and still choosing laziness, don't expect the rest of us to, how can I say, co-sign your tantrum. All right, we're out here building, not begging. So give me 1 second while I show y'all what I'm. Oh, it's already up here. I'm tripping. Like, what the fuck? Ray, you tripping? Shorty, get it together. Here we go. I got the screen right there. All right, so I want y'all to take a look at this, all right, and then y'all will see why I'm saying what I'm saying, all right? And then I'm going to drop that link down there for anybody that wants to come up and give, their opinion and their perspective on this. So give me a minute, all right? So this is the first video we're going to start off with, all right? So these are some of the rants that are happening on TikTok, all right? We're just going to go through some of them, not all of them, all right?
Because I have been nothing but nice to y'all. And this how y'all do me? Huh?
Yo, I ain't gonna sit here and lie. I be thinking that some of this are just plain out skit that people be doing. But some of these videos are fucking real. Like, I had a man swirl his neck earlier, all right? And move it better than, us females, all right? And listen, to all of y'all out there, not all of us women, all right? Just swirl our neck and roll our eyes. I don't care if they dark or fucking light, all right? I don't want to hear that shit. All right, some females do that, but not all females do that. Like, come on, man. Like, if you're a man and you're trying to be a woman, stop thinking that all women just snap their fingers and talk like that.
Call her back because you don't hang up in my motherfucking face.
Oh my God, they disconnected the call. She's going to call back. Please don't call back. Leave it alone, woman. Leave it alone.
I do that hanging up. You know what? I don't like how you just hung up in my face.
I'm dead.
I do not have the time or the patience to deal with your issues about your What do you mean you don't have the time? That's your motherfucking job, bitch.
Oh, I can't.
You
Yo,
know what?
what's
I'm
up?
gonna talk to the store owner. Can you put me on the phone with the big dog? This bitch.
What the hell? And they wonder what the.
Not even gonna say it. Y'all gonna say it in the comments. So this caption says this lady just showed up at the food stamp office about her food stamps not coming.
Shut down. I need to know what's going on. I got 9 kids to feed. 9 babies. And I want to know why they ain't put my food stuff on that car. I done been waiting. I done did my application. And I got 3 handicapped babies. I need.
Okay, she's got 9 kids to feed. 3 of them are handicapped. So far, she's staying calm. She's clearly not happy, but at least she's relatively calm.
You know why my food stamp ain't on my car? It's not right. This ain't fair. I don't care about the shutdown and none of that. But I've been calm. I've been calling. Everybody ignoring me. I've been here 3, 4, 5 times. I don't know why ain't my food stamps on my car. I got 9 days to feed. Man, I done been called. I done been down here, and I'm tired. I done been there, I did all that, and still ain't put my food stamps on because it's shutdown. This is not fair. I'm tired. I done did all that. Now I need to know what the supervisor or somebody. I need somebody to help me. I got 9 kids to feed.
Okay, she keeps saying, I got 9 kids to feed. I got 9 kids to feed. Okay, why is that the taxpayer's problem? There's a huge problem in this country with people having children that they cannot afford. 9 kids? 9 kids, and you're trying to say that you can't feed them unless that money gets put on your food stamp card?
Shit, our grandparents back in the day would have sat here and hustled away to get some money on some real shit. But you know, these people nowadays, this is why I'm saying they shout out. Like some of them are really shout out. Like I get what she's saying. She got 3 kids with disability and all that. But come on, there's ways to do it. I've seen families with kids with disability and they still thrive. All right, that's what I'm saying. Like we're making too many excuses, right? Like. Let me put it like this, all right? What baffles me is, right, how I've seen in Philadelphia that they got a lot of food banks for people, right, where they just give out, dry beans, vegetables, fruits, canned goods, right? Like around Thanksgiving, they'll give you free turkeys and stuff like that, right? And on Christmas time, they'll give you, it's the same shit, but a lot of people be like, oh, I ain't going there. I don't want none of that food. What do I look like? I'm a poor person. I'm broke. Well, hey, guess what? Your ego now has got you, in a hole that you can't get yourself out of. So since, you how can I say, you go by your ego and your pride, stick to that then. That's going to help you get out, get out of the situation that you're in.
9 kids. Go on, make mine. I'm taking care of other people's kids. I'm old. I'm tired. I got arthritis. I'm tired of coming back and forth down here about my food stamp. I done had an appointment now. They told me the car money supposed to be on the car. It ain't on there yet. Y'all gotta fix this now. I don't have nothing to do with that shutdown. I'm stressed out. I'm a single mama and I'm helping other people's kids. Now I need my steps now. I ain't gonna keep going through this. I'm already going through a lot of things.
Now, y'all done said there's more white people on Section 8 welfare and food stamps. Y'all say that all the time, right? And that might be true, but I don't know that. But since y'all said it is, then why come they not on this internet showing their ass like y'all? That goes to show you the lack of intelligence y'all have when y'all lose something. Because if they losing it and you losing it, why they ain't clowning? Saying they breaking into stores and...
I just said that. You know how many people are around me right now going through it? All right? And like for the first time in a while, not even in the pandemic, all right? I've seen people supporting each other, all right? Family members, friends, and stuff like that. Others, they just don't give a fuck. But I'm seeing some unity, not a lot, all right? But I'm seeing some. And if I don't see these people act like this out here, why is it that I see people online doing it? See my point?
What they gonna do if they don't get their Section 8 welfare and food stamps? Since y'all think these statistics is so true, Why come y'all the only ones clowning? Is that all we known for? Were y'all using them the wrong way? What is it? I need somebody to comment to see why the white folks ain't acting like the black folks because the benefits going away. Somebody tell me the truth. Because ain't nobody going to tell me that y'all are that angry that it's going away. Or the white people forming a better program than y'all when it comes to getting together and talking to these people about losing their benefits. Is our first reaction to clown and march and fight for everything physically? Have we not come a long way learning how not to use a force against people when we are angry? Are they still more intelligent than us? Do they have our minds?
She's speaking some
Do
facts
they
right
have
there.
our minds to destroy everything? Since y'all say it's more white people and Hispanics and other cultures on food stamps than it is black people, because y'all say that all the time, then why come they ain't clowning like y'all? Leave
I
it in
asked
the
the same
comments.
thing.
Now, y'all done said it's more white people on Section 8 welfare and food stamps.
Oh,
Y'all say that.
shit. Yo, this is wild. Let me see something. I think I hear. Who's that? Young Riaz? What's up, Young Riaz? How you doing today?
I'm doing good though. I'm
I'm
doing good
listening.
though. Not much. I'm not much though. I was just interested in what you're saying though, man. That's just what I
Talk,
kind of. That's kind of
talk to me.
interesting. Sorry, what was that?
I said, talk to me real quick before you talk to me. Let me know how you feeling, what you're thinking before I continue the live because I'm ending it with these videos.
Okay.
That's why I said I'm gonna
Okay.
let people come up if they want to speak their mind real quick. I dropped the link. Let y'all come up, speak y'all mind. Because listen, y'all opinions matter. Whether people think think it does or it doesn't. All right. At the end of the day, when it comes to situations like this, all right, it does matter. How does it affect you? All right. Like this situation is affecting a lot of people everywhere. You see.
Okay.
So, like that's what I'm saying. Go ahead and talk to me. What you thinking?
Okay, what I'm thinking is though, for me though, it's even though in the UK though, and I'm overseas though, but basically I know in a very long term future, I'm good basically on how I feel. I'm feeling good, but to answer that, how do I feel about this? I just have valid concern because I just know that just because it's happening there, it's also gonna happen to me in the very long term future, because I have to observe everywhere basically, because we're technically tied together on this type thing. That's
Oh yeah,
why.
that's what a lot of people don't know that what does happen here in America, right, affects the UK.
It does
But
actually. Yeah, because the UK is already has already collapsed already. The UK has been on a decline since 2008 because of that financial crash in '08. It's never recovered. They had years of stability, but then straight, everything came crashing down. So, I'm just saying, just because it's happening there, it's gonna happen to me soon, and it's gonna happen though. It's not now, but it's gonna happen soon though.
that's a fact. Hold on, Riaz. Blessings, blessings. We got Mr. Oates in the building. How you doing, Mr. Oates? How you feeling?
Little shaking dimples. I'm all right.
You been feeling like a villain, man. Listen, I just wanted to bring awareness to these things. I feel as though, people are talking about it, but they're not asking the right questions. And I feel that
Mhm.
that are asking the right questions are getting ignored.
Yeah.
Of course, they being ignored. They asking the right questions. They asking questions that will require action and provoke thought.
That's a fact. And
Mhm.
that's why
Yeah.
about what I was saying earlier, from the Child Act to, the conversation that I had about, the baddies superstar, which is that Chrisean Rock, which I don't really follow. I just know because people review and react to videos, right?
Yeah.
And
I
then
don't follow. I'll be
hold
real
on,
with you.
let me land my plane real
Sorry.
quick. Rest. That from that to Sammie's mental. breakdown. All right, an R&B singer that has never been on the headlines for something like this to being in the headlines. I feel as though that a lot of us don't speak on mental health the way we should speak on mental health, especially when it comes to our men. All right, like us women, we bring awareness to it a lot. Right, when it comes to us women and the kids. But when it comes to y'all men, it's like once y'all hit a certain age, it's like fuck it, they can fend for themselves. But why? I mean, I know y'all strong. You see, I know y'all was built to deal with a lot of things, but a lot of these men are being broken.
Mm-hmm. Oh, sorry, based on that type thing, you're
Hold on,
right.
hold on, Riaz. I'm so sorry. He was about to say something.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Just to comment on that real quick. That I don't. A lot of men don't. A lot of people in general, they don't understand mental health.
Facts.
They don't understand that that's a real thing. Like if you got a toothache, your teeth hurt, go to the dentist. Some people don't even know that they need to address some of the mental issues they're having. They don't understand the trauma that or all the things that they've been through in their life. They don't understand that there's scars there because they've chosen to respond to them in a certain way, and that's helped them make it through. That's helped them to get by. Whether it's smoking, drinking, it's all kind of picking up a hobby or what. Some people don't actually get mental health. They don't look at it. They don't look at the mind like they do the rest of the body.
That's a fact. And you was a grown man, right? Right, compared to young Riaz, right? You walked these trenches. So let me ask you this one question, right? I know a lot of men, I know a lot of men will walk away, right? But what causes a man to, lay his hands on a woman, right?
I can't. A lack of control.
Okay.
I would say that would be my guess. Like there's situations like where I don't. While you were talking about that, I was sitting there thinking like what would make. That's why I said nothing, because I pretty much I done been through a whole lot, and it's like nothing. It's just like I don't need this. I'm gone. I'm out of here. And plus, I knew putting your hands on a woman, you was gonna either have to suffer consequences from the law enforcement or they families.
And
like
that's
so.
why sorry.
Go ahead. No,
That's why I question it. What, like, men knowing this, right? Even like you see this as kids, right? Knowing that once you put hands on a female, like every kid sees this shit, but it's like it's like a generational curse passed on down to men, right? From a childhood all the way up to, they become, not all men. Some men break this shit at an early age when they're young, right? But it's like a curse. I'm sitting here, it's like that the consequences behind that is going to jail, but at that moment, nothing matters. So is that part of untreated trauma? And I'm asking you because you've been through these trenches.
Okay, sorry.
Let Riaz say what he gonna say. I'll answer it, Ryder.
Okay, go ahead, Ryder. I mean, Ryder. Go ahead, Riaz.
Okay, cool. Okay, I feel you. Now, that is very interesting what you're saying though as well. Yeah, that could be untreated though as well. I know I'm kind of young though, but I kind of been through a lot too though, and some kind of 20 times though kind of type thing as well. And also though, what some people is though is even if they do, it's some people, even though they know they have a problem, it's just that some of them just refuse to actually, either one, they refuse to get the help they need, or they're in denial though, because it's hard to believe they're going through such things as well. Like even like I think one example is like identity issues though as well. That's one form of mental health type thing, identity issues type thing, because like that's one example of that type of aspect as well, where some people actually struggle with that. Even me as an example though, I struggled with that too though, that type thing as well. And it's also called as well, it's called for me, it's called post-colonial syndrome. Even though it's not universally, among everybody, it's not universally among every British born Pakistani though, but they do have it though. It's just that because the effects of colonialism has affected them, and the symptoms of that is depression, anxiety, and preference of Western culture and the race-related stuff, though. So it's like very deep-rooted issues as well. And some people, when it comes to these types of problems as well, they don't want to. They either know they have the problem and they want to fix it, or some of them don't realize it until they're older and they pass it on to their kids and then down their bloodline, and then it becomes generational type trauma. And I don't want that. I'm trying to fix that.
But some men unfortunately can't break that cycle. That's why I went, that's why I asked the question. I was like, I kind of knew Riaz's answer. You see where I'm coming from? But this is a topic where,
Yeah, because
doesn't
I
get
told
touched a
you.
lot for the fact. Hold on, Riaz. This is a topic that doesn't really get touched on a lot, right? Because of that, like what you just said, is something deep rooted. A man speaks up, right? And I feel as though, especially when they got a significant other, or they should be able to speak to their mother, right, if they feel comfortable, or any woman in their family, right? Not about everything, right? But unfortunately, we live in an era where when men do this type shit, right, they get bashed. Why? I don't know. I can't pinpoint the issue to that part. Like,
Oh,
I do
oh,
know that it's learned behavior. You see where I'm coming from? But why can't us women break the cycle? I can't, and the men break the cycle. I don't know. But it's like men,
okay.
it's repeated cycle. Men cannot speak without getting bashed, no matter the situation, whether it's about their feelings or to bring awareness. You see where I'm coming from? There's always the issue. They get called a pussy, they get called weak, they get, you know, made feel or a bad father, right? I could go keep going
Yeah,
down the line, but they get made feel to the point where they're not able to speak up or speak their thoughts. Like I feel as though it should be like this. I feel as though we should, they have a right, but
yeah,
unfortunately,
so,
and that's something
sorry
that
to
I think I heard Mr. Oates speak on it a little bit not so long ago on Sheriff Claro's panel, if I'm not mistaken, right? On how men get treated.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say, for me, that I see an advanced type way, but at the same time, I feel you're in that type thing. The way you explained it is, but I feel like the answer is though they're afraid of being judged though, or afraid of not being heard though. Because even if they do try to do it though, and the examples you gave and everything, they've heard it so many times to the point they don't want to say anything because they just know that if they say something, someone's gonna tell them this, that, all the examples you just listed, though, that what they go through, and that's the answer, though. I have a fear of, judgment or fear of not being heard, though. So
Yeah.
even if that's why.
But now we're standing here today with men, how can I say, in that trauma, right? And, a silence that, how can I say, lingers in the shadows, a silence that cannot be explained either.
Wait, is it also the foundations they were also instilled in them when they were younger as well, though? Like how the parents told them not to talk about certain things in their home. And, of course, so
There
when they
it
get older, they're going to start talking about it. But when they keep hearing it for most of their life when they're younger, maybe that's why, though, for some men, though,
is.
they hear that their whole life, and in their home or like growing up when their parents told them, nah, don't behave this way and that, to the point they won't say anything.
Hmm.
So
What
that's
you
in the
think?
Mm.
foundations.
That's a good
That's in
way
the
of seeing it.
foundations.
And I don't know, Mr. Oates, you're a little older than us, right? Not that much older than me, but you're a little older than us, right? And what I'm saying is, you
Yeah.
experienced the generation I never got to experience, right? So it was a little different. Um,
Right. Right.
all right. So do you believe that this is a behavior that's been passed on down, right? And listen, and why I say this, right? All right. We know that, there's a lot of times we talk a lot about, co-parenting, right? Fathers having to be in the homes, right? And that's missing a lot, right? But we also
Hmm.
do know that one of the reasons, right? And one of the biggest reasons why some of these fathers are not in the home, right? Is not because they're abusive. It's because the woman makes it hard for the father to be in the child's life. You see where I'm coming from? Like you got men that want their cake and eat it too. But what makes y'all think that, women aren't the same way too? It's a vice versa thing, right? And I feel as though, right, the same way that women are taught, right, because a lot of these women know, yo, you get a man pissed off, he's capable of hitting a woman. Their hands could be bisexual at times. They're not thinking. They're, it's the heat of the moment, it's rage, right? So it's like you know that shit and you still taunt the man. But you was raised better than that. But you want to get your way. But this man lays his hands on you. Boom, he's in jail. Now you've got what you want. Not realizing that who you making suffer is the child. All right. So now we got a trauma that doesn't heal, and both sides know what to do, but they don't do it. All right. It's like the woman that has a chance to walk away, right, from an abusive relationship, whether it's sexually or physically or mentally, but she chooses to come back, and there's no holding her back, but she still comes back. All right, they call it Stockholm syndrome or some shit like that. But that's something that you could break. How many women have not? Yeah,
Yeah.
but how many women haven't been able, to break out of that with the proper support? The thing that we have nowadays
You're
is right.
breaking up.
Like when I was. Oh, can you hear me now? Am I better?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No, not really. I
Just
can
break.
hear your voice though, but sometimes you get static in your mic. I hear some background noise.
I'm gonna have to change my mic soon. I'm gonna get a new gaming mic. Chill. Uh,
Okay.
but
Okay.
my whole
Wait,
point
but
is right. We blame all the men for everything. But has anybody ever taken the time to think, right? In these broken homes, the majority of the women are the ones raising these kids alone, right? Some of it is because the man is either in a casket and can't be there for their child. Some men are in jail. But what is the
Mm-hmm.
excuse for the ones that don't let the kids be in the child's life because they're mad because the father moved on? You see where I'm coming from? It makes it harder. Or the one that accuses the man of, rape or abuse, and he didn't even do it, but you just want him in jail because you're mad now. You see where I'm coming from? So
Yeah.
it's like no matter
Yeah,
what, my bad.
a lot of bitterness. A lot of bitterness is involved. Keep in mind, at some point there was a relationship, and that
Mm-hmm.
relationship broke up. In some cases, the two people weren't even. Um, let's say they was riding the wave, the sex wave, and then that got old to them.
Mm.
Then they started arguing all the time. And this dude want to keep going out, hanging out with the homies. Oh, girl want to keep going to the club, hanging out with her girls. It's not. They don't understand relationships. Period. So there's going to be conflict, and then at the same time,
But
there's no control. They don't want to. It's like instead of sticking around, I believe in the individual. I believe in the family as a collective, but I'm saying the individual has to get their shit together
that's a
all
fact.
all the way around, all the way around the board. The man got to get his shit together. The woman got to get her shit together. They got to both be growing at the same time without growing apart, if that makes sense.
Oh, I completely understand.
That makes
That's
sense,
blueprint.
though.
That's
Sorry.
the blueprint that was handed down to us, but we've misunderstood it. And I'm not sure, if it's these reality shows that are getting in people's heads, right, influencing people, which I think it might, deep down inside, right, I know it is, but some of these people don't know it yet, right? I feel as though social
Okay.
media, right, has taken away the true definition of what a real man is, what a real woman is, right? What relationships
Mhm.
should be like, what families are like. All right, it's like broken that concept. That concept don't exist no more because of these
You have
reality
a
shows
point.
happening right now.
Oh, sorry. You have a point, though. I was also gonna say also, I feel you're not type thing. I was just really saying it's both ends to me, though, and also though it's the type of energy that's kind of put out manifest. I think it's also the energy that's manifested too, though, on both ends as well, though. It's how to attract it too, though, because it's
Yeah.
like to me, what I believe in is what you put out is what you get back type thing as well. When it's conscious and subconscious type thing. So when you subconsciously manifest it here, basically though, you're gonna consciously think it and you're gonna verbally say it. And also be careful what you say, because also that same thing can come a reality too. So that's what I'm gonna do in a positive way so that I can get a positive result. Because also to me then it's vice versa situation, because it's not one side, it's both sides, to be honest though. Because also in some instances you see some guys who ain't right and in that type of aspect too. So I kind of see where you're getting at too. So it's not
It-
really on one or the other. It's both.
But here's something that nobody even thinks about, right? Because it's constantly, right? It's, oh, you gotta believe all women and fuck the men, right? But I always say it's not believe all women, right? But it's a constant. But here, let me throw something at y'all real quick, right? For those of y'all, because I had to go into deep thinking, right? Conversation after conversation, then I came to the conclusion, right? There are men that raise their kids alone, right? But it's not a lot of single dads out there. They are. You see where I'm coming from, but not compared to the single mothers out here. And the majority of these women wanted to have the babies, right? Boom, boom, and do this, right? But they wanted the independence, all right? So all this bullshit came about, boom, right? Here's my thing. If you wanted to be independent, you should have never gotten into a relationship because what a relationship consists of 100, right? They say believe all women, then look at why our kids are thriving. I mean, am I saying the wrong?
Struggling.
Thriving? Why are they suffering?
Struggling.
You see that too. All right, and the thing is that there's more single moms out here raising these kids than what there is, single dads, right? Now, let's not forget the part where there are parents that are trying to co-parent, right? And I give to the ones that actually do it, right? And they do it the right way. There's no right or wrong way, but what I mean by they do it the right way, right, is that they took the time, all right? They're sacrificing certain things so their kids don't get affected, but there's others that don't give a fuck. All right. So as women, we also need to start getting it together, right? Like it's too many of these men out here, right? All right, that are real lazy, all right? And the majority of them were raised by a woman, all right? And if you as a woman, right, can't raise this man right, guess what? Another woman is not gonna fucking raise that man. He's already grown. What makes us women
Mhm.
think that a man that wasn't raised right is gonna get raised by you? Are you his woman or his mama? All right. So I'm noticing a lot of relationships where the women are trying to be the man's mama, and I'm saying it's like, what the fuck? He still need to pop his mama's nipple out his fucking mouth and grow the fuck up. But guess what? There are some females out here that can't outgrow daddy. All
Wait,
right.
you have a point though. I
It's
just
crazy
was
as it
gonna say
sounds.
it. You know that saying is brother, no one can change you but you. And some people though, yeah, I kinda agree. I agree with what you're saying though also, but then in some cases as well though, no one can change them but them, and people have told them to change so many times. They told them this way, that way, how to change, but they themselves will not take the extra step to do so. So in that kind of aspect, I agree with what you're saying, but in some cases, though, nobody can change anybody but themselves. It comes within, though. So I kind of get where you're getting at.
That's a fact. And what you gotta say, Mr. Oates? Because reason why I'm saying that's gonna lead me into these EBT rants, man. Like women, we need to get it together because our sons should not be growing up, all right, going live talking about Donald J. Trump. What the is going on in your house? You not taking my stamps? Yes, I'm a man. All right, listen. I don't give a fuck if you're all women. Don't fucking swirl their necks like that. All right, that shit came from Tyler Perry. All right, I'm putting that shit on all of us women. All right, I don't care if a fuck if we're dark or we're light. Not all women be. We be single as fuck if we was nagging on men like that. All right, all of us. Some traditional women still exist. All right, even if we're young. All right, that means that the blueprint was passed on down. All right, the ancestors. All right, we paid attention to it. All right, we listened to ancestors. All right, we don't want to be looked at like lot lizards. All right. We are regular women that want to treat our men like kings and expect for our kings to treat us like queens. So we do the hundred thing, all right? Whether it is, I'm not gonna say the modern thing because I don't want to be put into the modern women type shit because I am not what these women are today. All right. So I don't even know
But
what to say. Like,
Yeah,
what the
I
fuck is
said it's
going on? Women, like, we need to get it together. Our sons should not be going on live, right? Rants. I said men should express themselves. All right, but not turn into women, all right, threatening the goddamn president while they shut these food stamps off. Women, get it together. I don't even know which screen to look at right now. Hold on. What the fuck is going on? But I'm gonna let y'all talk. I'm going on mute real quick.
okay. Wait, I kind of get what you mean, though. That type thing, though, as well. Yeah. Yeah.
Riders, all those damn rants. I don't know. See, I've been seeing like rants like coming from both angles. Like people cussing Trump out, talking about you ain't about to cut my stamps, and like that. You showed that short where that lady was in the food stamp office talking about now going through this.
Oh,
You ain't gonna.
so
What you mean you ain't gonna keep going through it? Yeah, you is gonna keep going through it because them people right there, they telling you you ain't getting no more stamps until they change the law back or put them back in effect. You ain't getting no more.
Facts. And a lot of people gotta suffer. Hold on, Riaz, because a lot of people don't know this. So, let me say it real quick, right? Like, what people keep thinking is that these stamps are getting taken away just from the lazy people. No, all right. Even the people that are out here working, for people to be like, oh, you don't work while and receive food stamps. Yes, you can. There are people that are making not that much. All right, they're not able to really support their families. It's like it's taking a mom to go to work, a dad to go to work. All right, and they're not on food stamps. All right, then the son turns 18. The son is working. All right, they probably living with the sister. All right, which is the auntie to the kids, and they're all pitching in. That's how they make it work. They're uniting. All right, but people don't see that because we're so caught on into the shows like Baddies, thinking that that's how everybody's regular life is, and it's not. All right, not all of us are in these streets like this. Not all of us are thugs. Not all women are thoughts. All right, so we need to stop placing people under one category and start realizing that people got different lives. All right, survive and thrive different ways. All right, the grind was taught to us. It's just that some of us, all right, are raising our kids to be lazy. Some of us haven't figured out how to pop the nipple off our kids' fucking mouths and stop spoiling them. All right, y'all keep talking about y'all was in the welfare line. All right, y'all had these fucking cheese boxes. So did I. All right, I was a hybrid. All right, by the time, listen, can y'all hear me now? By the time, listen, by the time I started knowing what food stamps was, all right, them little books that they were using for food stamps were already leaving. They were already starting the EBT cards. You see where I'm coming from? But I do know what the stamps were before because I seen it. I went with my mom shopping. All right, did I ever go to the store using them? No, because I was too young to even go to the store with one. But by the time I was old enough to go to the store, EBT already had came out. That's what people are not realizing. All right, and around that time, I started noticing a lot of moms say, "Oh no, look, listen, my son just turned 18. He cannot go to work. All right, because if not, they'll take my food stamps away." And it's still happening until today. All right, so moms, all right, a lot of you are at fault of why your son is being lazy right now. All right, living off your food stamps because while he's living in your house, you see where I'm coming from. The food stamps go under your name, or unless you're saying that he's paying the bill somehow. A lot of y'all know how to fucking play the system. All right, y'all being lazy as shit to keep these free stamps while veterans are losing their fucking houses. All right, and that's what they need, but they don't have it because you're here living year after year after year from it. Yo, I remember my mom had that for us, and when I turned 21, I went to work. All right, I didn't know it. I went through hell. People know my story. I went through hell because I didn't want my mom to go to jail. I wanted to go to work. I needed to support my kids. And that's why I'm saying I was a part of it too. I mean, I'm saying that I did it, but my mom used me. You see where I'm coming from to get that shit. So it was like, oh shit, if I speak up, I'm scared. Then I had, my fiance. That was around the time that he walked into my life and he was teaching me about the system, about the laws. All right. So I had somebody take me under their wing and start teaching me some shit. By the time I was 22 years old, I was off benefits and I was working. I didn't even know that I had benefits. And that's why people wasn't hiring me when they looked at my background.
Right.
So
it's not. You had to just keep. One thing I wanted to remember before I forget it. There's all kinds of different responses from these people or from people. I ain't gonna say these people. From people about the EBT. I done seen blacks and whites. Mainly, it's been the blacks that they're showing in the media that's complaining about it. Okay. Now I have seen a few white people that was just frustrated. They expressed their frustration. They ain't talking about rioting. They ain't talking about going to tear nothing up. They just more or less telling you how they feel about it. Like this some bullshit or bull-ish. Yeah. Like this so right here. It's but I also heard a dude, the one dude say, it was one guy who said the fact that they're cutting stamps and Section 8 meant that it was the return of the black man to his rightful position. I said, how the fuck what do you mean? What do you mean it's returning him back to but he started off the video talking about you watching the downfall of the American hood rat.
Shit, I know that shit is crazy.
I was
There's a
like,
lot
what
of
the
videos
fuck
like
are you-
this.
like if you ain't in the house already, you supposed to be already be providing for your kids. What you mean is putting you in the black man's rightful position. What the fuck are you talking about? I didn't understand that. I was just seeing all kind. I'm like that's lunacy. If you got kids, even if your child's mother is, if you in the household, you're supposed to be working.
Facts.
You're supposed to be providing for that family, for your family. Now, if y'all getting stamped, okay, and they cutting them, now you got to get you a side hustle, get you a paper route. But it's never, I mean, it's all over the place, and people don't realize that. I mean, at the end of the day, what I believe, they just talking. They ain't about to riot over them food stamps. You gonna end up in jail.
Facts. But you
Spend
know
that,
what? Listen.
spend that energy going to find another job or another or higher income, or wait to replace them food stamps y'all was getting, so you can feed your family. And that's all I say about it. Go ahead. I just it's wild. It's wild. And let me say this real quick, riders. A lot of people think about how people voted. Okay, think about how they voted. Some of these people that's complaining right now. Okay, they voted for Trump. Some of them voted for Trump. Why? You remember them stimulus checks? They thinking those are coming back. They thought them was coming back. No, so his first term, he gave out them stimulus checks, was giving everybody money, them PPP loans and all that. They should have been investing that in their community, into their family. They should have started a business. No, they didn't. They went and bought Hellcats or whatever hell else they bought, clothes, Jordans, and now you sitting there looking at all that stuff you had, and you
I'm saying
complaining
like,
about.
damn, y'all got PPOs and I got unemployment when that happened. I'm saying like, damn, like y'all got goods. But see, the unemployment for a lot of us, like here in Philly, right? They did the same thing because people got to realize they did the PP grants, right? And the PP loans. The people that were unemployed got PP grants. They wasn't given unemployment. They were given PP grants. So monthly, instead of getting, because usually when you're unemployed, you get a certain amount a month, which ain't shit. You can't survive off that shit. All right. But when when Trump gave out the PP loans, you was getting maybe like what was it? Kind of like getting an SSI check a month. You was getting close to $900 a month off them PP grants.
Hey,
My bad, the
riders,
grant.
some people here that was getting them loans was just getting flat checks. 20, 25, 30,000. Literally. I know it. I've seen it.
That shit wild. That's why
Yeah,
people was talking about it. But
they were
see,
getting
just like them, Mr. Oates. Look, just
Go
like
ahead.
them, you had to pay that back. Look, listen to this chick. She had to pay back too.
It says these items aren't covered by EBT, ma'am. Only the produce and
So
milk.
what? I can't buy pizza and chips now? That's food. I got kids.
No, this one's an AI. Did I click on the right one? I'm trying to click on her. Why is it showing me that video? Oh, that's the wrong video. See, there's a video of this chick. I don't know why it's not showing it, right? And she was talking about how she got to pay back $27K to the EBT.
Ooh,
right? It shows that's weird. It's showing the wrong video. Let me see. This is
now go back to the screen you were on. Go back to the screen you were on with the videos where they were all posted.
Over here?
Yeah. Now you said
the
it
video
was.
they showed for hers.
Okay, click it on the picture.
It right here.
Click on the see what the words say. Go down to underneath the video.
Yeah, I was reading it to you. It's showing the wrong video though. It's showing that
I see where you have your cursor at. I'm talking about. You see what's in blue?
Oh, it says green screen video.
Yeah. Now,
It's gonna
what
take
is
me
she
off.
doing?
Let's see. Will it show all of them? It might show her. Oh no, it's gonna take. I'm gonna have to search through all that just to get her video.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Yeah.
this took me off the EBT rants. This John took me
Yeah.
off the EBT rants. Yeah, that's a mistake. That's something wrong with you. TikTok right there. I don't know why it's
Now,
doing that.
I would tell people if I'm upset about this. Now, they mad because they're gonna have to do some work. Take your ass to them food banks and them church, them food pantries. Like you said, get them beans and them that
Come on, I'm
rice,
trying to
that
mute the
food.
video. And they got them everywhere, like here in Philly, right? But people say, they don't got time for that. Oh, they're not poor. I'm saying here, like, bitch, you in the
Yeah, but you
you in
gotta pay
poverty, you
into
in the hood, all right? If you don't want to go to these food banks, man, you might as well go get a good ass job, get paid good, and go live in the suburbs.
Right. You can't even, they don't even understand it. Like, they don't want to cook. They ain't got time to go to the food pantry and get them essentials, them canned goods, them beans, that rice. They ain't got time for that fruit, but they got time to go to the corner store, to the Arabs, where I'm at, and spend money buying chips and juice. And this shit ain't, that shit in these Arab stores we got here, that shit ain't cheap. They overprice everything. They overprice
Hey,
everything.
listen,
Yeah.
it costs
Go
more to
ahead.
go to these corner stores than it costs to go to the supermarkets. But people want to listen. I came at somebody one time, right? She was like, "Oh, I gotta go to the seafood place." I was like, "You got money for seafood?" She's like, "Man, I'm using my EBT card." I said, "Fuck that, man. I'm going grocery shopping. You got me fucked up."
Exactly.
Time for that.
I'm going to the deli. I'm going to get that salami and that bologna and that cheese cut up. Give me a pound of this, a pound of this, a pound of this. I'm going to get these gallons of milk. I'm going to get them big boxes of cereal. If I got these kids, that's what I'm doing. I don't, but they don't see that will probably require them to, especially if they,
She proud of this. Look at what they're doing.
So, how you guys? I'm out of the store. So, they wanted $7 for this. Mind you, I don't have food stamps anymore. They cut me off. So I only had $22 left in food stamps.
She
so
stole
this is what
this
I
shit.
stole. Okay, they wanted $9 for this. I said, oh, I don't got $9. Then they wanted $2 for this. They wanted, sorry, it's all fucked up because it's been in my purse. $7 for this. I'm making some stuffed salmon today. These are needed. I'm not paying $7 for that. Okay, let me show you the most important thing to me. Short ribs. Take off.
Short ribs. That's the most important thing for her. She went in there because she stole this shit.
That's what I was just thinking. Like, she stole all that.
And then posted it like this shit not gonna backfire. Like you just said, they cut your food stamps off, so you went and stole this shit because you only had $22 left in your card, and you're wondering why Trump going down on. This is why I'm like, I'm not bashing the man. The man is just following, the game. All right. Like, look, listen. All right, maybe I'm wrong. All right. But these fools are just falling into the trap. They're trying everything. It don't matter if it's a Democrat president or a Republican president in office, all right? They want that martial law in place. They want us like Japan. They want us like the UK. They want us like London. They want us in control. They want to tell us what to do. Did y'all not see what's happening right now in the UK with the chips and all that, the digital ID? It's coming to us next. We're next.
Yeah,
but people want to say, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Oates. I can't.
No, that's why. But you should expect to see this type of behavior on a regular basis, at least for the foreseeable future. Like you said, like she went in there and clipped that. She clipped all that. They want 9 for this. I'm like 9, 7 for this, 2 for this. I'm like, Yeah, and you only got $22, and then she said the short ribs. Short
And she ain't
ribs.
done. She got a whole bag.
My goodness. See,
Look,
now you gonna put yourself in a position where um you end up arrested and your children taken away from you.
because this is what we call evidence. Like somebody in the comments said, this is what some of us like to call evidence. She went,
No,
listen, she went straight up on social media and posted every little item that she stole from the store.
don't ask me for bond money. When they arrest you, don't ask me for bond money. Don't ask me for too much sympathy. If you really, but you out here with short ribs. You talking about this the most important thing, and you came out here with short ribs. Are you serious? Did you get some diapers?
Let's see
How?
what she got. Let's see what she got. Let's see what she got. Hold on.
The label so that you don't beep. Get your fucking meat. How many do you think that I got?
About 35 of them.
How many short ribs is that?
And the excuse is the food stamp is getting caught. This right here shows how shameless and so entitled some people have. There's zero accountability no more, just justification for bad choices. Now, let's be clear. This isn't about shaming people who actually need help. There are folks out there, disabled Americans, single mothers, veterans, who rely on assistance just to survive. They deserve support, dignity, and protection. But when you steal, record it, and flex it online like it's a trend, that's not survival. That's entitlement, and it makes the people who genuinely need help look bad. Accountability isn't cruelty. It's what keeps the system fair for those who truly depend on this. We can do better.
How you guys?
Oh, yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Oaks. She had
Yeah, she
2
look,
packs of that.
yeah, she looked well. Yeah, she looking bad out here. And at the same time, if she really, I mean, if she needed the food, if this for her and her kids, you're telling on yourself. That's evidence. They're gonna show that at your trial.
That's a fact. And she proud of it too. She's so
Yeah,
proud of it.
they're gonna show that at your trial, and ain't nobody gonna be there to save you. Ain't nobody gonna say, you know what? Yeah, she right. She right. Let her go home. No.
Facts.
You go up in Walmart doing that, go Sam's Club, wherever you went to. Once they call them boys on you, that you're not no. Ain't gonna be no sympathy for it might be some sympathy from where you from, but nobody's gonna be able to save you. You broke the law. That's what they're gonna say. You're stealing.
And you know what messes me up about some people, right? Because I hear a lot of people. I agree with them to a certain extent, all right? Because it does help a lot of people that can't do what they gotta do, right? They're either how can I say mentally disabled or physically disabled, all right? Then you got the veterans, all right? You got the elderly people. You see where I'm coming from? But it's like I don't know
Man,
how to
you got
explain. Let me
if you have the ability to use your limbs and your brain, and you can see and all that, take your ass and get a job.
People are being lazy. That's the problem. And like I
They,
said, this
they get you,
the
yeah, they got
result.
comfortable. They got comfortable. Because there has been some people who have taught their not just their children, but people around them. Okay, this is what you do to get this SSI. Now you getting a check. What you spending the check on? Okay, you pay your little rent. You pay your little rent. And some of them ain't doing that, but you pay your little rent.
But here's my thing, right? I've asked this time after time. You're bringing a good point across, right? Because I've seen this plenty of times, right? The females that are out here selling their stamps, and I'm sitting here like, let me ask you a question, right? If you really in need of this, though, right? But you sell your food stamps to get lesser cash. I was like, that person is gaining, right? The person that bought the food stamps off of you, but what are you benefiting out of it? But the ones that do sell their food stamps, they're not selling it because they need the cash. They're selling it to get high, to get drunk, to go party, to do this. And I'm saying, like, I would understand if you're selling it because you needed more cash. right? Because you can't, you know.
No, you need more cat. No, to a certain and in certain.
No. I was being sarcastic when I said that. Like,
Oh,
you
okay,
get what
okay.
I'm trying to say. Like, I could understand, but you're selling it to go out. All right.
Yeah,
Listen, the
yeah.
reason why I say I could understand, and I'm being a little sarcastic with that, because you know, food stamps, you're not really supposed to buy alcohol. That's all. Like, in what states are you allowed to buy alcohol with food stamps? Right? You're not supposed to be buying seafood boils with food stamps. All right, and you're definitely not
Exactly.
supposed to be buying clothes with food stamps. But a lot of
No,
these people, all right, are doing this shit. And I'm saying, I was like, I don't get it. I seen a video where this chick went and bought all these fucking sodas, right, using her EBT, right? She spilled all the soda outside in front of the establishment, right? And went and sold the cans. I'm like, you did this on a live, and you don't want them to come at you? It's illegal to do that.
oh my goodness.
Then you got this other chick that came on live talking about oh, where Mr. Oates go? I'm not trying to share
Can
the
you
screen
still,
no more.
can you still hear
Yeah,
me? Okay.
I see you. I was trying to get the screen out the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. See them back in the
Oh,
day.
hold on a second. Go ahead, Mr. Oates. I got to reload real quick, so you got to stay.
No, back in the day when we remember you was talking about them books of food stamps. Oh, when we got those when them books of food stamps that went to groceries. Them books of food stamps with them 20s. I think it might have been a couple 50s in there, some 10s and some 5s, but and a few ones. Can you hear me, Ryder?
Yeah, I came back. I
Okay.
had to reload real quick.
Okay. No, them see, wasn't no card, food stamp card, wasn't no EBT when I was a kid. Used to
Not
see
back
a
in the day.
line, used to see a line around the block for them food stamps, and they had to go in there, show their ID, get they whatever they allotment of food stamps were. And usually right after that, everybody went to where? The grocery store.
That was the only place they can go spend them stamps at.
Yeah,
Now you can spend
yeah.
the EBT anywhere, and that's why
That's
they're
it.
getting hard.
But see, it's right now. It's like okay, you can use my EBT card. Well, I'm gonna give you 50. Give me 100. Or I'm gonna give you
That's how
100. Give
it
me
is.
50. And it's
No, it's
like,
not even like that. It's not even like that. What's funny is right, they'll give $100 worth of food stamps, right? And they'll only get back maybe $60 to $70. I'm sitting here like, are y'all? That's why I say that the other person benefits, but the one that's supposed to be receiving, I'm like, what are you benefiting? Because you're losing and you're not gaining.
right, right. Then next thing you know, the kid's sitting there hungry as hell.
Thank you. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying, and I know a lot of people got mad, right? And like I said before, right?
That's the way it is. They
Those,
know that's how it is.
listen,
They know
like I
that's
said
how it is.
before, those that feel offended, like y'all can feel free unsubscribe, like some of y'all have already, for real. But listen, we all go through some shit, all right? I've been part of the welfare system, all right, as a child and as an adult, all right. I've hit them bumps in a row where I've had to depend on unemployment and food stamps, right? So there's no shame in my game. My thing is that we have to get out of it. We can't stay stuck on it. I was just 2 years dependent on food stamps, all right, along with my unemployment. I didn't like it. Y'all, that's why y'all constantly heard me say, man, I don't like depending on mommy and daddy. Because that's what they are. It's kind of like the mommy and daddy giving you a fucking allowance. All right. You got this certain amount to spend. All right. But damn, like you gotta pay this much for your bill. All right. You gotta pay this much for your food. Then let's not forget the child's clothes, your clothes. All right. Let's not forget transportation. All right, and much more,
Yeah.
kids' lunches. So I was like, oh hell no. I can't survive off of this. So I'm trying to figure out why do y'all feel so happy living off of an allowance and we're grown ass motherfuckers out here? Please
But
answer that.
I don't listen. Some of the main thing, what you just said, it made me think about and this could I'm not gonna like go
Don't be ashamed, Mr. Oates. Listen, hey, listen, I don't care like how it comes out here. You can say it
no,
however you want to say it.
I'm not gonna bash the moms But
Okay.
a lot of women ain't cooking no more.
Oh, you ain't lying. Microwave dinners, that's what they do now.
Yeah,
And they
microwave
get
dinner
better than me.
and fucking ramen noodles. That's why you're supposed to take them food stamps, spend that on food. Also, hit that church bank or that food bank in the church pantry up. Hit them up, see what they have to offer. They talking about they ain't got time for that, but you got time to run your raggedy ass around and go to the club, get
Let me
your
ask you a
hair
question.
done.
Have you
What's up?
seen anybody around my age hit a food bank? No, they got excuses to hit a food bank on some real shit. That's why I get on here. Like there shouldn't be.
That's why
My
you
bad.
go get them. That's why you go get them canned goods and that rice and that peanut butter and jelly. They get all of those. Stock up on those. So that way, at the end of the month, your damn and get a job. But at the same time, until you get a job, when you come towards the end of the month, your cabinet ain't empty.
Facts.
You ain't got nothing. You can't say you can't feed your kids. That's why I said it's a lot of women that ain't cooking.
Yeah, but
If
is
you
it
don't
also
cook
air
green
frying
beans,
too? Don't forget the air fryers too. Some people have air frying too.
They up here said, Mr. Oates, do not forget them goddamn air fryers that these women are using now.
I wouldn't say it's just a gender thing though. I'll be real with you. It's not a gender thing to me. It's more like both genders are doing it, this type thing. No, I ain't saying it's one specific gender type thing. See some guys doing it too, Simple life skills some guys don't have. And they expect certain things out of the FIBA and stuff like that. But what they don't realize is, they have to earn that position to actually request what they request. But some of these guys barely have any of that type thing, and they actually wonder why they stuck where they stuck because they don't. They have to earn and work for it, not basically expect it like that because of who they are. It don't work like that, man.
no. Like I said, I didn't want to bash the moms, but a lot of these children are living with mothers.
That's what I was saying earlier. That's why I said, listen,
I get you on
hold on.
that too.
Let me say this real quick, right? I agree with Mr. Oates, right? Because that's what I was trying to say earlier. Is believe all women, but y'all don't realize that there's more mothers out here raising the kids. And if the boy is doing what the boy is doing, what does that say about the mother's raising? If the girl is doing what she's doing, what does that say about the mother's raising? Now, if both parents are in it, what does that say about the mom and the dad? You see where
I get you on what you're both saying, though. I get you, and I'm just trying to see it from both aspects, though. I agree with what you're both saying, though, because it makes sense, though. I'm not denying it. I'm just seeing it from the other side, too, because it's a vice versa thing. That's what I'm trying to see it through. I get you on what you're saying, because that is true, though. I'm not going to deny that.
But what's crazy, right? Mr. Oates makes a point, right? There's a lot of single moms out here with too much pride, and that's why I was saying what I was saying earlier, right? There's a lot of women earlier. My bad. There's a lot of women out here today in this era, right? That'll sit here and say, "Oh, he a deadbeat. He this." Don't call him a deadbeat, right? Unless you've looked in the mirror, right? Because women can be that too. What I mean by that, the same way that fathers are, how can I say, absent in a child's life, right? A mother could be present and absent at the same time in a child's life, and that is considered abuse and neglect. But let DHS walk in, right? They'll fuck with a parent that is sitting here doing the right thing. You see where I'm coming from? And ignore the child, right? That's being neglected by these parents, right? Whether they're a single mom or a single dad, but it's more of the single moms. What do y'all see in the news? All right. More innocent babies are getting in these. We're burying caskets no bigger than 3 feet underground. All right. And why? Because a lot of these mothers are unprepared, how can I say, immature. They're not matured enough. They're not ready to have babies. All right. Listen, they have a problem with a 13-year-old that is responsible enough to babysit a child, right? They'll take that child from a mother, right? That's doing what she's got to do and raising her child right, right? But a kid that's a crowd, a home that's crowded with kids, right, that are being neglected almost every single day, right? Mother's either partying, doing her thing, right, or having been in and out the fucking house. Those moms right there, social services don't really pay attention to. You see where I'm coming from? But y'all still, don't let it go over y'all heads, right? People are asking why these kids. Hello, listen. All right, your child doesn't walk these trenches alone. All right, they walk with kids, and all it takes is one bad apple, all right, to rot in the crowd. Don't let it go over your head. Once again, I'm trying to say it right and put it out there in the right way without being so, are you being rude and disrespectful? No, I'm trying to explain it the right way. I'm just hoping y'all get it. All right, but it's up to us mothers. All right, we cannot sit here and keep raising these kids. And I'm gonna stop saying we. All right, it's up to the mothers. Some mothers need to stop leaving the nipples in a child's mouth. All right, start raising these young men, right? These boys to be men, because that's what they turn. So if a man is disrespecting, all right, a woman, and I know that after they get to a certain age, all right, they're supposed to know right and wrong. But you got to realize how much was let slid throughout the years that in his head, right, he thinks it's the right thing to do because he either saw mommy and daddy arguing, and mommy sat here and hit daddy hit mommy, and mommy just took it, and that's all he saw. Mom left, mom came back. Mom left, mom came back. So the atmosphere that he was in, now he's passing it on down. To him, it's normal. To him, it's the same thing with females. All right, us females, if we don't carry ourselves right, I'm gonna put it like this, right? And we're raising young daughters. All right, we out there dressing, showing our bodies and stuff like that, right? But we're telling our daughters, don't do this. They're gonna look at us like, what? Why? Because we're not leading by example. All right, you want your daughter to be respectful, respect yourself. All right, teach her what respect is. You want your daughter to carry herself in a ladylike manner. Respect yourself, carry yourself in that form so that your daughter could see, oh damn, okay, I see what my mom is saying. All right, because the influence out here is strong. All right, and there's a lot of my bad.
Oh, sorry, I was just gonna say also though to that as well though, you got some mother and some fathers as well. They keep saying to a child just because they have some kind of either neurodivergent or they have some kind of thing, they keep telling them you ain't gonna amount to nothing or you're not capable of anything. If you keep telling a person they can't do any if you tell a person multiple times you can't do this, that to the point, they're gonna start believing it. If you keep telling a person that multiple times, if you tell them they're nothing or they can't do anything, they're gonna start thinking it and then they're gonna start doing it too. So basically it also comes down to the whole point with the point that I made about what kind of foundation did these parents actually set for their kids. Because I'm in a fortunate case to have two parents in the home, two supportive parents, my dad going out not just to provide for me and get me all the things I need, but also get me the extra support that I need. And I got my mother in the home, basically helping me out, with that type of support. And also she working too now as well. So I'm a fortunate case. And I'm in a Muslim family, who's practicing, who's caring, loving, all of that type thing. I'm a fortunate case and I'm blessed to have all of that type stuff. I'm also seeing it for other people's perspective who don't have this type thing, no, because it's bad too, though. There are people who actually are not in my case, though. Some either have a father and some don't have a father, and some actually have both, but both don't care. And I can see it like that.
That's a fact. And you know what I call those people that you just mentioned that are parents? I call them thug parents, right? Right? Like even Tupac said it, right? Thug, what is the definition of it, right? The hate you give. So we got parents out here to teach their kids nothing but hate. All right. Now y'all want y'all kids to grow up different, man. We gotta lead by example. I know a lot of parents don't want to hear this shit, but that's lacking in, households. We gotta lead by example. You can't expect your child to be like this and you're out here being a whore. You can't expect your child, to grow up and respect a woman if you ain't teach your child how to respect a woman.
Right.
I just was gonna say,
like you said, if they bringing different dudes in and out the house, that's not a good look. Keep that away from your child. I don't even like with smoking and drinking. I never, all the way back to my 20s or early 20s. I didn't do that in front of kids.
Yeah, I've got family members. Oh, sorry.
I don't want them to remember me as the dude. Oh, well, he was drinking and smoking right in front of us. No, go upstairs. Do like my parents. Do my generation. Take your ass upstairs or go in your bedroom. Grown folks is out here. This grown folks business.
Yeah, you have a point though, man. Or just the best course solution though is just go outside actually and literally go really far away from. Just step outside the house and do that instead. If you want to smoke, go outside and do it though, not in the
Exactly.
home as well. Because
Exactly.
what if the child wants to come up to their room, no, asking for something they need, and then they see their mother or father doing that type stuff, and they're kind of like, how are you going to explain that to them as well? I know it's got none of their business type thing, but sometimes kids are really smart though.
No, they smart because they know what's going on. They can probably, if you're smoking, they can probably smell it. If you're drinking, but they know what y'all doing. No,
That's why.
you go in that
No,
house.
I get you.
That's
I'm not
why I under.
saying that.
Hold on, Mr. Riaz, hold on. Let me break it down for you because I understood exactly what Mr. Olsa is saying. That's why he said we needed to get back to the way they did it. All right, because growing up, even though we thought we was grown, right? And listen, none of this is new. All this is old. It's just that the way they doing parenting now is completely different from the way it was back then. We do need to bring back the traditional way. Back then, the parents, a lot of parents. I'm not gonna say all right. A lot of parents did what they did, and their kids didn't even know what they were doing when they had sex, when they smoked, when they partied. All right, because the
Yeah,
parents knew when to do it, how to do it, where to do it.
you're
Now
right.
parents don't give a fuck. All right, like listen, I don't care how grown we was. All right, unless the only way you knew what your parent was doing is if you was being sneaky as a child, like some of us was, right? Like,
Right.
and you come out to the front door and be like, "Hey, what's up? What you need? What you want?" Like Dej Low says on a song, right? Because we was being not because they taught us. We was being badass little kids. You see where I'm
Yeah.
coming
No, I
Yeah.
get
from?
what you're saying
But
though. And
now,
further,
now the problem is, all right, because it's a little different in the UK, but it happens too in the UK, all right. But
yeah,
here
of
in
course.
America, it happens way more, all right. The parents are just doing anything and everything in front of these kids, all right. We got kids out here at the age of 8 and 9 fucking outside, all right. I'm gonna say it. I'm not sugarcoating this shit because I've seen this shit, and it
Right.
fucking grossed me
Yeah,
the fuck
but
out. All right,
while we're
these little
up to the
hold on,
left,
Riaz. Hold on, Riaz. All these little ass fucking girls at a young age throwing themselves at these little boys. All right. Some of them get fed up, all right, and they be like, damn. Like, that's why I say some of these, like, it depends. Like, some of these boys want to walk away because they know, all right, fuck it, this not the right thing. I want to focus on my school. I've seen this shit, all right? And the female gets, I'm like, how the hell is you 10 years old, 9 years old, trying to beat up this 12, 13-year-old boy that's telling you, no, walk away, leave me alone? I've seen this. Oh, you gonna
yeah,
do what I say? I always get what I want. I was like, then I asked one little girl
not
one day. I've asked a
too,
few girls, where did you get
yeah,
this from?
okay,
Hold on,
actually,
Riaz. Hold on, Riaz. Hold on. Let her finish. Let her finish.
okay, sorry.
Right? I asked a little girl one day, and I've asked a few girls the same, and I get the same answer back. Right? I'm like, why do you talk like that? Oh, that's how they talk in my house. My mama talk like that. My grandma talk like that. Right? They say it in their own little ways, but it baffles me. Like, wait, I didn't see this shit growing up. So why is it happening now? Little girls talking about giving head. I saw this one little girl, right? No older than 10. All right. And the little boy was like 11 years old, right? He was this little midget boy. All right. She was taller than the little boy. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? And I'm sitting here, I was like, yo, I had to walk up. I'm like, you know what your daughter was doing? She just pulled this little young boy's pants down and was on her knees with his wiener in her mouth. She's
So
like,
Yeah.
no way. She whooped that little girl's ass in front of everybody. So it's not that she was being a bad parent. The kid was being hard headed as shit, but where the kid learning from?
wait, you have a point though. Oh, sorry. When you oh, wait, you were saying that you have a point. I've had probably when you actually mentioned that happened in the UK. Of course, it does. It's just I think mostly you see it more down in the south, basically in South London type thing. Though you might actually see that. You know the stuff that you said. You might see more of that down South London because South London has a higher crime rate. Got Brixton and Peckham type situation. Them type. That might happen over there. That also depends on the area too. And you have a point though as well. I also think, wow, man, that is also the reason why I'm kind of good as well, because the type of parenting style my parents do though is basic. It's more like a band type approach. They're actually nice, but they have their boundaries too, because they actually know that too hard. When you're too hard on them, though, it creates too much resentment, though, and when you're too soft, it creates a loss of
But see,
control. You're supposed to balance it out, but then also they're the parent too. So I respect the parent too. So they make sure they're the parent, but they're trying to balance everything because they know if they put too much of one one thing, they could actually, I'll start resenting them. That's why they actually, find a good way to deal with me, because I've got a different way of dealing stuff.
Man, listen to
Let
me
me
real quick.
remind, hold on, before Mr. O says that, let me
Okay, go
remind
ahead.
everybody, all right? Riaz's point of view comes from an autistic man, okay? He makes a valid point, but we got to realize too, all right? I understand where he's coming from, but the way us parents treat an autistic child, right, is a little different from what we treat the regular kids, right? And that's why y'all heard me before, right? I have an autistic child, 19 years old, and I don't treat him like he's autistic. Why? Because I need him to know the difference between, neglect and abuse, right, and chastising and discipline. So I treat him like my other two kids. And people be like, "Oh no, you should do this." No, I'm not sugarcoating shit because he's autistic. I want him to know the reality. All right, I just have to explain it to him a little different than what I would my 16-year-old or I would my 9-year-old. All right, I mean my 8-year-old. So people need to understand that part. All right, just because they're autistic doesn't mean that we can't talk to them. All right, because you see Ria's autistic, 23 years old, right, and he's understanding where we're coming from. All right, the thing is, right, Riaz has seen other people go through what we're talking about. He just hasn't experienced it. Now what we're talking about, all right, we've experienced it. All right, we didn't just witness it. So there's a big difference. So I was like, before anybody says anything to Riaz, please understand, all right, he's coming from a different point of view, but he makes a valid point too.
Yeah.
Exactly. I don't hold it against him, but let me tell you something. You got how did I can't remember how you put it right now. I just lost my train of thought. But you listen to your parents. Period. Point blank. Now, until you became 18 and able to fend for or go out here and fend for yourself, you're gonna live by these rules. Okay, if you resent me later on in life, fine. But right now, I'm protecting you.
Facts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm protecting you because I'm trying to show you how life is in this world. In this world we living in, I'm protect you to the best of my ability.
And unfortunately, these kids don't see that. Like I just told you, there shouldn't be no kids out here, right? Like growing up. Oh my bad.
Go ahead. No.
I see what you mean, though. I'm not gonna deny that, bro. I feel you on what you're saying because I get it.
Around the world.
But listen. My whole point is, right, when I was growing up, I didn't see none of this shit. All right. There wasn't no groups of little kids out here being so sexually active at an early age. All right. Growing up, we had fun. All right. Like even though bullying and all that existed, right? Because bullying hasn't stopped yet. All right. It still exists and it's not gonna stop until we figure something out. But hey, that's a topic for another day. But we had fun. We had, we played manhunt, we played basketball, we played football, we went to the pool, right? We got together. We wasn't being sexually active in no damn streets. You see where I'm coming from? Like we went bowling, like we got together and did fun stuff. All right. Now hold on, Riaz, hold on. Let me finish laying. Oh no, we understand what you're saying. Hold on, I'm just explaining to them something. All right. But like, listen, there's a huge difference. All right, this is showing us that there's a lot of trauma happening in these homes. All right, and if you're a real parent and you really care about your kid, all right, you have to be a detective to your kid, to your child, no matter how old they is. Listen, the influence is out there. All right, and no matter what you do, you could be the best parent in the world, do everything right. All right, there's always going to be a hater in the community, and there's going to be a child that wasn't raised right, all right, or wasn't, how can I say, respect, honor, or dignity wasn't instilled in them like it was supposed to be. So now we got little, Robin Hoods out here, little 8-year-olds trying to, catch themselves a girlfriend, trying to be, daddy to somebody. Then we got the little 9-year-old, 10-year-olds, on their knees being lot lizards. And it's fucked up, right? You hear what I'm saying? It sounds fucked up, right? But it's reality. It's reality.
Wait, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, I kind of get you on that. I was gonna say, when I was 14, right, there's this one story. When I went to school though at 14, When I went to Catholic school that time, though, the girls there, though, man, they literally wanted to. I was new that time, and they approached me wanting to date. I wasn't thinking about dating. I was thinking about we could be friends, we can be cool. I was thinking about education type thing, you know. And they wanted to have a date with me. They're like, they matured that quick enough to do that, man. And I was not thinking about that. Because for me, and the type of culture I was raised, though, is you wait till marriage. Stay a virgin until you're married, though, and you don't date before marriage. I know that's kind of different, though, but basically that's how it is for me. It's
Yeah,
basically, I'm from Pakistani heritage. I'm a British born Pakistani, so basically I'm doing it the old school way. Of course, you see Pakistanis nowadays going out doing this dating thing, that's them, though. Me personally, I move old school because I've got traditional values type thing. And also, it's like my mom told me always, though, that I ain't watching, police ain't watching, nobody may be watching you, but God is watching you all the time, that type thing as well. So it's saying, no, look, even though I may not be there, look who's watching you. And that's what made me conscious enough to actually move the right way. Because even though I just know that, of course, my mother and father, they'll be there and they'll watch whatever. But even if they're not there, who's really watching me, you know? Even if no one's watching you in public, all that type thing. So it's deeper than that.
Facts.
No,
And that's
I
true.
understand that. I understand that. But you have to understand what we've experienced. Now, that's England. You talking about the Brits, you talking about the UK. I understand that completely. And I understood what you said earlier about colonialism. But that's a whole nother conversation. We ain't gonna talk about that right now. But you have to understand something. It's like when you see the values of women or females change. We've been over here in this or over on this continent seeing this shit change. It's
Yeah,
changed like
that's
right before our eyes. There's oh my goodness. I can go so far with this. But listen, bro,
Speak your mind.
it's like when like when she said she seen a young girl on her knees outside. I had never seen that as a kid. You might have seen it, no, or I had never seen it from a young girl, but it did exist. It was like it was starting. But this is what I want you to think about. When you see a young girl out there doing that, 9 times out of 10, mama, if she just has a being raised by a single mother, um, more than likely, mama and auntie or aunties are in the house drinking
Hmm. And she's been
with
through some
niggas
type of trauma.
with dudes in the house and they smoking, drinking, all that. So they don't let them just go out into the like, yeah, go outside, go outside, go outside. Now she out there doing what mama or what she's seen mama or auntie doing
Or Mr. Oates,
or
let's
her
not forget.
girlfriend.
You heard Mr. Oates? Let's not forget this. Let me just add something, real quick to what you're saying, right? Let's not forget that what Mr. Oates is saying is true and it's happened through centuries, right? But in that same process, right, some of them kick their kids out, right? But some of them get fucked up, messed up to the point, right? High, out of this world to the point and
Yeah,
they don't realize that their daughters are being touched. So now their daughters are out here doing what's being done to them in that household to other little boys out here
exactly,
that don't
exactly.
know.
That
That's
makes
gonna,
sense,
that's
though.
going to present. That's going to put. Oh, just real quick. I'm gonna say one line. What Riders just said. That's going to present resentment.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to lead to resentment of the mama.
Facts.
That's going to lead to resentment. Period. Point blank. So I understand it from both sides. Male or female. Excuse me. Mother, father. That's going to lead to resentment. But the fact that you're not paying attention to your kids, that leaves doors open for outsiders to harm your kids.
It's a fact.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
that's that's going to lead to not just resentment, but other people to sneak in. That's how you got these creeps. These people. I'll go male versus that's what's going to lead to a 25, 26-year-old male getting a hold to your 14, 15-year-old daughter.
Facts.
Okay, that makes sense though. I feel you on that, man. Yeah, okay, I understand now. But look, man, I
So
get
I understand where you coming from, and it sounds like you coming from a UK perspective. I understand that.
No, he's actually coming from a family that led by example, that passed on the blueprint. See, that's the
UK perspective,
right?
actually.
Like his family led by example. They wasn't just talking to him to talk to him. All right, they was raised. All right, they were rearing him. They support him. Like a lot of people don't even know Ria's in college right now. You see where autism and all. Let that be an autistic kid in the hood. You see where I'm coming from? And I'm not saying Ria is not in the hood, but let's take it back to America. All right. A lot of these kids with autism are not fortunate enough. That's why a lot of them don't have jobs right now. They're stuck. Parents want them to be in an all autistic school, or they can't do this because they want to receive a check for them. All right. And that's not the case for every kid. All right. It's not the case for every family. But unfortunately, the majority of these families are using their kids for tools. A lot of these kids could work. All right. Out here in Philadelphia, we have a program called Career Link, and it's been out for years. All right. And they help people with special needs, and they help them keep their check. All right. They don't keep a full check. Why? Because they want them to learn how to depend on themselves. They're trying to ease them off. All right. The ones that they can't ease off, all right, they still let them work, right? But for a few amount of hours, all right. There's people out here that are working in cash registers, all right. They got Tourette's syndrome, all right. Just the other day, my baby pops came across one of them. He was like, "Yo, I've never seen somebody with Tourette's syndrome behind the cashier." Cash register. He was telling me, right?
They say whatever they want to say.
I just was gonna say that, yeah, that is true. But for me, what I'm doing right now, I'm doing a life skills course now that I'm done with college.
No, I get that. No, I get that. I was just trying to put an example for what's going on out here, because that's why, we got the
that makes sense. Yeah.
Like, we know what we're thriving on, right? You see where we're coming from, but we're trying to talk about this to bring solutions to see how we could prevent certain shit from the future. All right, we know how we're doing it, how we're making it work. All right, and we're not trying to convince anybody.
My fault. Right. I know a dude right now. But I ain't gonna say I know a dude because he's a close friend of mine. His son is autistic.
Yeah.
Okay. And at the same time, I know with his mother, my dude's baby's mother, I know what she does. Now, when you was talking about because there's certain things that they like these social systems that they have set up for the child.
Yeah.
Okay. There's certain things they want cognitive assessment, behavioral assessment, all of that.
All that.
Okay. Now I know all of that. They have a schedule for her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's my dude's his baby's mama. I'm not gonna say his name, but they have a schedule for I ain't even gonna say for her and the child.
Yeah, basically, because when you're the parent of an autistic child, you're their advocate for the rest of their lives.
Exactly.
Wait, which level of the spectrum is he on? No, I was gonna ask that question. Though, which level of the spectrum?
It don't matter, Riaz. These programs help all of them. It don't matter what.
Okay, that's fine. But I was just asking for that specific example.
When I say I can give it to you. I can't tell you what the specific programs are called, but I know they're and this based upon my education. I know they have a cognitive that autistic child. They have to go to regular medical or how can I put it? They have
it's the IEP. They still an IEP like in school.
Yes. I believe yes, they have an IEP. They have to go through that or the social services that the mother, because she receiving a check.
Okay, that's
Okay.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
cool.
she's receiving a check, not just for
Okay.
her rent, but to better this child or to maintain or monitor what this child is going through. Okay.
Okay.
She chooses to not like he'll go to like the regular like health thing. Like let's check his blood pressure, his heartbeat, uh density. Let's check all this. But all the things that are technical, and when I say technical, I mean behavioral and what's the word I just said? Radis, cognitive.
There you go.
They have a schedule for her, or they have set up a schedule for the child to go to those appointments. She chooses the ones that she wants to go to. And I told my friend, I said, hey, she is tripping. She tripping. Because she would go make sure his blood pressure and heartbeat and he ain't no broken bones. She would choose to go to those, but those cognitive and behavioral appointments she wouldn't go to. She wouldn't take him to them.
That's what they need. Because
And,
listen,
he's autistic. I said, what the? And that's the reason why me and her fell out because my friend told me like, or persuaded me to a certain point where like, no, she gonna get it together. I make sure I tell her. I make sure. I said, bruh, and he knows what type of educational background I have. I'm like, I know what I'm talking about, dude.
yeah, you're right. And listen, like I was like, you make a good point on that, and that's true. And they keep that, right? And now that IEP helps them to get these social services, right? You know how they got health aides for the elderly, right? Well,
Yes.
now they got health aides for kids with autism and schizophrenia and Down syndrome, all right? Tourette syndrome. I could just name the list, all right? Now, these kids enter these programs, all right? They got the IEP. They still got to attend, all right, their monthly evaluations, like Mr. Oates just said, all right? That involves the cognitive and behavioral services, all right? They got to know where their mental is at, all right? And if they're doing good, if they're progressing, you know, how far they, blah, blah, blah. They got to know all that, all right? Now, and when they go to work, they're able to have that aid with them, all right? And I'm not talking about a social worker. I'm talking about a regular person like me, all right? It's the same, but these people, you know, the ones that do, you know, it could be a family member or somebody that's trained. What I mean by that, somebody that's trained, somebody that's got experience, all right? They get paid a little more, as they should, all right? Now, I've noticed some parents also take advantage of this, and I'm saying here, it's like you're supposed to and get mad because their child's check get taken away, right? But your child's already 22, 23 years old. You see where I'm coming from? The whole purpose of these programs is you taking them, all right, to attend these services so they can start getting better. Make sure that they, you know, keep up with what they got to do, all right? And as an aid to your child with whatever, you know, mental health issue they got, you're supposed to go with them to their job, all right, and assist them what they need your services with. If you notice that, you know, they're getting a little overwhelmed, all right, a little anxious, you're supposed to, hey, come on, it's time to take a break, do this, you know, same things you do at home. But some parents don't want to even do that. So when these programs notice that the people are not doing what they got to do, guess what? They take the services from you, and you have nobody else to blame but you, because you had a choice, you had an option, all right, to not just help yourself, but to help your child. You're not going to be here forever, right? That's why you're considered an advocate to your child, all right? That's why when they say parenting, people need to look up the definition of parenting. Real parenting means rearing, all right? And rearing means you got to educate your kids. You got to instill these skills, all right, and all these morals into your child.
Right, I agree with you though. You know, for me, basically over here, something similar to the IP. It's called the EHCP, stands for Education Healthcare Plan. It's a legal binding document though. And it's basically similar to an IP, but it covers the education and the healthcare benefits along with it. And it's for the child as long as they're in education until like 25 years old. And while they're in education, once when the education stops, they basically, you know, that basically ends though. So basically the EATP actually ends after they finish education, and then basically after that though, they're that type thing. So it's another way of kind of support type thing for me. So like all the support I've had though, basically my dad though, he literally had to struggle to get it. Literally when my father applied for it first, literally got rejection, and from there just kept pushing it and that type thing, man. And in my home with my pet, what they do is they treat me like everybody else, but they also understand what I have, so they deal with what I have, but at the same time treat me like everyone else. I was nearly misdiagnosed for ADHD though in my time, nearly misdiagnosed for it, but then I wasn't though. They had to do a retest and everything, and then they found out I have literally 5 years old. Because my grandmother told my mother that basically she noticed something, and then my mother literally was the first one to push me to do better. Yeah,
You're right. I feel you. Let me say this to you, riders, real quick. This same friend I was talking about, the same autistic son. This is what the medical professionals had spoke to her about the child's diet. You know what she was feeding him?
I bet you she was giving him that red 40.
No, you ever heard of that stuff? That the what's the stuff in the? He was sick, still getting a bottle.
Similac?
Not Similac. What's the other one?
What they was giving her? Pedialyte?
Pedialyte. She was getting cases of this. That's all he was eating. That's it.
Oh no, wait. Okay, you're talking about the not the Similac. Pediasure. That's what
Pediasure.
it's called. They come
Not Pedialyte, Pediasure. That's she was getting cases of this. I'm like, man, and I asked my dude, I'm like, man, why is he still on this bottle? He was like, I don't understand this. He was like, I truly don't understand it. I was like, bruh, you supposed to take him to the doctor, to the pediatrician, and see or whether or not his body is capable of handling human food.
It is. I mean, just because they're autistic doesn't mean.
Yes,
I real with you. I kind of did that too.
It was easier for the mama to just keep filling up a bottle or giving him a bottle of Pediasure.
Yeah.
And that's when I told him about her. I'm like, she ain't shit.
Wow.
Listen,
because she's not even willing to even try. And the first time we barbecued one time, we had sweet potatoes, ribs. I was like, okay, you ain't got to give him no ribs. You ain't got to give him no meat if you don't want no chicken, no nut. You ain't got to do none of that. Give him some of these sweet potatoes, this potato salad. See how his body responds to that. That boy been eating ever since.
That's crazy.
That's crazy, bro. Wow.
Listen, see, the thing is that it's crazy because when the parents, some parents, not all parents, some parents get an early diagnosis, right? It's also a curse for the kid, right? I mean, why do I say that? All right, because listen, I was just fortunate, all right, not unfortunate, but fortunate enough, right, that my child, right, listen, at first they thought it was ADHD, like they thought it was Riaz, right? But when he turned 11 years old, right, I had to sue the city of Philadelphia, right? I had to sue the school district of Philadelphia, right? Let me rephrase that and say the correct term, all right? I had to sue it because of what they did to my son, knowing, and I was doing everything I had to do as a parent, right? And I was there. I was like in that school, like if I was a student all over again, for real. So when they did my son dirty, right, I sat here and I fought for my son, and I was learning more stuff. And as the process went, listen. All right. When they diagnosed him with autism, right? And thanks that, as crazy as I say, right? If it wasn't for that situation, they wouldn't have rushed the process because he was already in the process of getting diagnosed with autism. All right. Because they thought that, they was like, damn, we thought it was ADHD, but we're not so sure because the medication's not working. He's getting worse with the medication. So the school knew we was, in that process of trying to figure out. Then in the same process, my son was suffering from PTSD. All right. And depression because of him losing his dad. All right. Like, so, everybody knows my story. I spoke on it a lot, right? But, long story short, right? I learned about, changing his diet and all that. But here's my thing, right? A lot of us females, right, don't understand what our kids go through because a doctor will right away diagnose your kid with ADHD. At the age of 5 months, my son was already, how can I say, sitting up and not crawling. The little mofo was holding on to sofas and walking. All right. By the age of 8 months, this little mofo was running. All right. He was running. I was not expecting that. All right. He was in the potty. He was sitting down in the toilet taking his shit by the age of 1. He was already trained. I'm like, I didn't expect how fast I was going to do. What got me scared the most as a parent, right? I didn't understand why my son was so hype. He was jumping the walls like he was Spider-Man. Like every other month, like maybe 2 to 3 times out of the month, I had to take him to the ER, a cracked skull, almost a fractured arm. I'm saying, I was like, yo, listen, he going to the ER. Yes, I was that parent. Like, oh shit. Any little bruise he had, I was in the ER. And it was because he was so hype, right? And as time went passing by, right? That's what I'm saying. Like, as a parent, like, listen, it's not all about that Similac. It's about how you raise your kid. Like, you shouldn't be scared to feed your child, right? Like, they tell you can only give them water and Similac, right, until they turn 6 months or 7. Bullshit. My grandpa, when I was 17 years old when I gave birth to that boy, all right? And he was like, look, listen, they tell you not to give them no water, but if you get thirsty, you don't think that baby will get thirsty? I was like, I don't know. Right? And this was my first baby, and I'm just a baby having a baby. All right. And I didn't know that it was autism that I was dealing with. All right. So this is why I'm telling a lot of people this. Hold on, Rios, before because I'm gonna get thrown off fast. Hold on, let me land my plate. So mind you, I'm young as shit, but my grandpa was like, yo, look, listen, I don't care what they telling you, give that baby at least, half an ounce of water. I was like, Grandpa, no, because they said that they'll choke. He's like, bullshit, I raised how many kids? I was like, damn, like 15 or 20. He's like, he's like, bullshit. Listen, then he took me to the supermarket, all right, when my baby was like 3 months already. So around by 4 months, right, he taught me already how to boil the chicken, all right, put it in the blender with, like, how can I say, with some yams, some potatoes. He's like, blend that shit, all right, grab that Similac. He's like, mix that Similac with that baby food. He's like, that's homemade baby food, all right, and it could only last for a few days, all right. You cannot leave that no longer than 2 days in that refrigerator because it's freshly made, all right. I was like, for real? He's like, yes. All right, so mind you, I was in between, Similac and breast milk. So my son got both. I just wasn't giving him the nipple because that little boy was born with 2 teeth. Lie to you not. I got pictures and all. All right, fuck that. I tried it. I felt uncomfortable, and that little boy bit me in the hospital. I told that nurse, I said, you fucking, you played. Listen, I snapped on the nurse like he hashed on that shit like.
Yeah.
Like, he's got teeth. I was like, what? He's just came out the pussy. Then like I was like, oh shit.
Wow.
They were coming out.
Wait, I was gonna tell you this though.
Listen, my grandpa taught me mostly how to raise this little boy because his dad was in and out. All right, we had issues. I was young. All right, he was older than me. I was just this ignorant little girl, all right, that thought the world, she had the whole world in her hands. I'm not going to sit here and lie. I had a job, all right, I was independent. I was babysitting. At the age of 16, I got emancipated, all right. I was already paying my own rent. So I thought I was the shit, all right. I was smelling myself. I didn't have to be in this hellhole that I was in. So when I got out, I was really smelling myself. I had my own kid because, And it's crazy as shit, but I had to hide my baby pops because in Pennsylvania, right, you being with somebody that's over 18 at the age of 16 and 17 is considered statutory rape. So I had to hide him. So
wow,
right,
that's interesting though.
My son was growing up. I had a psychologist talk to me. The first psychologist, I didn't really pay no attention, right? Because I didn't understand what the fuck she was telling me. Basically, she told me not to feed my son. At that moment, that's what I thought. All right. She's like, look, I'm a psychologist. I'm a little different from a psychiatrist, right? And I'm kind of like a therapist and a psychologist at the same time. I just don't prescribe medication, all right? So she was explaining to me certain things. She's like, please do not feed your child, that whatever has red dye 40. She's like, make sure you read the labels. But blue dye, red dye 40 is not good, all right? I was explaining all these things, and she's like, make sure that, since he's already got these things, she's like, I wouldn't recommend for parents to give their kids coffee, right? But she's like, since he's so hyper, right, it makes it look like he's got ADHD. She's like, in the mornings, give him a little bit of coffee, right, with some sugar, all right? She's like, when it comes to kids with ADHD, right, the sugar actually counteracts that. But they don't tell us this shit, right? They tell us that
Well,
sugar will
that's
get you more
interesting.
hype, right? But caffeine and sugar actually does the opposite. Remember, it's like, how is it like a battery, right? I don't know how to explain it or break that term down, but I think Mr. Oates knows exactly what I'm talking about. All right, it's kind of like a battery, right? So listen, opposites attract, right? Let's put it in that term too. All right, because it get used on that. Imagine a kid all wired up. All right, if you can't get him to calm down. People used to say give him some warm milk and sugar back in the days, right? Because I remember when I used to get real hyped up, my grandpa used to give me a little glass of milk, right? And I was young, and some sugar inside of it, and I used to relax. For some reason, that works. All right, but I didn't even think of it like that, right? So they was like, when a kid is so hyper, you gotta attack it with it. So sugar is like a sugar rush for me and you, right? But when you give it to a kid with ADHD, it's kind of like what? It's like lighting the fuel on a bomb. She's like, you're counteracting that shit. All right. It's like a antibiotics, right? Fighting the disease in your body.
Oh,
So in
so I was
reality, yeah, it's the opposite with kids with ADHD. All right. So I want people to
that's
actually, I'm not
interesting.
saying load your kids with candy. It's the complete opposite of me telling you giving them some coffee with some sugar or a fucking glass of milk with some sugar. All right. That's the complete opposite of what I'm saying. So like we gotta, really, pay attention. Like a lot of us parents are sitting here giving our kids all these things. We're not even reading the labels. All right. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like I got so used to grocery shopping, right? But it's like a hybrid, right? I buy natural things, but I also buy things that are, how can I say, preserved. All right. And my spending doesn't go well. I had to learn how to shop with my baby pops. And then I had to figure out on my own. All right. Especially when it comes to my autistic child. How do I keep him in track? Same way we as parents keep him on track. All right. I had to change his
Yeah,
diet. All right. And
yeah,
I had to figure out and learn my son so that I
of
could learn how
course.
to deal with him because his world and my world are two complete different, right? What I
Yeah,
think is funny is shit. What me and Mr. Oates would think is funny, right? Somebody with autism is not going to think that way, all right? And they outgrow
yeah,
that shit when they get older. They don't all
of
stay like that, all right?
Oh, sorry. Could I say
So
something? I was gonna say I feel you on that though, man, and it makes sense though in a way. So basically, if my mother and she found out what I had to, she was the first one to literally push me to do better and everything like that. Though literally understanding what I had to literally push me to do better and everything. And pretty much though, when I was like 5 or something like that, I had a pacifier though. I had a pacifier. I was the first baby to have one though. Literally though, one time both parents took me where they were going to Pakistan to visit my family. One time I literally pulled my mother's hair so hard and she thought I was possessed because I pulled her hair so hard because she took my pacifier out my mouth as a baby. I know you're supposed to do that, but I I don't know. I just pulled her hair so hard and she thought I was possessed though, and she literally took me to a teacher. She had a special teacher though. Basically she studied under CV, took me there and everything like that. She was a 23-year-old having me, in that time. And she went there and then they asked what's wrong with him and everything like that. They found out what was the problem though. And
the fuck
literally
is that?
from that day forward, my brother and sister never got a pacifier ever. And that type thing. I had it till I was 5 and stuff like that though. I got my diagnosis at 5 years old. Basically, that's how I officially got diagnosed. What's the famous example as well? There's this famous UK rapper by the name of Gigs, though. Gigs is actually autistic, though. But most his life growing up, he went undiagnosed for years growing up. So he always felt different, though. And his father wasn't in his life. That time he was raised by his mom, solely, though. And basically, he was growing up in South London in Peckham and everything like that. And he saw the product of his environment and he always felt out of place though. And pretty much though, when you saw like street OGs out there though, basically he felt like more out there with them and stuff like that. And that just ended up him being there though, you know. because he was undiagnosed and everything like that, him going like that. But despite that, he was really talented when it came to the music thing, and he was a legend. Though literally, though, he was so hard back then that even his own ups rated him for basically doing what he did, and he laid the groundwork for how basically the entire UK thing is now basically when it comes to that type thing. So like, he literally did not let that happen, and he's got a son who's autistic too, and basically finding when his son came out with that inspired him to tell his story though.
Oh man.
Yeah, because Giggs is a famous UK rapper. He's a legend and he's rated though. Of course, he got ups though as well. But back in those days, he was that hard that even your own ups rate you see. So it means you're doing something right.
Oh, that's a fact.
Hey, young Riaz.
Yeah.
How old are you, bro?
23.
23?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. You can. I feel old saying this. You a baby.
He is a
Yeah,
baby.
no, I am a baby though. My mother got married at 21 and my father was a 19-year-old in 1999. So when my parents both married, my mother grew up in Pakistan. She helped raise both my cousins over there. She helped raise kids though over there. So before she had me, she was already having that type of training. No one told her to do anything. She literally wanted to do everything. She wanted to cook. She wanted to clean, all of that type stuff. My mother wanted to do that. She told me though, she literally wanted to do that. Nobody told her. She literally had the desire to do it. And she also had the desire to actually learn her faith properly, pray, all of that. She literally told me she wanted to do those things. So it kind of worked out for her. And when she had me, that type thing as well. Of course, I was the first one being spoiled and all of that type thing, no, but that's just, I'm the first child, so they had to spoil me and everything.
I can't with him. He said I'm the first one
Brother.
being that can't
Yeah,
real.
but basically, I was gonna say the all three were treated the same, and all three was treated equally. It's just that basically, when I was younger, my mother was the strict one, but she was nice too, and my dad was the nice one, but he had his boundaries too. So that's how their roles were. Now it's just basically kind of different. Now my mom's laid back, my dad's kind of different now, though. Basically, it's not too tough on me though, but he's really nice though. So that type thing as well.
Ria's just proved Mr. Oates right. Like, we need to take it back to traditional way. No matter how you look at it, all right, Ria's family decided to take it the traditional way, all right? Nowadays, women, hold on, Ria. Women are just popping out kids, all right, like it's nothing, all right, and expecting the welfare system to, just take care of them. Like, that shit is not going to last forever. We was told before, all right? So, for those of us that actually know to listen to the ones, all right, that just want to depend on it. I mean, I'm sitting here looking at you like you should have just took heed, like. But
Yeah.
like,
I was so Jen, babe. Wait,
hold on.
what's up?
Hold on, Riaz.
What he just okay mute? Why Riaz is on mute? I wanted to take a time. What was we? Shit, we done got all we done went in. The other topics you was talking about. If you want to change to one of those real quick, I do have some feedback on those.
On the Sammie, like the men's mental health, or the celebrity.
Chrisean Rock, Sammie, and the Child Independence Act.
Okay. So earlier, like the first topic I started off with the Chrisean Rock, right? And I was, the reason why I brought it up, right? Because like I see a lot of people bashing her, like they know this woman personally, right? Like when we know when it comes to these streaming apps, right? Like, when it comes to these shows, Baddies, Housewives, Love Hip Hop, like the Tony Braxton show and all that, right? I feel as though me personally are not shows that they don't draw my attention. It's too much toxicity in them. All right, I don't learn nothing from them, and I don't gain nothing from them. Plus, it gets boring. You see where I'm coming from? Like, it's not something that draws my attention. So,
what do you think was before that, Riders? What do you think was before that? Before they came out with these shows, the ones that you're referencing right now?
I would say like Jerry. I think it was like Jerry Springer and shit like that, right? Maury.
Yeah, it was the talk shows, but no. Remember, they came out with reality shows where all the people were staying in one house. Even think about Big Brother. Think
Oh
about
shit.
Temptation Island. Think about what is that?
Ah,
New Jersey Shore.
you know why I forgot about them?
Probably,
Because
and also
they
though
didn't.
now they also got this thing called Love Island. You know, like in the UK, you
Yeah.
have a thing called Love Island. They're spreading it out though. They got one in America, different places though.
Yeah.
This show's called Love Island. I don't watch it though, but I've heard about it.
That's exactly what
No,
Mr. Oates
they
is
had
talking
all those
about.
things.
But
They had all those things.
I forgot about it because it don't draw my attention. Like I never
Yeah,
watched it.
yeah. You was probably you was probably you was probably younger, so it was like I ain't on that. I
No,
Yeah,
even
me neither. I'll be real with you, Mr. Oach, when it comes to me, that type thing is, I know I'm kind of younger, but I got an old school mindset. I'm like that type thing as well. These things don't attract my attention either. That type thing too as well.
yeah, you 23, so I can understand that. You for real, I can understand that. You
Yeah,
23. I'm talking
yeah.
about I remember all them things from what is it? Like she says, Jerry Springer,
I know
Ricky
exactly.
Lake,
Women
um,
was my
uh,
shit. Oh,
Maury Povich.
that was my shit.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? All them things, but they was preparing all of y'all. They wasn't preparing us because we was pretty much grown. Well, adults, but they was
Yeah.
preparing the next generation with all of those shows.
Shit. I was
So
still
that's how we
outside.
ended up.
Oh wait, I was
Listen,
just
Yeah,
gonna.
I was
Oh,
still
that was,
outside. Listen, I was enjoying. That's why I keep telling people I was a hybrid. Like I was into Mari and Wendy Williams. Yes, I watched it. But you see, you gotta realize, right? As a kid, I was also into like, I wasn't into it, but I was already in it since I kid, like since I was a child. All right. I was in Girl Scouts all the way into the age of 13. All right. So I was in like programs that actually, was mentoring me into the right direction. But because of the anger that I had inside, that's why I talked to a lot of people, right? Like I had the choice, I had the opportunity, but I was so mad at my mom. I was so mad at my abuser, right? And I thought that because, what I went through, a lot of people, was putting me through the same thing that the first person put me through, right? So you got to realize, right, when the first person that, that you love, right, that you see, the first person that's in your life, right, that's supposed to, I'm gonna put it like this, meant to love you and nurture you, right? The one that teaches you right and wrong, right? When you feel betrayed by that person, is like as a child, everybody else is gonna do it too. So I was in that situation, all right. Like listen, I was growing up in a system, right, that was meant to. I'm gonna put it like this: that system, y'all not meant to see me here today, all right? Because it devours little girls like us. It either makes us or it breaks us, all right. So I'm gonna
Now,
put it like this: like
what system you talking about the FS system?
I'm talking about put it like this. They say
FC
it's believe
system.
all. They say it's believe all women, right?
Oh,
Right.
okay.
I'm gonna put it like that, right? But growing
Yeah.
up, right? That's why I tell people, like, listen, yes, I'm a survivor, all right? A lot of people don't know that, right? But Mr. O's hasn't been watching me forever, so let me just put it out there. I'm a survivor, all right? I grew up in a household where, my mom and me had, up and downs, all right? But my ups and downs with her was because I lost trust in her the day that she chose, the person that she married over us, her kids. All right. What I mean by that is when you teach your child to speak up, right, and say, look, somebody hurts you or somebody does this to you or touches you in any shape, way, or form, come to me and talk to me. Right. And when you actually open up to your parent, right, after the threats and the abuse, and you're letting them know, like, look, listen, I'm going through this, and your parent just calls you a straight up liar at a very young age, right? When you didn't even know
You
what the
don't have to
meaning.
say no more. You don't have to say.
So
I know where you're going with that. I know where you're
it gets you like
going.
that. That's why I tell people, look, listen, like my distrust of men wasn't because I was cheated on or nothing like that. It just took me a minute
Yeah,
to understand that
yeah.
not all men are monsters. All right. So
You're
that's
right.
why maybe I my my understanding towards men is a little different towards other females. They be like, oh, you put them. No, I don't. Because if y'all only knew that my whole childhood, teenage years, and that's why my first relationship suffered a little bit, even though he was older and he should have known better. But anyways, we're not going to get into that. All right, y'all get my
So,
whole point when I say that. All right, I
yeah,
was
I got you.
16.
I got what you were
Yeah.
saying, and
yeah,
that's.
I
I,
Now you
get
see,
it.
hold on, Riaz, because only Mr. Oates is going to understand why I say this, right? Now you understand why, that person that gets talked about over there, the cousin, right, of a certain person,
yeah,
why
yeah.
I don't like him, because people be like, Well, when he be like, "Well, I'm 23 and she was 16," no motherfucker, that's considered statutory rape. What do y'all think I had to
Yeah.
hide my baby pops? Listen, we could think us girls could think that we're grown, all right? Just because we did it doesn't mean we should let our little girls do it too. All right. It
Right.
doesn't make it okay. All right. Like we need to learn, like, all right, the man sat here, he was older, you was attracted. Me, in my case, in the beginning, it wasn't love. For me, it was escape. I thought that being with him, I could leave my house. All right. And it backfired on me because I caught feelings. One, I lied to him about my age. I didn't tell him my age. All right. He didn't ask
Right.
either. He should have. That's where a lot of people be like, oh, he should have did better. He should have known better. All right. And I
Yeah.
understand people now what they mean. They're like, Ray, you know that he probably was manipulated, but he didn't know it at the moment, but he was manipulating you. And even if he didn't know it at the moment, it still doesn't make it right. And I was like,
Right.
wait, I didn't even see it like that. And at that moment, I didn't see it as statutory rape. I didn't even know that he was 6 years older than me. All right. I was 15 with a boy that was six years older than me. All right. He turned 21 being with me. I turned 16 being with him. Got pregnant at 16. You see where I'm coming from? Had my baby at
Mhm.
17. So no
Mhm.
matter how you look at it, we was both in the wrong. Me for being a little fast, trying to leave my house, trying to leave the hell that I was in. You see where I'm coming from? Even though the
Right.
man wasn't there no more, I had an order of protection, right? But my
Right.
mom didn't understand that part. And I thought, all right, fuck it. Instead of, trying to take my life this time, I said, fuck it. He's a good guy. I'm leaving with him. We had chemistry and everything. So it backfired. I fell for the guy and everything. He treated me good, but we had so many ups and downs because of the age difference. All right. Like I was already growing up ahead of time. All right. Then to top it off, I had to raise a baby. And then the man that I got with wasn't this way when I met him. So it's kind of like, wait a minute, I met somebody that was working, it was like this. Now I'm with somebody that I feel like I'm raising. Like, where did it go from the man that was working to the man that's sitting down on the couch just playing video games every day? You see my point? That
Yeah. See, that's why, and that's for the same reason why you said you don't like that certain individual. I believe I know who you're talking about.
yeah.
I believe I do.
The,
That's the reason why I don't like that nigga or that dude or that
yeah.
type of dude. Period.
He's just using his cousin for clout, but he's not even digging that people that have been through that shit. We're looking at him like, dude, like you're disgusting to us
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we're trying to break that cycle and you're trying to make it okay. I look at
Yeah.
any man that's of that age saying it's okay to have sex with anybody that's under the age of 18, and that's why I say like y'all think that it's not okay for a responsible 13-year-old to raise a fucking I mean not raise, I mean my bad, babysit a kid and make some money, right? For their, with their parents or with somebody in the neighborhood, but they're responsible. But it's okay for a 13, 14, 15, 16, 17-year-old to consent, have sex and have babies
Yeah.
with people that
Yeah.
are older. Now, it's not
Yeah.
like they're consenting to have sex
Yeah.
with the same age.
Yeah.
No, they're consenting to have
Yeah.
sex with grown ass men and grown ass women.
Yeah.
So
And
there's
that's
a
why
difference.
Wait,
that,
wait. I
that's
was
why
also gonna
Hold on,
say
Riaz. Hold on, Riaz. Hold on. I got you. Hold that
that's
thought
why
real quick.
I have a conflict with even some of the women who's condoning that shit.
That's what I'm like. Some of us is trying to break the cycle because we don't want
I
our daughters
agree.
doing the same thing. I don't want
I
my
agree.
daughter coming home at 16 and 17 pregnant. I fucked
well,
up.
Right. Don't do that. That's not good. That's not a wise move, baby girl.
So it's like I tell people, like, my bad, Riaz, for cutting you off, right? But
I was
it's
gonna
like,
say I was gonna say though, basically, I feel you. Now that's why my dad's also protective over me because I get him on that though as well. Of course, he understands. So after he's encouraged to independent, but also trying to protect me as well. So the most he trusts both my brother and sister to care for me though when we go out together. Won't let me go out just yet on my own. It's not that I can't do it though. It's just I have to get to that step, and I haven't reached that step yet though. Basically, it's like that. One, it's the safety thing, and it's also not just a road thing. It's more a spatial awareness type training. So the course I'm doing, though, they're trying to teach that though. So I've gotten better crossing the road. I'm slowly getting to that step where basically I'm able to do that though. Basically, So that's why I can't go out on my own. And also, though, I have before doing the work-based course, I told in college though before I wasn't allowed. I can't work though. I was not qualified to work because I didn't have the skills to. Then after when I finished college though now, because I did the work-based course for 2 years though, they did a pre-internship thing where it's like training for a job before a job. So they trained me in all the skills necessary though, in different routines type thing and what type of skills to use while you work and everything. So it taught me all of that though. So I've got the skills to work now. It's just I'm not working right now. I have to just focus on this work-based course type thing, and maybe a thing in 2 to 3 years time. After that, I might get job.
Riaz just threw me off of what I was saying. Hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, we understand in your situation, right? But
That's my situation, but I was gonna also
yeah.
say though, I was gonna use this one example as well. You know, there's like 30, 40-year-old men on the lowest level of UK crime. Now, I was gonna use this example. You know, those 30, 40-year-old men in the lowest level of UK crime culture, you know what those guys do? They're bitter, they hate and basically they hate on the youth and they tear them down because they're mad they never made it. Because you know what they did? When they were younger, they wasted their time doing useless things. They smoked, they did the drink, they wanted the cars, the girls, and the money, everything like that. They wasted their time instead of using their talent to invest it in their music type thing though as well. And basically, when they're older at that age though, they're supposed to guide the next generation into the scene. But when they sit on a podcast, old men sitting on a podcast though, bitter about how the scene is and say, oh, you're not crime like how we did it back in the day, complaining how the scene ain't this, that. Okay, look, I get keep the foundations though, but at the same time what you don't realize is you're gonna need a youth movement though, to keep it going. And the more and more you keep speaking like that, the more and more that you're just pushing them away. And I get it though, on both ends though, as well. Some of them younger people as well, but at the same time though, what they don't realize, it's one way saying what you're saying, but the way you're delivering it is that type thing. If you keep doing it, you're gonna push them away, and then basically slowly it's gonna start to phase out. That's why they had like about 2 to 3 waves though where they revived it again.
Hold on, Riaz. You just took it to somewhere else. Hold on. We was talking about family foundation. I get where you're coming from, but you just took the topic completely to a whole nother topic.
Okay, fine. Let's get back to the topic.
Hold on.
Riders.
Yeah.
Let me say this to you real quick too. Remember I said I was over I believe you were on live. Was that yesterday or day before? But I made a comment in the chat. I think YouTube just blocked me or blocked my comment.
They did? I gotta find out why they doing that.
Do you remember what I said when you was talking about it? Was on the one where you was talking about Chrisean Rock when you played her.
Yeah, I don't think I caught it because I caught your comment saying they blocked it. That's why I was like, damn, I remember you saying that.
Yeah, okay. What I was particularly saying, or not, I didn't write it down. Well, I did write it down, but it's in the apartment. I ain't got it here in the office. But what I was saying is baddies is a social construct created by certain people.
Mm-hmm.
What she's doing or what she's experiencing right now, and this ain't to shame her or wish bad on her or nothing like that. What you're explaining right now, or what she's experiencing right now, is the consequence. I think it didn't like, because I believe I used Satan in it.
That's probably
yeah.
I'll fix that. I'm gonna fix that.
Yeah, what she's experiencing is the consequences for playing in Satan's yard.
Facts.
Okay.
And you're not lying.
And that's what I had put in there. I'm like, this is a social construct. And even she was on there saying, yeah, I ain't never had shit and 200,000 and what? No, you should have been in control of your mind. Even if he's gonna play that game for a season
or two, but that's a fact. That's why I say that these streaming apps.
Yeah, that's what I was saying there. That's what that is, baddies, and that's a social influence. Look at all the girls that want to be baddies.
You ain't lying, yo. Like, yo, since I was
That is crazy. Cause I'm 36 now. Like, even though Baddie's been out for like 5 years, you make a
Yeah.
point though. Because before Baddies, what people forget, there was Love and Hip Hop and Housewives
Yeah.
of Atlanta. That
Atlanta
is no different.
Housewives, Orange County Housewives, Mob Housewives, and people are not seeing that. They just seeing the
Damn.
NBA wives. That's what they looking at.
Now, that's kind of what I was saying earlier, but you're saying it in a different way now that you said that like that.
Yeah,
And that's a
what
fact, right? And I
yeah.
can't look up to women like that. Like, I don't know, my grandpa, my old heads, right? Because I was raised by my mom, but I wasn't really raised by my mom. All right, it's like, I don't know. I'm not even gonna talk about it. Anyways, right? Most of my upbringing was, I keep telling people I was raised by a village. All right, so I think a little different from a lot of people. So, I mean, like, the way the old heads raised me, all right, is the traditional way. So, like, when I look at baddies and stuff like that, right, and then I look at myself in the mirror, it's like, ugh. Like, I know that, I got the tomboyish style, and that shit might irk some people, but I don't give a fuck, all right? Like, at the end of the day, like, my baby pops accepts me. He's my fiance, all right? Never had an issue with the real men that looked at me for who I am, all right? Like, they see the beauty in the face, all right? But the way I dress, like, none of them had nothing to say. Like, I like the way I dress. Listen. I've explained that shit before. But you get my whole point, right? It's like, I don't know. I can't see myself, like, throwing myself out there like that. Because that's what they do the majority of the time. All right.
No, for that money. For that money. That's what they doing it for.
I don't care how much you give me. All right. I was taught self-respect. I was taught that my body is mine. All right. Women talk so much about, oh, my body, my choice, right? When it comes to miscarriages, or, how can I say, planning, a baby on a man, right? Not giving a fuck if how this is going to ruin them, or, if it's y'all both could, help each other with this, right? A lot of them don't give a fuck. But right there at that moment, it's my body, my choice. I'm not having an abortion, or I'm having an abortion. Like, it's a whole. But when it comes to respecting your body, where's your body, your choice? Like, I don't get that part.
They're not. No, I told you it's about that bread. That's what they want. Okay, I ain't never had nothing, so I'm gonna pretty much do whatever. Matter, and she was talking about Zeus Network, right?
Yeah, like, she exposed Zeus Network.
The first thing I seen on Zeus Network was what's the stripper? What's her name? Jacqueline Hernandez.
Oh shit, for real? Damn. I don't watch the show. I don't watch Zeus Network.
I don't know, man.
I forget what it was called, but you got strippers on here and former porn stars, and it was all drama. It was all about tearing each other down.
That shit sucks.
Wow, that is bad, man.
People, dogging people, all that shit. I was like, man, what the hell? But only reason you wanted to see it because Jacqueline, they made it sexual, so that's why the men were tuning into it. But and also the women was fighting. So they fighting each other, and I'm like, wait a minute, man, wait a minute. Yeah, Jacqueline, you cool and all, yeah.
And it's crazy. You're not lying, because when they came out with Love and Hip Hop, they tried to draw in my generation. I'm not going to sit here and lie. They was so. I mean, not the first Love and Hip Hop, all right? Because they was giving this still on TV before I stopped watching TV. All right, they was giving. I think I was still pregnant of my daughter when they were still. That's when the Remy Ma. That's why I was like, that shit drew my. Not once that I watched Love and Hip Hop, right? But when they was like Trina and Remy Ma and what's this motherfucker? I keep forgetting his name. Trick Daddy was going. I'm like, oh shit, they gonna be on here. Yo, I sat down and I watched 2 seasons. After the second season that I watched, I said, what the fuck am I watching? I had to really sit here and ask myself. I'm like,
no, they got you already.
No, you know what got me? That was around the time that Trick Daddy was talking about that he got his groceries eaten. That shit turned. I'm like, no, Trick Daddy did not come out and say this shit on fucking TV. And everybody's like, yes, I was like, no, he said this shit. I'm like, this gotta be. I'm like, is he serious?
Yeah,
I was like,
they paid him. All them niggas is flunkies. All them.
Like,
I mean, all them dudes. The dudes is flunkies. The women is pretty much flunkies, because what that means is all of them willing to go for anything, because we giving y'all this bag. But a lot of people don't realize that why it's there is to more or less lure in another generation. And you're gonna get some older people in there that's watching, that's from Trick Daddy's area, Trina's area.
Yo, they
Did that.
tried to.
Yeah, they did that for the bag. They did that for the bag, and then tell you, they more or less give you like a line, like what's his name, Jay-Z. I don't know how you feel about Jay-Z, but you remember when people say you can't knock the hustle?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is the same fucking thing. Yeah, you can knock the
Wow.
hustle. You
And that's
can
what
knock the hustle, nigga.
that's what
Oh,
Chrisean said.
sorry. I was just gonna say though as well, basically, right, in the UK, there's a podcast called the RTM podcast with Young Spray. Spray used to be a rapper 10 podcast. With him, what he does though? Like on his podcast, he turns his guests into content, full drama, literally talking over shouting everything like that. He used to have he's literally gotten exposed for not paying his co-host, and he's got like probably like 2 people on his podcast that try to offer something real and everything, but that type of stuff, and literally, man, that type of thing, with him as well, I think Sprays is mad that his up gigs though, basically used to be cool with gigs, but then he and gigs are beefing now, basically, and Sprays is mad that gigs is international as an artist, while he's just stuck back home sitting on a podcast though, because he never really with his music though, because with the difference between Spray and gigs focused on music, and that's how he got to where he got to. Spray just basically couldn't stay out of the streets basically in that time though, and his music type thing, he had the talent for the music, but like what he was focusing on was wrong, so he's just mad he never got to that point. And you can when you listen to him speak, you can actually sense how he is.
That's basically what Mr. O said. That's what he's
Exactly.
saying. This is like spewing. All right, it started off with, housewives. It went to Love and Hip Hop. Now baddies. Now you got podcasters doing it. All right. Listen, I don't get tired. All right. Like I've already listened. Like you got older people. I've came across it. All right. Like I don't talk a lot about it, right? Because I don't like bringing up the past, right? But for a lot of people to understand it, like I've been caught myself, like people trying to drag me into it. You see where I'm coming from? Like I don't want to be a part of this shit. I don't want to be a part of a script. I don't want no fake beef. I'm on this, John. You see where I'm coming from? Like I get entertained by watching other people on this app, but when I come on here and I do my lives, I want people to come up. I want people to be able to have a conversation with me. I don't want to argue. I don't want shit to go left. All right. Like, first of all, we're here to respect each other. We're here to try to bring solutions to the table, not bring each other down, bash each other. All right. Like, I've been through that shit. So, I've ended up with a stalker till this day. All right. I don't really talk about it because my stalker ends up popping out like out of nowhere, like she fucking bewitched or some shit. But anyway.
you gotta feel, oh my goodness.
Well, anyways, right? Like,
wait a minute.
there's people
Clear in here.
My whole point. Oh, wait, we got the sheriff in the building. Bless
Yeah,
us.
Claire. 704. Yeah. What's up, Claire? Go on hit the link, Claire.
8. The link is in the community wall. But yeah, like exactly. Hold on, Riaz. Hold on. Riaz. Let us land our planes real quick. Hold on. Basically, right, what Mr. Oates is saying, a lot of us are experiencing it here on these YouTube streets as content creators, as podcasters, as vloggers. We got people trying to do the baddie thing. All right, like they'll come up to people, all right, and they call themselves trolls. All right. And the whole purpose of these shows is to get you mad. If you get mad, all right, they have won. All right. But you got people on here trying to get people to, be a part of these fake script beef bullshit like in baddies. We don't got time for that. Like, and what's crazy, what Oates is saying is true. What he just said without even, listening to Chrisean, really the whole, how can I say the whole crying that Chrisean just did? Because she did. She said, I'm crying to y'all mofos because y'all gonna listen, right? She said it out her fucking mouth, all right? She fell for the banana in the tailpipe. And like I said earlier, all right? She's a woman. First of all, these motherfuckers ain't no different from Holly Weird, all right? They look for the weakest links out here. And that's who they cast, all right? People that are, how can I say right now they need that money and are willing to do anything. You can consider yourself poor, but are you really poor? What I mean by that is that a poor person would take money, or an addict would sit here and take money because they need a fix, all right? Or a poor person wants to eat and they haven't eaten in days, all right? So whatever you tell them, all right, and I'm talking about a real poor person, all right? Like, y'all ever seen somebody pay a homeless person to do some shit and they'll do it? Or somebody pay an addict to do some shit and they'll do it? All right. We're not there yet. All right. We're not there yet. A lot of us are not willing to do this for a few changes. I'm not willing to fucking shake my ass for a couple points. I'm not willing to disrespect my fiance on a script, all right, for people to believe that is real, to lose my fiance in real life. So let's make it make sense. Like, but see, I know better. Right? I was taught right. Chrisean Rock, like I said earlier, I don't think she was guided right. All right. And then first of all, I gotta realize she wanted to become famous, right? But then when she found out what it was really like, she didn't know how to come out of it. These streamers don't know what real life is. All they know is the internet. All right. That's all they know. They don't know how to really work out there a 9 to 5. Go tell Chrisean. Hold on, Riaz. Go tell Chrisean. Go talk. I was gonna say Chrisean Riaz. Go tell Chrisean Rock.
Oh no, you're trying to tell me to stop. It's all right though. Sorry.
Her parents, Sharon said her parents were on drugs. But on some real shit, man, like Blueface is another one. The bull that she so head over heels with on this script, right? Like, listen, all this that she's doing is for clout. It's for some bread. That's why I was like, she could have exposed it. I wouldn't put it past what she said about Zeus being a lie, right? I feel as though it's true because the Zeus network and all these other networks ain't no different from Holly Weird, all right? They look for the weakest link, all right? They sit here, they manipulate, brainwash, do all this, right? And then when they want to, these people find out or figure out certain shit and they want to leave, they can't, all right? Like, let me tell you this, right? When I saw the video of Chrisean Rock, right, because she recorded the bull secretly, then the bull started exposing text messages. I'm like, you a producer, right? I'm like, the chick, all she did was post a video, right, of you holding her ID, right? Why are you holding her ID? If you got an employee that's telling you, I don't want to work for you right now, I want to leave, I want to go home, your job is to give them their ID, right? Like, if you're holding their ID, right, and you won't let them go, I mean, she could have walked, she was free to walk, yes. All right, but she couldn't cash an airplane. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck she caught that airplane without no ID, no passport, no nothing. Hey, but she got on an airplane somehow, right? I'm gonna call it the celebrity magic. All right, but she recorded him. All right, and then she came over here, and I call it damage control, like a lot of people would. All right. Oh well, she knew this and she knew that, but yeah, no matter where you're at, if an employee tells you, I don't want to do this no more, all right, but you in a hotel, right? Give them their fucking ID. Let them go. Why escalate the situation? All right.
I was gonna say though, is it also the fact?
Hold on, Riaz. Let me ask you this real quick, Ryder, because I was confused about that when she was saying that. It's just like where was she at where she had to forfeit her ID? And I'm not asking that sarcastically. I'm being serious. Why did she have to, go ahead.
According to the reports, they were in a hotel. Supposedly they had their ID, right, to get their rooms. All right. So once you got their rooms, why these people don't got their IDs back? I'm sitting here like, why are you holding their IDs? Like, I've never heard of something like this. I'm like, I want to ask a real celebrity. Do they hold your ID when y'all go, on trips and shit like that? Like when they pay for y'all trips, do they hold your ID hostage? Whereas in, like, unless you do this, film with me, you can't leave. Like, wait a minute. Now I feel like I'm being held hostage. What's going on? Hold up. Like, I don't know.
Oh my goodness.
Something not right. Something not right.
No, ain't nothing right about that. I would have, man, please. You ain't getting my ID in the first place. I'll show it to the lady at the counter. Or at the front desk. I'll show it to her. You ain't got to show it to her. I'll give it to her. Let her give it back to me. So that room is no. And if it's a network that's renting these rooms or reserving these rooms at hotels, that network should be covering the bill.
This is I don't understand what's going
At
on.
least in my opinion, I ain't never had to give nobody else my. We could check into a hotel and it'd be like 8 people, let's say. I ain't never had to give my ID to nobody else other than that lady at that front desk.
Facts. I'm like,
So
this shit is odd.
that's why I was saying I don't understand. Like, why in the hell did? What you mean she wouldn't give your ID back?
It was the bull. That's why I'm like, this shit is weird. So
Ain't that, you talking about the bull? Ain't he attached to the 100 dude?
I'm not sure. I know he's close
You
to
mean
her.
what?
He's close to
You
that
mean
blue
what?
face because
100. Oh, you mean
hold
his
on, Riaz.
manager?
Ain't it? I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about when I say
I know
100. Right?
I know who 100 is. Well, you ain't lying though because I seen Ray J there a lot too. So damn, you making me think.
Okay. Oh my, yeah. So come on, man.
You're making me. Oh, wait a minute because you're right. I think I heard who was it? Pink Book
I've been.
Lessons. Hold on, Riaz. Pink Book Lessons did a whole video on it, right? And I think Whack 100 was beefing with Chrisean rocking her. I mean, I don't know what the fuck was going on. Something about
See, all these
so I'm
is
just
games.
making a point. Damn, I'm just real. Yo, I didn't even think about that shit.
Yeah, that's not I'm not feeling none of it. I wouldn't have been feeling none of that. But like I said, they pretty much selling like I think you said the other day, it's like you selling your soul. So motherfucker, that's why I said if you play in the devil's backyard, don't complain about the consequences.
That's a fact,
Yeah.
and that's what I was
So,
to say about
oh,
her.
sorry. Is that okay for me to speak? Sorry.
Go ahead, Riaz. My bad.
I was gonna say that the point is, I get you on what you're saying, and you're right, though, man. It all comes with a price. And you know the example I gave about Young Spray and him doing his podcast thing. He used to be a rapper back in the day and all that. With him, you know what mindset he's got? He's just got that old, the old street soldier mindset, and he's never really grown out of it. And he's pretty much like one of them soldiers, though, that was never told to shut his mouth. Because basically, with Spray, he runs his mouth like a law. He runs his mouth for a law. I understand it's his podcast and he's right to do what he wants to do. But man, he runs his mouth so much that even people who watch him or would support him literally told him to just, keep his mouth closed for once, though, man. He runs his mouth constantly. And that type of mindset was probably the foundations of how he grew up and everything. I ain't excusing that, because you know what? Because he's an older man. I think he's around 40 something. I'm not sure. I have to, check his age again. But he's around 40 something, and he's supposed to actually guide younger people, though. But for him, he himself is just stuck in a circle that he never broke. And I'm not hating on that, but I'm just seeing what I'm seeing, man.
No,
But anyways, though, back to that though. Yeah, this is interesting. Oh, it's all to the
Hold on,
topic
Riaz.
though. It's also priced with your soul. That's it.
Facts. You're making a good point. Exactly, and what you just said proves what Mr. Oates was saying. What I was just saying. All right, none of these industries are any different from each other. All right, they just exploit the weakest link out here from all of us. All right, listen, and
And
whether you
you know what's sad, Riders, real quick, is that the fact that all the stuff we hear about on social media, on the news, the internet, all that, all that we're hearing about, all the foul shit that has or stuff that has jumped off in the industries, these different industries, whether it be movies, television, or movies, television, music, sports, all that. You know what? There's a whole nother group of dudes or people. I'll just say that, not just dudes. There's a whole nother group of people who are willing to do the same thing right now.
that's a fact.
Right now. They willing to sell their soul right now just for that deal.
And for
They
nothing.
willing, yeah. They're willing to go to that party. They're willing to go to that party and the baby oil and all.
That's
They
why I was
willing to
saying
do
too. When you said to bring bring up the topics too, like why I make Sammie the second topic because even though I know mental health is real, right, and it exists, guess where Ray J is at now? Right now, this was it's new to us, right? But Sammie came out and he spoke, right? He said it's new to us, old to him, all right. It's been what, over 2 months that this has happened, right? I guess he was pointing, with his eyes towards the door, saying, he's cool with his baby mama. They're trying to co-parent. While he was saying that, he pointed at the door. So I'm guessing baby mama was in there with the kids. He's spending time with the kids. Baby mama there. They're not fighting. So I'm thinking, something made him snap, right? And then I'm looking back at his concerts before he snapped, right? So I'm not sure if it was tension, in a relationship. Could have been, right? Then to top it off, like, I've noticed that they threw Ray J on him. Ray J has been in his latest concerts. I'm sitting here like, why the fuck is Ray J so all up around him like this lately? It's like everywhere Ray J goes, there's nothing but chaos in this fucking. Brandy need to hurry up and come get her brother.
Did you cover the video?
This point,
what's his name? Did you cover the video? I don't know where it was at. Which platform? I've seen it on YouTube. Did you cover the video of Ray J and Nicki Minaj?
Oh yeah, I covered that shit. Was funny. I'm so sorry.
Man, I cannot with it. I would not give him no play. I no press. No, he can't get no attention after he's a barb. After he said that like 3 times, I said, "What the fuck is a barb?"
Mr. O's couldn't take him serious though. Like none of us could. I started looking at Ray J like, what's going on, yo? Ray J on something.
That's the only reason I watched the whole thing, and he had a serious look on his face. I'm like, this got to be a play between Nicki and Ray J. This got to be. But then I seen another one when he kept saying the same thing, but she was talking to him like he was 12 years old.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think it was a play with Nicki. I think it was him trolling Nicki, trying to get her attention, but Nicki took that shit serious. Like, wait a minute.
Yeah, she was looking at him.
No, she beat the shit out of him. She said, come on, Ray J, just come out the closet. Basically, that's what she said. Like,
And then at the same time, he talking about, I'm not that, or I'm not into that, I don't do that, but
then that interview with Candace Owens doesn't help him. All right, then him hopped on.
I got to check that out. I got to check that out.
Yeah, okay. Candace Owens checked him before that happened. Before that that whole shit with Nicki Minaj happened. Listen, Candace Owens. This is how it happened. Candace Owens checked Ray J, right? About because he said that a woman is a woman, right? If she thinks she's a woman, and Ray J, Candace was telling her like she really checked him and try to break it down. She wasn't rude, disrespect or nothing. So I respect that panel that she had. All right. For those of y'all, Candace is, I know a lot of y'all don't like the chick, all right, but she be making some good, points, all right. And on this one, she made a good point, especially when she checked his ass, all right. Like, what is the definition of a woman? All right. What is the, what represents a woman? What makes a woman? All right. He couldn't even explain it. All right. Like, listen, a woman bleeds 7 days a week. A woman gives birth. A man cannot do that. I don't care. If you think that you're a woman.
You mean a month. You mean a month, didn't you?
What?
You said women bleed. Did he say
7 days a week? No, I'm telling you that women bleed 7 days a week. All right. Ray J couldn't answer the question of what a woman is. All right. Like he said that if you think you're a woman, basically, right, you're a woman. Even if you have, that third leg, all right. So basically, if you listen to him, if you chop it off, all right, and turn your third leg into a vajayjay, all right, you're considered a woman. And a lot of people think that, but no, all right. Even if you chop your third leg off, all right, and turn your penis, into a vajayjay, yeah, I said it right. You still can't give birth. You're still not going to get a menstruation. All right. Tell me how. Like biologically, you're a male. You make children. You don't. How can I say you don't produce? Like you don't. How can I say? Like what the fuck? You don't give birth to them. You make them. You with the woman. You get together with them, or you jerk off and you send that little thingy to that. What is it called? I forgot what it is. You put the semen in a tube or this little cup, and boom, now you donate that shit, and other women can impregnate themselves without you touching them.
Yeah.
I forgot what that shit is called.
Those are the sperm and eggs.
There you go, sperm donations. Like you could do that, but either way, the sperm from the man, all right, which comes from the man's back, all right, into the man's sack, which he, when he's intimate with a woman, boom, he puts it inside the woman, right? Shoo shoo,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Then that gets together with the egg inside the woman. That egg
Oh,
is
yeah.
soulless. It's soulless. All right,
Oh,
it's
my
soulless
goodness.
without the sperm. All right, I need y'all to
You have a
realize that
point
a
though.
man does not give birth. All right, but he can shoot something out that can make a woman get pregnant, and she gives
Mm.
birth. All right, there's a
Okay.
big difference
Mm.
between a man and the woman, and what they can do and what they can't do. All right, now, changing that topic a little bit. Let's get off of sex ed. All right, and
Yeah.
remember that men and women are built differently. All right, men, their bones are bigger for a reason. All right, they're
Right.
taller for a reason. I know we got tall, strong women out there. All right, I know that we could whoop a man's ass, but let me ask you a question: do you whoop a man's ass and beat him by being, how can I say, by using strength alone, or by using strength and being strategic? All right, and as a woman,
Yes,
right?
it's true.
Hold on. Yes, as a woman, I'm gonna be honest and tell you, right? Because I used to be in mixed martial arts. I did a little wrestling when I was in high school. All right, I was a part of all that shit. All right. Yes, we can be a man, but it's not just by strength. All right. I'm tired of hearing that shit. Oh, I'll beat the fuck up a man like da-da-da-da. Yeah, not by strength. You have to be
Mm.
strategic. All right. Now, what made me learn that lesson? All right, because yeah, I used to fuck up a lot of boys. I used to fight a lot when I was in middle school, high school, trying to defend myself from these little fast ass boys because I was not a fast ass girl. But these boys were thirsty as shit, and they didn't understand what I was going through, and I was so angry. So I
Right.
used to fight them, and none of them could figure out. Like, mind you, they had me in mixed martial arts and wrestling. So, like, think of it. Like, I was over here, like, okay, I know how to bring you down. They taught me this in the class. All right. So listen,
Mm.
just having a regular
Right.
street fight, I wasn't gonna
Yeah.
beat no man. So listen, one day my baby pops, I come and I bump this with him. Right. This is in the beginning before we got together. Right. Like, right, I'm sitting here, I'm being all tough and shit, telling him like, "Who the fuck you think you are?" Da 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 da. So I had this little, that with him because I'm like, "Yo, this motherfucker trying to get my attention. I don't even know you, right?" So a few months later passed by, right? We already started talking to each other and that's all right. And I'm sitting here trying to be a smart ass. I didn't like something he did. And I started being like, look, listen, you ain't going to be the first motherfucker to beat me. All right, I'm going to have you on your knees praying to God. I don't give a fuck if you're 6'2". He's like, go ahead, try me. I'll be the first one. All right. So listen, I don't know how the fuck he saw that shit coming. All right.
No,
I
you
was
told
going
me
to hit.
this what you went to for that kick, for that kick.
He left me upside down, yo. I'm telling you, I'll never forget that shit. I'm sitting here
Yeah.
like, whoa, I block that shit. Most men won't even think that I'm gonna sit here and try to do that shit like that. Like, but that was my first thought. Like, but I guess he caught on when I said I'm gonna have you on your knees praying. Other men would
Yeah.
think, all right, and they'll bring their fists out like, oh, this is gonna beat me. Oh man, and first of all, you fucked up when you called me a bitch. Probably that's why I won.
Yeah, I think no, I think what he did was he realized it, like she ain't bullshit. She might she appears to be more fucking confident, and she's feisty, and she's probably strong. So I'm gonna look for it all. So if she go to shoot the jab, I'm gonna slip that motherfucker or smack it out the way. If she go for this kick, that's what women. I ain't gonna. I hate to be stereotypical, but that's usually where a woman to go to, straight to your groin area.
Yep, he said the same
Or
thing.
pretty much take out the legs though. Go for the knee, go for the leg or something, the back of your leg. Kick that really hard though to the point you'll collapse to the floor.
If you
Yeah,
get
man.
kicked, if
I
you
was
get
trying to.
kicked in them kahunas, you going to the floor. I don't.
No,
Period.
I agree with you. I'm saying another way to take down someone is kick them in the legs really hard, they'll fall.
Oh
I
no,
was
no,
just
yeah,
trying to show off. That's it. I was trying to show off,
yeah.
and he was trying to prove a point as a man. Like, look, listen, some men
Mhm.
might let that shit slide or not pay attention, but he's like,
But
no,
not
we're not
me.
gonna fight
Yeah,
here. He's like,
yeah.
let me show you something real quick. So I understood what he was trying to say. He was ready, like Mr. O said, he was preparing himself. You see where I'm coming from? And that's what got me to like pay attention to him. And I was like, wait, he didn't sit here, he didn't snap, he didn't argue, he didn't even sit here or try to hit me first, or when I try to kick, he hit me back. No, man, he just grabbed my leg, left me hanging upside down. Like, is you ready? All right, because I was still swinging. All right. When I calm down, that's why he put me down.
Hey, you know, with me, sometimes though, I don't really, I'm not the type to resort to it. And sometimes though, with me, you know what happens to me? I'll probably might go into instincts mode and stuff like that. Well, basically, even though I have no intent of hitting back, though, I just end up doing it.
See, but that's
Like,
the issue. Some men cannot walk away. All right, and that's why we talked on the we touched on the Sammie
yeah,
situation.
some,
Why I touched it, right? One, it has to deal with not just mental health. All right, like we talking about a man that never had any signs of this. You see, right? Not any problems of this within his relationships or none of that, right? And then out of nowhere, boom, he's making headlines. Then when you go back and you start searching, like, oh, wait a minute, Ray J's been a part of his concerts there, and he's just started doing good. Like, you see where I'm coming from? Like, he went to Atlanta, right? That's where he moved back in the somewhere in 2000 and something. I forgot exactly when. All right, but I listened to Sammie, so obviously I was following him. All right, one of my favorite singers. I'm not a fan, but I love his music. All right. Was I a fan? Hell yeah. Who wasn't a fan of Sammie in my era? Anyways,
okay.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Y'all see me? All right. Any of y'all that was listening to Sammie, all right, in the early 2000s, y'all know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about, all right. And that's
I'll
why some
probably
of
too
us,
young to
hold
remember.
on, yes, I think that's why some of us out here, all right, at an early age, 16, 17, were so hot, all right. Had this little ass boy out here singing to us, all right. The crazy things we do for love, all right. Talk to me through the phone and all that shit, man. Come on, Sammie, you had the girls going crazy, all right. We over here at a young ass age, like, damn, man. I'm hoping that the man I meet in the future is just like Sammie. He reminds me, how my grandpa treated my grandma. Like, I can't sit here and lie. I'm looking back like, damn, Ray, you should be ashamed of yourself. You was listening, you was idolizing this young boy that was just 2 years older than you. Like, fuck. I thought he was way older than me too.
No,
Okay,
that's it.
that's
Yeah.
interesting as well, though, man. That was interesting, to be honest,
Yeah,
though.
no.
But
I was like, listen, man. All right, a lot of us when we was young. All right, come on, ladies. All right, y'all know y'all was a fan of somebody. All right, my kid's godmother. All right, like she was a fan of Lil Wayne since I could remember. All right, I can't stand Lil Wayne like that. I like a few of his songs. All right, the
no,
ones he got. Hold on,
I used to
hold on,
be,
yes. Shut up. Let me finish, cause listen. I'm gonna get thrown off. You keep jumping in. Let me finish, baby. All right. Give me
okay.
1 second. Listen, she was a big fan of Lil Wayne. All right, I like a few songs from him. All right, I'm not a big fan of Lil Wayne. I like some of his songs. Like if you know me and you've been following me for a while, you know that I'm old school. All right. Do I like some rap? It depends on who's rapping and what the lyrics are about. All right, because the lyrics mean a lot to me, not just the beat. I know a lot of people love the beat, and the beat carries the music. But ever since I was a little girl, all right, I've been the type like shit. I'm not gonna sit here, and I was taught, all right, like pay attention to the words. You don't want to be out here like, and I didn't get that until I was a little older, all right. All right, but the lyrics mean a lot. You don't want to be out here talking about, you doing a 69 on somebody, all right, or you giving some head and it's to the same sex. Like you don't want to be saying the same shit. You want to be able to at least, if you like the song, flip some of them fucking words. But some of these. Listen, some of y'all are just finding out that Biggie Smalls, all right, was talking about goddamn pity when P. Diddy when he threw the motherfucker over the river, all right, when they was out there catching bodies, all right, taking it up the ass. That shit's in a motherfucking song that everybody kept singing and singing. Then when people was like, oh shit, Diddy went to prison and all these songs, all these lyrics started surfacing, I was like, y'all liked it, fucking Biggie, all right. The only song I liked it from Biggie, and I don't know why, it was because it was so catchy, is Biggie, Biggie, can't you see? Sometimes the words just hypnotize me. That one, yeah, I liked it. Why? I don't know. But I was more of Tupac, all right? Like I told y'all, I'm more poetic, all right? The lyrics matter to me a lot. Why? I don't know. But I don't give a fuck if the beat is catchy. That's what got me caught up with that song, Biggie, Biggie, can't you see? Now knowing years later that fucking Biggie was there and witnessed Diddy giving it to motherfuckers up, the oh my god, and they was fucking catching bodies and throwing them over rivers. Like, do y'all know what y'all was just repeating?
Yeah, no, they didn't know it at all. Like you said, it's the beat. That's how they get you with the beat as far as the music. How you think when? Well, I'm gonna put you like this. I think that's how the beats. That's how Too Short got popular.
Wow.
And the
Wait,
cussing,
sorry.
the beats and the cussing, because he had some banging. His beats was banging, but I ain't gonna say nothing negative about him. But all I used to think like, dude can't rap.
Like
I'm
a
like,
lot of
oh,
people out here can't
I
rap. It's a
mean, he
lot of fucking
can't rap,
gibberish.
but he had beats out there, and it's mainly the bass that would catch you. He had a lot of bass in his. I'm like, but he can't rap. He's basic rap, at least basically rap. But everybody was playing Too Short. But
Okay.
then they learned that, they paid attention to that. So the next rappers that was coming along, and see, back then Too Short was West Coast. He was like
Mm.
he was out of Oakland when he
It's
popped
like
out, and then here comes NWA. They had the beats. You
mm.
ain't listening to them. Some of them couldn't rap. Well, I ain't gonna say, yeah, a couple of them couldn't rap,
It's kind of
but they,
like what Birdman did, right?
oh
He
my
took.
god, oh my goodness, he is garbage juice.
I
I'm
can't believe
sorry.
Tony Braxton
Wait.
was with Birdman. When I found out Tony Braxton even tried it, I'm like, what? Like, damn, Tony, like, shit.
No,
I
I
can't even
wasn't.
believe it.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
wait,
didn't.
sorry. I was gonna say something. I was gonna say is basically though is what surprised me as well that I found out though recently what's a hot topic in UK is this UK rapper by the name of Gets though. Basically, you know what happened to him? He had a song long time ago where he talked about a hit and run and he was under the influence type thing. He literally manifested his own lyric though. Cause you know when Gets was younger, long time ago, early 2000 stuff, he was wild. He was a savage type thing though. You know, his original name was Ghetto because, you know, he did ghetto figs and his friends called him Ghetto, so he embraced the name. He wanted to go by the name of Freedom because he got out of jail that time. No, he wanted to call himself Freedom, but the name never went anywhere. So he embraced the name Ghetto, and from there, though, literally gained him so much traction, no, and he kept going. And he matured a lot, though, but at the same time, man, that's what was surprising as well is he was under the influence. He hit a 20-year-old, and it was a hit and run, and he never got out the car. He did get out the car, but then he didn't check, and he pretty much left. He was
Mm-mm.
under the influence, and literally, I think they were saying something about like few
The hell was
people
that?
that he knew. He was in. I think this is recent though. I
And you say
think
this a UK rapper and his name is Ghetto.
yeah, but he calls himself Gets for sure.
Oh, so Ghetto without the O, or so get minus the
Yeah.
O. Okay, I got you.
Yeah, so basically, though, he had the dual personality back in the day. So when he's deep, he's reflective, he's spiritual, you know, he goes deep, he talks about deep stuff in his songs. When he's ghetto, he's basically wild, he's lyrically savage, basically. He literally goes in hard. So when he shows his wild side when he's ghetto, but when he's basically more mature, reflective, all of that. But then basically, the older he got, you know, since his child was born and everything, he changed his ways and stuff like that. He started to slowly let the ghetto persona go, and he went with the Gets persona type thing. So, you know, he's more mature type thing. He used to be in the shadow of his peers, and only till 2021 he started to step out of the shadows, basically, you know, and, you know, he had the opportunity and everything. He kind of ruined his own career, basically doing a hit and run. He hit a 20-year-old Nepalese student or something like that because he was under the influence or something. And it was not his first time, though. He probably did. Nobody knew about it. And his friends or something like that, they said, though, like when he's in the car and stuff like that, his friends, though, you know, there are like few people saying we'll never get in a car with him because he drives really fast, though, literally recklessly, even when he's not under the influence type thing. Like
Yeah,
literally,
it just
that's
sounds like he don't need to
heartbreaking
be
to me.
driving. Yeah, it just sounds like he don't need to be driving.
Yeah, I
If
mean,
he
he should
hit
have had his
somebody,
license
if he
taken
hit
away, bro.
somebody,
But look, it's
facts.
kind of hard. It's hard. It's heartbreaking for me to find out him doing. I'm not surprised, type thing, though. To be honest, though, it's not surprising, but at the same time, it's kind of shocking, though, bro. That's the type of thing, though, man. I'm not saying to look up to him like that, but man, that type of thing, that's kind of heartbreaking for me.
No, don't let it break your heart. You didn't do it.
No, no, I'm not saying it breaks my heart. You know, like when you say it's heartbreaking, it means it's surprising though, like shocking type thing. You know that phrase though, when we say something's heartbreaking, it's not like breaks your heart type thing. Not literally, but I mean in a way it is. You know what I mean? Not like that. Like I'm just kind of, you know, that type of thing. It's not heartbreaking because it didn't break my heart because I didn't do that though. Because I don't drink, period, though, and I don't drive either. You know, so I'm just a fortunate case. It's not my fault, but you know what I mean.
No, yeah, it's reckless. That's what some people do. That if he was a popular artist in that area or that region, and
Yeah, he is
that's what
popular.
a lot.
He's legendary. He
That's
literally
what
got out
okay.
of where he got out of, and he had so much up. He had the opportunities. Now he worked really hard for years, though. He was in the shadow of his peers for years before that, and he's recently stepped out of the shadows. Though people started to take notice him more because the projects he delivered, he had quality in it, and he's lyrically talented and everything. And they started to take more notice of him, though. You know that type of thing.
No, maybe he should have stayed behind in the shadows. But it sounds like what he did was get he got that fame and notoriety. Well,
He
more
was
fame.
famous though.
He got
Oh
he
wait,
got
you mean
more
the
he got more
mainstream
he
fame?
got
No,
more
he was
famous.
famous though back in the day. He has a different level of fame when you meant
Rhea,
when you got.
you gotta let Mr. O's talk clearly so that the people can hear him. Like you gotta take a
Oh
break real
sorry,
quick. Like it's
oh sorry, I
especially
got
how to
too
end the
passionate.
conversation
Sorry, I got
both at the
sorry.
same time.
My bad.
I'll just say it real quick, Riaz. It sounded like he gained more fame and more notoriety and became a little more reckless because you said he already used to drink or not drink, well, drink, but he used to drive fast. So on this occasion, he was drunk, driving fast. So he wasn't just driving fast because I tend to drive fast sometimes myself. But when you're under the influence of alcohol, your judgment is off, your vision is off, everything is off, your time, your response time is off, all of that. That's why I was saying that. That's why I said maybe he should have stayed in the shadows, and that could be taken as being sarcastic, but at the same damn time, it probably hurt his career that when he
Yeah.
got into this accident.
Yeah, it did hurt his career though before because I think you know like what kept him in the shadow was his name, basically. You know when he took the name Ghetto though, you know that name is a gift and a curse, you know. So like he got it was like a gift to him in a way. It gave him traction, gave him everything, but at the same time, you know, certain people won't work, certain, you know, companies won't work with him because of his name type thing, you know, for years though. He had to work really hard, you know, when he matured and when he took the name Getz and he showed a different side of himself, that's when, you know, he started to get more of that. I agree with you on that type thing. You know, the shadows type thing. It's also probably it's also his of course it's his mistake though as well, you know, like it's the people around him type thing, you know, telling him not to drive. You know, he rich now and everything. He could have just gotten himself an Uber or a taxi to literally take him home. Or he could have got his friends should have just told him, nah, he ain't driving though, bro. But nope.
Right, right. He should have. Yeah, it should have been somebody driving him. He should. I mean, if he was getting, I mean, if famous like that, he probably shouldn't have been driving. If you're coming from
Yeah.
a vineyard, but that, I mean, that happens. Not to say
He promised. You know
it's
what made him
justified.
change? Oh, sorry. You know what made him change? You know what made him change his ways? It's not just his daughter. He promised his grandmother to do better, and he did for years. But at the same time, he kind of broke that promise too. So of course, he fulfilled the promise to do better and live right. But at the same time, you know, the incident he did, he kind of broke his promise. I think what else it is he manifested a lyric in a song he mentioned in the past.
Well, I don't necessarily think. I don't know his whole. I don't know his story, but won't necessarily say he broke his promise unless he intended to break his promise. Maybe he had been doing good for so long and had a few drinks and misjudged the situation. I'm not going to say that justifies it, but I will say I'm not going to say he broke his promise to his grandmother. He probably feels worse about that now.
Yeah.
If that's what he did, like grandma, I'm gonna do better. and he's been doing better as he had promised her, and he had this unfortunate incident. So it's pretty much about that's where discipline comes into play, and resilience and consistency. So you just have to stay. You got to stay on it. It's just like you got 1 second to slip. 1 second. All it takes is 1 second or one incident for you to or one. All it takes for you to do is one thing, and you could completely unravel everything that you've sworn to do, or everything that you've built, or everything that you're striving for. Sometimes all that takes is one mistake, and it's all over.
That is true.
Or it's at least on pause.
Okay. I get you on that, bro. You have a point, though, man. I feel you on what you're saying, and you're right, man. I get you on that, though, because it's true, though. Yes, you're right. What you just mentioned, that is true, though. I'm sure he feels bad about it now, though, man. I empathize for him, but at the same time, I'm more empathetic towards the victim, too, because it's not just the victim, but the family, too. Imagine, they lost a child. They lost, both parents lost their child, though, and basically the child lost his future and everything. And some people saying the child should look both ways when it across the road, but sometimes it's not always the case when it comes to that, when it comes to these types of incidences, though, So I'm not sure how to explain that type of thing, because I've never experienced it. I feel sorry for Getz, but at the same time, no, I have to hold him accountable. That's not just me saying it, that's everybody that loves him saying that. It's not just his own fans saying it. It's also people he knows who are kind of feeling the same way. His own father. Imagine how his own father feels, though, going to court, seeing his son like that.
Yeah, but it's at the end of the day, Riaz, I want you to understand something. It's not about his father. How his father, of course, his father probably feels terrible. Of course, the family, the victim and the victim's family feels terrible. It's about his accountability. It's about what he's going to do from that point forward. After that incident, what is he going after he suffers the consequences? After he has to pay the penalty for making that mistake or that bad decision that night or that day, it's about. Oh, excuse me. Hold on. After that, after all of that, what steps is he going to take to correct it, to at least make sure it's not going to happen again to the best of his ability? So you don't worry about it's not your job to hold him accountable. It's his job to hold himself accountable. That's where the true change is going to be made, or the true what's the word I'm looking for? I can't think of the right word right now. But it's up to
true accountability.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense though, actually. I'm also thinking this though as well. You know what they say though as well? Before you continue, I was gonna say is basically I'm not judging, I'm just seeing through perspective, because you know why? Because you're not supposed to call out and demean other people's sins, because you yourself could commit worse sins than the actual person. And that itself can be exposed. So I don't want that to happen to me. Don't want that same energy to happen to me. But at the same time, no, what you're saying is I agree with you.
Yes, that you don't there's worry. He has to take accountability, or has to hold himself accountable. He has to take responsibility for the decisions that he made. Don't try to look for a way out of it. If he's looking for a way out of it or way around it, then he's probably not going to make the progress or have the growth as a man, or as a man, as a father, as a human being. He's not going to make that. He's not going to obtain that growth unless he's willing to take account of hold himself accountable. First of all, before the courts even say anything to him, before the police say anything to him, he should already have it in his head and his heart. That's like, man, I shouldn't have came out here drunk. I shouldn't have been driving like that. I should have let such and such drive me home. I should have took an Uber. I should have took a taxi. I should have called a limo. I should have had the label, do this. All of those were options before he did what he did. Okay. And as an end result, of him making a decision to, let's say, drive drunk, okay, he ended up doing harm to somebody or hurting somebody, taking somebody's life. You have to be accountable for that. You have to hold yourself accountable for that, even though it's gonna be hard. You might not want to. I ain't gonna say you might not want to do it, but that's on him if he's to grow as a human being.
Yeah, that makes sense though.
Just as a human, and you got to take responsibility for it. So it's like, well, whatever they gonna do to me, I'm gonna go ahead and accept it.
That's a fact.
So
That's how we grow.
that means don't resist accountability. If that makes sense to you, that means don't resist holding yourself accountable. That means don't resist. Some people would throw a lot of money at it. If you understand what I mean. Some people, if they had money, they were famous or whatever, they would throw money at the situation to get them, let's say, and that's only human. They would use any resources they had to try to lessen the consequences. Like, so they wouldn't have to, they would know they were wrong, maybe write letters to the family, call the family and all, but they would want that least amount of consequences for what they had done. That's a lot of people.
Okay.
I
I kind of
say, right. We're gonna bring it back a little bit, right? So that because I want to hear Mr. Oates, right? And we don't normally get, how can I say, a lot of people on the panel, like men. We get more women than we do get the men on panels, right?
Okay.
So I would love to, hear Mr. Oates' perspective, right, on what what's going on with Chrisean Rock in the industry, right? Sammie falls under the same umbrella, right? But with him, I think is more mental health involved, even though I think a lot of these situations, mental health is involved, right? And I would love to get his opinion about the Reasonable Child Act and the EBT rants, like as a man from a man's perspective. I mean, I know he has his opinion, but he hasn't, dealt with none of these stuff personally. So, I mean, I want to hear from somebody that, has actually seen this for a while, right? The repeated cycle, all right? Because even me, all right, I haven't been, seeing this for a while, all right? This is kind of new to me, but Mr. Oates, like I said, he comes from I'm not going to say he's an old head dragging dinosaur, all right? What I'm saying is he's got a little more experience, all right? Witnessed more things than what we have, all right? And we are a little younger. So we're just learning some things, and sometimes, getting into someone.
I think I gotta say,
hold on. Getting it from somebody that's been through the
in all fairness, riders.
No, I get where you're coming from, but we don't really get.
No. You don't know what I was about to say. You don't know what I was about to say.
Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, see, that's a woman thing. Chill. Let me back up and shut up.
You said I don't know. You said I'm not gonna call him an old head dragon. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna let you go ahead and do your thing. You have before. That's why I heard that dragon word. I said, wait a minute, did you just call me a damn dragon? I'm like, what's a dragon?
People take it offensive. For me, dinosaurs don't really exist. All right, I know dragons, right, or what's in the scriptures, all right, what's in the history books, not dinosaurs. But that's a topic for another day.
I know you said dragon. I know you said dragon. You was like, let me find out, you old wise dragon.
Yeah, the wise dragon. Which for me, like, remember, if you look at dragons, right, when they even in philosophy, right. What are dragons, right? They're considered wise, strong. I mean, I can keep going down the fucking conspiracy theories. I mean, are they conspiracy theories though? But you get my whole point, right? Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. Like, y'all been through these trenches. A lot of us have been through what we've been through. But listen, the era that I grew up in was really the late 90s, early 2000s. Before that, I didn't really experience it. All right. Yes, I was born in 89. All right. That's supposed to be my era, the 80s. But I didn't experience the 80s if I was born at the end of the 80s, all right, in the early 90s. Let's make it make sense. So,
oh, wait, sorry. Can I say this quickly, though? And then I'll let him have the floor completely because I'm dropping down. That's what I was about to say, I was just about to say though, is pretty much it was a good conversation with the both of you. I had a good time though as well. Yeah, sorry, my bad for cutting off though. Not my intent. No, I know. But yeah, I was just letting them know though. It's all good though. And yeah, different people bring out different energy out of me. And this was a good conversation and I feel you on what you're saying though. And I'm gonna drop down though. Thanks for having me up though.
I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
Good conversation, Riaz. I appreciate you being up here, bro.
But I want to get from a male's perspective, right? What do you think about all these situations? Like, we know it's not nothing new, but do you think that this is something that's existed way before me, way before you? And do you feel as though that there's a way to break these cycles if we do, certain things?
Okay, as far as the cycles, you talking about the Chrisean Rock issue?
Chrisean Rock, Sammie situation, you know how that goes into. We already know what the issues and the situations is, right? But nobody's asking the real questions. They're just following the scripts.
There's just a whole lot of damn, I don't even want to cuss right now. It's a whole lot of
you're on the right panel to do it, so
it's a lot of tomfoolery or fuckery going on. Let's say in these industries. I believe that the sons and the daughters aren't being protected.
Mm-hmm.
Both of them. Everybody, you have kids. I think it's more prevalent now than it was back in the day. I mean, you had kids that were trying to get into music. They probably grew up in the church, so they probably had a certain background. They a certain support system, but this now is being totally led. I got to go dig this out. I'm try to remind me of this next time. Not next time you go live, but next time you see me in a chat or something, just make sure you mention it to me. I've mentioned this to Beautiful One before. I remember reading a study while I was in college, and a lot of people gonna think that was years ago. I was in college years ago. I was in college years ago, but I finished recently in the past, like when was 2025, last 6 years. Not the last 6 years, but 6 years ago. I'm sorry. But there was a study. There was a study I read for my they have a course called the capstone course. And they wanted me to highlight a certain study. And the study happened to be about the socialization of a whole community. Now, it was hinted in the study, and it's a peer-reviewed article. You know what that is, right?
A little bit.
You there, Riders?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't really know about it, but I know a little bit. I've heard of it.
Okay, peer-reviewed article, a peer-reviewed study. It was mentioned in there that the community that they were studying was Atlanta, Georgia. And it was in Atlanta, Georgia. They focused the attention on the community as a whole, which was 80% Black, 20% white. And the high school was pretty much the same racial makeup. They talked about how the kids in the school, in this high school, were mimicking what they seen in the media, on TV, on television, in films. So they broke it down, and it was like the 9th and the 10th graders were the most aggressive. They were how you say it, more masculine than feminine, wearing Tim's, jeans, talking like men, cussing other boys out. Now you had the 11th graders. They were like some of them in the sports. They tended, that was both the 11th and the 12th graders. They tended to more dress like like grown women, like professionals, like they was wearing pantsuits to school and or carrying briefcases, purses, had what do they call them things? What was the phones called back in I'm just gonna come to it. Burberry or Bar, what was them phones called? Anyway, they started explaining the social influence on these kids. Like they're mimicking themselves after, and they said it in the study, like they're mimicking themselves after like R&B singers and reality stars on TV. All of these things, they know this has been going on for years. It's not too old. It's like probably right around the time you were born or a little thereafter.
Damn.
Yeah, they were already studying that shit. So
it's kind of like the Mandela effect, right?
Say it again.
I said that experiment is kind of like the Mandela effect. The only difference is, right, with the Mandela effect, they'll sit here, right, and I'm gonna say mind fuck you, all right, on some real shit, because it's kind of like they play with your mind. Like they'll sit here, right, and they'll delete certain shit from the internet or from social media and stuff like that, right? Like I'm gonna put the Fruit of the Loom. All right, that's the biggest example, best example I could put. Right, they thought that the cornucopia didn't exist, but in reality, it did. That's how they started off with the Fruit of the Loom, right? Right. They had a lot of people going crazy. So I mean, that experiment kind of reminds me of the Mandela effect, right? And then that shit that they talking about. What is it called? Blue Beam Project, some shit like that. I'm reading about it a little bit. But I haven't fully. I did a live on that, 2 lives, if I'm not mistaken.
Did you say Blue Beam?
Yeah, Blue Beam Project. I just call like that Beam Project or some shit like that.
Okay, I'll go back on if you done a live about it. I'll go back and check it out.
I know I've done it because I was reviewing and reacting. Papa Duck was the one that got me on it, so I know I did a live on that, John. There's a lot of these projects that they got out here and people don't even know about it. Like
exactly, because they stupefied or I ain't going to put them in that category. They're distracted, and yeah, I want you to keep this out. Keep this in mind. This current generation or younger people in general, people younger than me, I don't hold them completely responsible. I hold the niggas, the people who are my age, partially responsible also, because we should have been teaching them better. Even if you did whatever you was doing out in the streets, or you had the wrong answers most of your life, you still should have never ever forgotten your history. Now, when people hear me say that, they think I'm automatically talking about slavery, civil rights movement. No, okay, that I could take them back there. I'm not just talking about that. I'm talking about the history that I lived before they even arrived here.
Facts. I know what you're talking about exactly, because we talk about that a lot.
Once you get that, and it's just like, bro, I don't know what to tell you. It's just like, no, I ain't on that. They ain't got nothing to do with me. They ain't had my people was this, my people was that. No, they ain't got. You know how old this shit is, and yeah, okay, well, it's about to repeat itself. And I say that to say there's a saying, or some people call it a cliche, to say those who forget their history are doomed to repeat it.
Facts.
And as a collective, there's a lot of people, a lot of us who refused or didn't want to teach the younger generation, our kids, the kids around us. They didn't want to teach them about the history, even if the history was 20 years ago. They don't want to teach them that. So what do you think is going to happen if you allow your kid to grow up to be 16, 17? He don't know nothing about what happened before he got here. because you just, go boy, go. Ain't you ain't telling about nothing that's happened before, even though you see it happening right before your eyes. So what do you expect him to become or her to become?
Facts. I mean, and we're living examples of that. All right, and what I mean by that, all right, a lot of us wasn't taught our roots, our history. All right, the blueprint was passed down halfway. All right, I didn't know where I came from, all right, until I got older. All right, I just knew that I was a Puerto Rican kid, all right, in the hood. All right, I had black cousins, black friends, Puerto Rican cousins, Puerto Rican friends. All right, I was so mixed up. I didn't know what racism was. Right, I heard of it as a kid because of the history book, what we was being taught in school. All right, but to me, it didn't exist. All right, growing up because like as a kid, we didn't think about color. I was surrounded with so many ethnicities, so many cultures, so many roots. It's like when I got older and I left the community that I was in, I was like, oh, so it really does exist. It's not just in the movies. It's not just in the
Right,
books. It's not just in
right,
school.
right.
So we don't all experience the same thing, all right? Like, okay, just because my community, all right, where I grew up, the area, and all right, because Hunting Park is big here in Philadelphia, all right. It just so happens that the community I grew up in is diverse, all right. It's so many, it's more black and Puerto Ricans, right, where
Yeah,
I'm at
yeah,
compared to outside of the community, right, where there's just Puerto Rican communities, black communities, Mexican communities. Well, in my community, we even got white people. I grew up with white boys and white girls, all right, that lived on
mhm,
welfare. And listen, they were more on welfare than my friends' families were. My mom worked. See, my friends' parents worked. All right. When they got on welfare was when, they wasn't working, something happened, they had food stamps and they didn't get cash. All right. They got food stamps. And listen, like I
that
told y'all
book,
earlier,
that
they
book.
had that damn book until the EBT card came out.
Yeah,
So it was
yeah,
a little different. I'm a
yeah,
hybrid. I keep trying to tell y'all. All right, I got to experience a little bit of what everybody before
yeah.
me got to experience, but I was
Right.
more into my era. All right. I was a kid, even though I had a dark past. All right. Like I keep trying to tell y'all, I had people who cared about me. I just didn't understand it in that moment. Those same people stood by me till this day, are still by me. All right. Telling me, like, damn, Ray, I'm proud of you. The changes I could see the growth in you. All right. And I appreciate that because they don't have to be here. They shouldn't even have to be here with the way I treated them at one point. All right. Because I
Right.
thought that they were the same as the first people who, betrayed me in the beginning. But not everybody is like that, all right? And what's crazy is, right, that a complete stranger would sit here and give you a helping hand compared to a family member and a friend. That at points, not all of them, some of them are nothing more than just leeching. All right. They're
Mm,
leeches, all right, waiting for you, how can I say, to see you go missing on some real shit. All right,
yeah,
claim everything that you did, but can't walk a mile, all right, in your shoes, can't even bear the cross that you lived. And that's what I'm
right.
saying. Like, I mean, as crazy as it sounds, I'm like, I know I'm young and I haven't been through a lot. All right. Like, I mean, I've been through some shit. All right. But there's people out here that's been through worse. All right. There's people out here that might need more than me. And I understood that at a young age because even though I didn't have a father, I had a grandfather. All right. My mom was there, but my mom wasn't really there. I don't hate my mom. I love my mom. I just wish that,
Mhm,
she was a little more understanding, but I got the mom that I got. All right. You can't pick and choose who your family is. All right. At the end of the
right.
day. But I had to re-educate myself with a lot of shit. All right. Because if I would have grew up the way my family was or certain people around me, I'll be ratchet as shit, just like Chrisean.
Right. And
Do
see,
I have to
yeah,
explain it anymore?
yeah. No, that's what I was saying. She's been broken. She has been
Exactly.
broken. You got all that money, so you probably went out and bought you like I said, a Hellcat or fucking Benz
I don't
when you
even think
should.
she drives. I think she's more
Oh,
of a partier. From what I've heard, I think
yeah,
she's more of
so
a
you went
partier.
out there you just went out there blowing money. You went and bought probably expensive clothes, probably
Yep.
jewelry, so
I know
you
that's
can
what
look.
she's known for. Yep, you're right
Yeah,
on that
so,
part.
and it's like you don't. Somebody should have already had her
Yeah,
up
'cause
under their wing. Like, no,
listen,
you ain't
'cause
spending no money on that.
right now she's not just going viral for Blueface. Right now, because that's why I tell people, listen, me personally, I can't judge her because I know she's playing a script. And that's why I said earlier in my life, I said, as a mother, I would never use my child as clout. All right. If there was somebody, like for example, Mr. Oaks, right? I'm gonna say Mr. Oaks had his own, company, his own label, right? And he walk up to a shorty, he's like, "Look, listen, man, I want to start this, this streaming thing, right? Where I want to draw the attention of different viewers, but everything is scripted, right?" And he was to tell me, "Well, I need you, to actually argue with your fiance, right? Start drama throughout your neighborhood. I want you to, act like you're mistreating your child. It's not real, but for the audience, it's gotta look so real. All right, I can't do
Right.
that because now, script or not, people's gonna look at me like, oh shit, this is supposed to be a reality show, which is supposed to be what half scripted and half reality, right? But it's all seeming scripted by the way they're acting. So much toxicity in it that you could tell is a script. Because in our real lives, we don't behave like this. The people around me, I'm like, this shit is like it's like I can't even
That's what I
compare
told you.
this to
Yes, I feel you. I feel you 100%, Rogers. That's the whew, there's a that's that group of people who had that money that they can afford to pay people to come out here and act like buffoons.
and that's how these people become famous. And they start
And
them
that's,
young
yeah,
from
not
teenagers. Look at
only
look
yeah,
at the
they
Kai
tell
Cenat situation, Mr. O's. Listen.
it.
When Ray J went into that shower, when that young bull, right, that little streamer, that young bull, well, he's not even a young, well, is he? Because he's like 23, 24 now, right? I think it is, if I'm not mistaken. They're young, all right? When Ray J went into that, what is it called? Mafia-thon, I think it is. That's what they do. That's what their streaming is called. You know how Chrisean got the people that sponsor her? Well, these young
Man,
bulls got,
I do not. Why I just seen a couple of them shorts and reaction
yeah.
videos of
I don't
people.
watch it either. That's how I know of them because they pop up through the shorts. So that's why I don't really speak on them because I'm like, I don't watch this. I don't even know where to watch it. I just know
But you saying
I see
this
the shorts.
nigga, I'm not even surprised about Ray J. So I'm not even gonna ask. You say this nigga went
Listen,
up in the
that
shower
shit
with
went
a
viral.
baby?
All right, this young boy was in the shower, right? This young boy was in the shower, and Ray J comes in on some Diddy type shit, and you see the young boy running around like scripted or not, this shit foul, and this is what the youth is watching, and y'all wondering why these young boys are out here zesty as shit, acting the way they acting on some Diddy shit. Uh, then they had one where the bull Kai Cenat and the bull Ice Speed, right? And I'm mentioning them because they're viral. They're so famous right now. All right, in the same company, the same type of company. I'm not gonna say it's the same producer, all right? The same type of people that made Chrisean Rock famous are the same ones that made these young bulls famous. All right, let's make it make sense. Like I'm looking at young bulls act rainbowish as shit on these damn lives. Okay, I get it. Brothers hang, they chill, they do all that, right? My thing is, they look so susty, all right? It makes me want to ask, like, are some of y'all really in the closet? All right, and if it is, just come out with it. All right, like just bring the truth out. Because to me, it's the lie. That's my problem. I don't give a fuck who you share a bed with. Just don't lie about your sexuality. All right, let me know who I'm chilling with, and I know that I'm safe. All right, that's my point. But
To them, they're not. To them, they're not in the closet, right? Because at the end of the day, when you see them on them videos and all that shit, at the end of the day, they know they're going home to get in the bed with old boy. Yeah, sound nasty, don't it? Yeah, sound nasty in the motherfucker.
chill. My old head calls them fudge packers. I don't want to disrespect none of them because I don't. Listen, I
This is
know a lot
what
of people and
you
they're
said.
cool
Your
as
old head
shit.
call them what?
Fudge packers. That's why I laughed when you
No,
said
the
what you
ones
said.
that the ones where you know that they live that lifestyle. I ain't got shit against them. I got a problem with the niggas that's hiding it, trying to sneak it in.
That shit. And my
That
thing is, right, listen, a regular man, like I know the men around me that are men, like I've asked them, right? And I'm sitting here like, yo, if they came up and offered you $1 million to do what Kai Cenat and I Show Speed are doing, right? Because I Show Speed was, also did a Diddy episode with the bull Castanet. I'm like, this shit is wild. But I was like,
okay.
if they was to pay you money, right, would you do it? A lot of them are saying no. Like, there's not
Shit.
enough money in the world to make
I
me.
bet
What was it that one of them says? Smack balls with another nigga, or
I bet you they would. They
I'm
saying
sitting here
no,
like, what?
it's a whole bunch of these niggas out here to do that.
You could know the ones that got a second guess to answer your question. Yes, you know they lying because they second guessing. They're thinking about it. They're trying to figure out the proper answer
Yeah,
to give you.
yeah.
All right, and you can tell the ones that are serious, like they just for asking the question, they gonna smack the shit out of you. Like, oh wait a fuck, wait a
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Like,
a whole case. A nigga going to jail. I'm gonna end up in jail. I'm
like,
gonna
and I
end up.
know because like
Yeah, that's
like listen, I asked my he's like, what the fuck made you ask that question? Like, I'm like, oh wait, it's not nothing that you've done. I was like, don't get offended. I'm like, I'm asking because of what I'm seeing. So I've got to
yeah,
ask the men. I gotta ask the men. I didn't mean to offend
yeah,
some of them. Some
yeah.
of them
See,
got really
yeah,
offended, but I needed to know
maybe,
as a woman, like, wait, would you do this? And I
maybe
show.
if a man asked him that, you should get a man to go out there and I'm not going out there and ask them that shit.
See,
If you should get a you should get a man to ask them that shit and see what their response is versus yours.
because this is wild.
Versus being asked from a woman. They'll say that in front of a woman and feel like, no, I gotta save face. I can't say that. I can't say that.
This
But
is
think
wild.
about this. And I even heard this even in the 90s. Like nigga comedians talked about when fucking they made gay jokes.
That's different though. That's gay jokes, but these people are going
Yeah,
the extra mile,
yeah,
Mr.
yeah.
Oaks.
But
Like there's physical contact here. All right,
yeah,
these dudes are playing
yeah.
wrestling in closed rooms.
Like if
You
I
play
give you
wrestling with your girl like
you,
that.
you can go outside right now. I guarantee you.
Yo,
I guarantee you can go outside right now and you say, I got $1 million. You can pull up on the strongest looking nigga you see out on the streets. Be like, I got $1 million for you. Ain't even got to say $1 million. You be like,
that's
I got 100,000 for you right now. Go kiss that man in the mouth for 5 minutes.
because you know what's crazy? That's what the
And they're
Chrisean
gone.
chick said about her. Her recent hookup. Like she was just with this guy. They call him Bino, right? And I think they went through it. And listen, I don't know if it's scripted or not, right? But according to her, she says, man, y'all don't even understand. Like this dude is a blah, 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 right? She started bashing him, right? And I don't understand why people do that, right? After they be smashing each other. But my thing is, don't talk bad after y'all were just smashing each other. But people do it, all right? But she kind of said, trying to expose him, like she said a lot of his business. But one thing that drew my attention, she was like, y'all don't even understand. There's this woman that sits here and she gives him a bag, and he uses that money and he goes around with these chicks. Like I'm guessing that's a sugar mama or some shit. That's what she was trying to say that he had. And I wouldn't put it past it. You see where I'm coming from? Like
Right.
these little niggas that just got music, like they didn't work before. Like, how is y'all supporting y'all kids and all this? Like, y'all gotta be having some sugar mamas. Like these women be having some sugar daddies. Like listen, to live the lifestyle that these young bulls are living, like if they are in Hollywood, gets me lost. Cause y'all in the hood, no jobs, right? And listen, this is not back in the days. All right, we're talking about 2025, and I still was trying to figure out why these folks out here in these corners. This is my block. No, motherfucker. Where's the deed to your block? All right. You don't own shit, first of all. But you're in your 40s and your 50s, all right? Still slinging drugs out here, smoking half your fucking product, all right? So, how is you even maintaining a house, your kids, and all your baby mamas? But I could never get a real answer on that one. Now I could understand if somebody had that, like a little, okay, that's a little side hustle. I ain't talking about it. All right. I do make a little money on the side. I'm known as the weed man, but I work, all right, a 9 to 5. I work another shift, all right. My baby mama works. And I could understand that's how they pulling it together. But don't come and lie to me and tell me, man, you just selling drugs all fucking day, knowing the era that we're in, all right, and you're really making that bread.
Right. Exactly.
Nah, I would have believed that if that was in the 80s, the set. Whoa, Mr. O's dropped off. I would believe that if it was in the 70s, right? The 80s. I think he'll be back. Maybe, probably. I don't know. The link is still in the community wall. All right, I'll believe that, right? If it,
if you were still selling drugs in the 80s, the early 90s, all right, the 70s, maybe the 60s, but you're telling me that in 2025 you out here selling these nicks while you're still getting high off your own supply? Nah, you ain't making bread like that. You doing something else, all right? And we listen, we're in Philly, all right? And when I got older, I learned what was happening in Old York Row. All right, it's kind of like the same thing that's happening right now in Kensington. All right, y'all think they're just zombies in Kensington? Guess what? Why do you? I mean, I don't know if y'all know it, but if you from Philly, I don't know if y'all remember the phrase the old heads used to say. Shit, you can go under a bridge, right, and find yourself a little Tatiana. All right, so under the bridge in Kensington, where was where the fast chicks was at, the ones that sold their ass, all right, for a little bit of cash. I mean, I can go about this in so many ways, but we living in two different eras right now. Hi, how you doing? Hi, Grandpa. All right, I'm gonna see if the link is in the community chat. I'm gonna see if Mr. Oates comes back up and give him a minute while he does that. Let me put some music on real quick while I chop up with my baby pops real quick, and I'll be right back. All right, to finish my thought. Real quick, real quick. He might, jump in.
In this world of blame and shame, we point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye. We shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. What our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's a commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. It's shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange.
Oh, Mr. Oates is back. I'm gonna let him finish his thought. I mean, if he wants to finish it.
Oh, my fault. Damn. No, I couldn't even motherfucking. I don't even remember my fucking thought right now.
That shit threw you off. It just took you out.
It just fucked me all the way up. It was like this some bullshit here.
You was talking about back in the days. I was talking about how these drug dealers nowadays think that they own everything, but they don't even own a car, a house. They still sitting in their mama couch, right, with their mama nipple stuck in their mouth, depending off their girlfriend's welfare. Talking about they got it, and they making all this. Man.
Defending, I hear so many niggas on ninjas on this app talking that shit. I'm like, oh my god. So what you doing? You out in the streets doing some bullshit. Old girl got Section 8.
Facts.
Food stamps. So you pretty much living with her. You driving her car if she got one. You drop her off at work, and the rest of the day you ride around like you the shit. Shut the fuck up. I have told young niggas this shit in their face, like, man, shut up. I'm like, you ain't got nothing. I don't care if you came out here with these bootleg Jordans on. I don't care because when you drive an old girl's car, that don't. What are you talking about? You're not doing nothing. You're not taking care of her kids or y'all's kids. You're not. They over grandma's house or they at daycare. Cut it the fuck out. That's why it's some young dudes that don't even dig how I talk to them. But when I talk to them like that, I'm prepared for whatever, and I'll leave it at that. But that's not a
manly thing to do. It's
no.
like, that's why I said earlier, right? We blame the men for everything, right? Listen, I love me some young Reyes, all right? He be having some knowledge to spit, but, you know, he cut me off and threw me off earlier. All right, and that's what I was trying to explain, right? We got this whole thing, and there's a lot of women out here that are still stuck on that, you know, believe all women when it's not true. Like I said, women, you know, listen, I don't know if y'all know how much power we got in the palm of our hands, but we're not using it the right way. On some real shit, we need to use that shit, all right, and go together hand in hand with these men and accomplish the shit that we want to accomplish, all right? And isn't that I was playing a minute ago, all right? I get it. I understand that independence is crucial for some of us women, especially the ones that go through a lot of bullshit, all right? But all right, you can't sit here and say I'm independent and be in a relationship. All right, I had to learn that with my baby pops in the beginning. All right, with my fiance, like I had to stop saying I'm so independent when at times I needed him, especially with my daughter. All right, we could be independent all we want. All right, we could be tough and brave and do this on our own. And I'm not saying we can't, but it's so much easier, right, when we do this hand in hand with the father, when we co-parent. All right. That's why I constantly say that when it comes to a relationship, it's not 50-50, it's 100-100. All right. Notice the difference between my relationships. Look how I'm not saying that my baby daddy's my first fiance, well, he was actually my first fiance, but my first baby daddy, right, was a bad man because he wasn't. All right. It's just the way he was raised. You see where I'm coming from, and me being young, all right, thinking that knight in shining armor, existed at a time. You see where I'm coming from? Didn't understand that there could be men that have, two sides to them. All right, they'll make it look like they're doing this for a little bit. All right, but then after a while, you see their true selves. They're really just lazy. As fucked up as it sounds, they just want to.
Yeah. That you know what that tells me? Don't buy that nigga a PlayStation for Christmas.
Shit.
Don't get that. If he already got his own PlayStation and you see he's already just sitting on the game all motherfucking day, don't buy him no more games.
Yeah, and that's true. Listen, by the time my baby pops, all right, my first, may he rest in peace, all right, the first relationship I had, realized a lot of shit. He tried to get back with me, and it was too late. Like, I'm gonna put it like this, all right. I don't know. I don't know if it's love lost. I can't explain it because he's gone. He's passed away. You see where I'm coming from? So it's kind of like where you wasn't giving me, someone else was already doing it. You see where I'm coming from? Where you was lacking it, and I didn't cheat. I was by myself because it's like when I realized I'm taking care of another child, I walked away. You see where I'm coming from? It's kind of like I can't do this. All right, it kind of on me. But it shouldn't have backfired on me. You see where I'm coming from? Me being younger, him being older, especially the way we got together. I mean, it's crazy. That's why I'm saying I'm glad, to the people that made me understand. Look, age, right? A lot of us say age ain't nothing but a number. But when it comes to relationships, right, age matters. Because when you're a 16-year-old girl and you're dealing with a 21-year-old man, all right, there's a big gap, all right, between y'all lives. What I mean by that, he was already running when I was just learning how to crawl. All right.
No, I understand that. I understand that, Ryder.
Females fail that, so it's kind of like that's why I say what I say when it comes to a
No,
lot of.
I understand that. When I say the gap, you said 16 and 21. It sounds like the biggest gap is not age. The biggest gap is maturity.
There you go.
Okay, so and say that to say this.
But I was mature and he wasn't. It's the crazy part. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So that means y'all was close enough or closer than you actually thought. Now, let me explain what I mean by that. When I say he's 21, you're 16. He should be more emotionally and intellectually, not just what is it, biologically, not just biologically mature, but he should be more mature. Yes. Okay. So what it sounds like, if you're more mature than he is, emotionally and intellectually and situationally.
I was. Listen, my behavior was mature, but my base, you could tell I was a baby.
Now I get that. Yeah, I get that. But it sounds like even though it sounds you're biologically younger or farther apart from him.
Hmm.
It sounds like you were
He
on the
was 6 years and a half older than me. That's the
you
big
were
age
in,
to get.
you were in the process of passing him
Yep. And a lot of
emotionally,
people.
not age wise, but emotionally and intellectually. You were on your way to passing him, and that was not a good thing for you. If you'd have been allowed to pass him, like on all aspects, financially, all that damn sure you'd have been got that. But it sounds like that where y'all met at, that's where you were ahead of him, even though he was older than you.
Facts. Where we met at was it's crazy, right? Because even my baby pop said that he's like the adults around y'all should have known better. All right, because we got hooked up by adults. That's the funny part, and they knew our ages. We didn't know each other's ages, and I was at a party where I shouldn't have been at. All right, but I was taken there by an adult. It's the funny part. All right, I was drinking, I was smoking. Peep that shit. And that's why, like,
See?
I get it. When I was told, they was like, y'all was both manipulated, but he was still older. And that's why I tell people, listen, I'm personally trying to break the cycle. All right. Even though at 16, some of us are responsible. All right. We may know how to cook. All right. Because of us, how can I say babysitting our siblings? Some of our parents left us babysitting, especially when they had to go, to work, or, they was late from coming, from work to the house. Right. I hope I said that right. But a lot of us knew that, all right? Just because we know all these things, because we know how to, wash our ass, doesn't mean that we've matured sexually, all right? Or mentally.
Right.
I was matured in so many areas, but I was not mature sexually or mentally. One, my past. Two, the way I was being guided. I'm not saying that the village failed me, but the one that should have been there failed me.
No, somebody right here, I know somebody failed you. That's clear.
I said who it was. Yeah, the first person that was supposed to be there. That's the person.
Yeah. So
Because I
that
pushed
was
myself away from so many people that were trying to guide me, that is like I was following into my friends were out here, they were having sex, they were doing this. So I'm thinking, hey, it's okay, you're doing the normal thing, right? Everybody else around you is doing it. So,
yeah,
you're a
yeah.
kid yourself. That's why I said I was a baby having a baby. Listen, to a lot of people, age may not, be nothing but a number, but it matters. All right, especially when two people are coming together. And that's why I say at 16, like, I get it. We should not even be able to consent. We're gonna do it, but there's a difference between doing it with somebody our own age, somebody we're growing up with. You see where I'm coming from? Compared to somebody that's way older than us, that's got more experience, has walked these trenches. Because now I
Right.
get why people are saying that you was manipulated, but at the time I didn't see how. But now I do.
That's because you've grown.
Exactly, and I have some. Listen.
Yeah.
You never know what you are or what life really is, all right? And who you're really meant to be until you see the purest version of you walking next to you, all right? And it takes
Mm.
two to make that.
Mm.
It takes
Look at
two.
you.
That's why I'm against the women that be like, oh, I don't give a fuck if you're, the father, I'm the mother, in America, what we say goes. I've seen so many women use that shit. That's why I was a little shocked with the Sammie situation. I was like, ooh, I want to hold on, get a little bit more info. Because what if he snapped because he was going through some shit with the wife? What if, because she kept saying, oh, he kept telling me that no matter how big you are, you're not ever going to be, what he said, some shit that you're never going to be big enough to bring me down. So I'm like, why would he say that to her unless she said something to him that involved trying to bring him down? You see where I'm coming from? So I was like,
Yeah.
I don't know. So
Yeah.
in that
Yeah.
situation, this could have been both ways. He could have started, she could have started. So until I get a little more details, I'm not going to get into it because so many men have been wrongfully incarcerated, all right, for sexual abuse and for domestic violence. All right. There are women out here that would scream rape and would scream abuse just because the man didn't, give her what she wanted or didn't agree with what she said, or how can I say it? It didn't go her way with him. I mean, get
Right.
mad at me. I've had women get mad at me, but and I know it's gonna happen, but at the end of the day, it's the facts. I don't care how you feel. That's the reality within our communities. All right, you got women that are there, all right, that
I don't know. Have they been through trauma? Maybe they probably overcame the trauma and learned how to live with a man. But then there's women out here that the trauma is so deep and lingers in the shadows that they cannot be happy with no man. And here
Woo-wee.
comes the men's mental health. All right. At first, I used to think that it was good. What is it? Good girl. No, bad boy turning a good girl bad, right? But then I learned that in the cycle, right? If you go back and if my grandpa is right, it really starts off. How is it? I'm guessing bad girl, no, good girl gets in her emotions or some shit like that, right? She turns bad, right? Then she meets a good guy, right? And gets him all up in his emotion. Then he gets bad. He goes bad, right? Then now he meets a good girl, right? And does to him does to her what was done to him. And here goes the cycle.
Yeah, that sounds like a cycle. I just started to say that. That sounds like a cycle to me.
Yeah. So I mean,
And
as
it sounds
crazy as
like
it said, I didn't
it
understand that
sounds
with
like
my
it's on both sides.
I didn't get it back then, but now I'm seeing this behavior on women and I'm questioning it. Believe all women. Why the hell did I grow up listening to that? Women empowerment. I don't see no more women empowerment. All right. Like on social media, when I
Mm,
come on these platforms, women empowerment, Miss Akimi, Miss Yo Thoughts, Miss April Showers, all right, Blended Healing Realms, all right, that's women
mm,
empowerment. All right, not no Chrisean Rock, not no
mm.
Trina, not no Remy Ma. All right, like I was a fan at
Yeah,
one point.
yeah,
I'm a grown
yeah,
woman. I
yeah.
don't look up to that shit. I don't admire that shit. I don't respect that shit.
Exactly. But that's how it's. Come on, you have to understand it right now. What's controlling the kids right now? If you sat in the house like we was as kids, only thing you had was the TV. Wasn't no damn wasn't no internet. Are you out of your mind?
That's why
You
I
couldn't
said
get on the phone for real, for real.
I
Uh
remember we had the conversation, the rotary phones y'all had.
yeah. We could well I loved when them I ain't gonna say went away, but I love when we got that push button phone. Matter of fact,
The touch stones.
one of these days, yeah, one of these days I'm gonna show y'all one of these phones because where I work at this building 100 years old, over 100 years old. They had those in here, like as a part of the regular. They still got some of them around. I'm gonna bring them. I'm gonna bring one of them up and show them to you. Like, yeah, I was so happy. But that that's back in the day, and there's some people that's younger that actually I ain't gonna say remember it, but actually get it because they had those values or and I ain't talking about the fucking rotary phone, but I'm just talking about they had that they know some of their history. They know how things used to be.
Yeah, they was talked to a lot. Listen,
Yeah, yeah. They
that's
was
been
talking.
left out in families. We don't even have conversations no more. Men talk now and they get bashed for expressing their feelings. I don't know if this was, happening for years, all right, before the 80s, before the 70s, all right. But I do know that now, if it has existed, it's gotten way worse, all right. Listen, I tell some of these little girls out here, do y'all know, like, y'all bash these little boys because they're learning how to cook and stuff like that? But some of these kids don't even know that some of the best chefs out here are men. They're men, not women. Men. What's the problem with a man cooking? What's the problem with a man leading? Why can't you both lead
Right,
in a relationship if y'all
right,
both respect each other? What I
right.
mean by that, if I'm down, my baby pops always steps up. He stepped up for these past 2 years. You see where I'm coming from? And I'm hype. I'm glad. I'm proud. Like, that makes me feel good as not just, the mother of his child, but as his woman. A lot of men around here, they wouldn't do what he's done. You see where I'm coming from? Maintain his own crib. Help me out. Help his baby mama out. All right. Keep the same type of love for all his daughters. All right. And not bring the bullshit to me. A lot of these women got to deal with all that shit. I'm sitting here, I'm telling you, there's a way. All right. And it doesn't just depend on you as a woman, but it depends on him as a man too. All right. And
Yeah,
I want to say us, some women don't do their homework right on the person that they lay their heads with. All right. Forgetting that once
right,
they're done the deed,
right.
guess what? He spiritually left himself inside of you the same way you did with him. All right. It's like y'all left piece of each other with each other. That's why they say, listen, man, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've heard a lot of my old heads say this, right? And they tell you, be careful who you sleep with, all right? Because every man you lay with, all right, leaves a piece of him in you.
Exactly.
So,
Into
and that's
that,
something that I took
yeah,
serious.
yeah. He gonna leave, and she gonna leave a piece of her in on you, nigga.
Exactly.
Y'all
She's
better
gonna leave
figure.
you. It's like my
Yeah.
grandpa said, all right? They leave a piece of, y'all leave a piece of y'all inside of us, but what we leave on y'all is a scar tattooed on y'all skin.
Damn. Wait a minute. A scar? I don't think I
It
ever.
could be good, it could be bad, all right? But
Yeah,
like
yeah, you're right.
women leave scars, men leave an imprint. I don't know if I'm explaining it right. Yes, men leave their imprint, women leave scars, good or bad. All right, it could have been
Hmm.
a good scar. I could have left a good how can I say impression on you, or I could have left a bad impression on you.
I believe in most cases, or on the well, if we talking on that sexually, um, we we leave a damn. What's the word I'm saying? You said an imprint and a scar and all that. I used to put it differently. It's like you've left a part of you.
Yeah, it's no
Um,
different. It's just that we got our own ways of saying. I'm more
yeah,
poetic, so it's gonna
yeah,
come out like that.
yeah.
Right?
So
There's a
yeah,
real way to say it.
yeah,
I'm not my grandpa. All right. So throughout the years, I couldn't remember the phrase or how he said it to
yeah,
me exactly.
yeah,
So throughout the years,
yeah.
yes, I've changed it, but
You
it's still
don't
the
let
same shit he said.
exactly, exactly. You left you done left a piece of yourself over here, and they've left a piece of themselves over here.
Hmm.
Now figure it out. You don't know how to figure it out because you don't even know what the hell just happened. I mean, you don't know what the when I say the trauma, like you said, scars.
Yep.
We all wounded.
Exactly.
We all wounded like a motherfucker. I don't give fuck what no nigga say like nigga, I ain't wounded. Yeah, you are.
We all wounded.
Just the fact that you just told me, nigga, I ain't wounded, tells me you wounded. That's how I talk to niggas.
That's a
I'm
fact.
talking about in real life, not just on the internet. I'm like, nigga, you wounded. What the fuck? What is wrong? No, you got to figure this out. It's something that's making you continue to do this, that, and the other. But that's a whole nother story. But it's like, yeah, we all have wounds. If you ain't got no motherfucking wounds, then you ain't up from this planet.
That's a fact.
You don't have
And that's what I'm saying. Like, I feel as though like men shouldn't get bashed for speaking. Like, I don't know. Like, I speak to my baby pops, right? A lot. And I go to him to get a lot of answers, right? Because he's been through a lot of shit. He's been, and I just be trying to figure out certain shit, right? And what's crazy is, right, I got this phrase. Every time I go back to him, I'll be like, yo, I should have listened to you the first time. And he says it. I'm about to make a shirt. Y'all should have listened to Ryder on some real shit. Because it's true, though. Like, I get it. Listen, the problem is, all right, I'm gonna put it like this. I don't know why in this era men are so emotional, right? And I'm not saying there's a problem with you having emotions, all right? It's how you're expressing them, how you're putting them out there. All right. There's a difference between expressing your feelings and being zesty. Let's be real. All right. So I feel as though that why put the zesty behavior on a pedestal, right? And bash a man for bringing awareness, right, on something that he's been through and overcame to prevent, the youth from doing it over again, or, speaking on their story to someone, right, that they thought they could confide in. But now they stole that story, they're looked at different, and now they're everywhere. What's crazy? Women do it a lot, and they put the man's business on social media. I'm like, why did you do that? Because now you're not looking bad. I mean, he's not looking bad. You're
Yeah.
looking bad. And they
Mm-hmm.
think that they're going to look good by exposing this shit. I'm like, no. Like the Sammie situation. You see where I'm coming from? Like, the man was exposing, expressing that he was feeling, this and that, right? And people was like, oh, he's going through depression, mental health, right? But then you see the girl, the wife that he was with at one point, but he said they're separated. He kind of broke it down and explained, what happened, right? And I'm saying here, like, why would she do that? Especially you posted it when you knew that y'all was good terms. So that right there confuses me as a woman. Like, wait, I would understand, but you went back.
That's how they was raised. I'm telling you. That's at some point in time. It's just like, and I think I think she said in one of those posts that you had up there. I still got to go back home to this man.
Exactly. I'm like, I wouldn't go back. I would have left.
Wait a minute. You mean this nigga just beat you and did all? Wait a minute. He got
That's why I don't
arrested.
like women that I can't respect women that do
What you
that.
mean you going back home to him? Okay, I ain't gonna necessarily say that to encourage her to leave him alone or get rid of him. But if he actually did that to you, y'all at least need some space. Where your people at? Where your mama and daddy? Where your brother or sister? Where your
No support system. But they say they do is the problem. But if you had the support system, you wouldn't be going back to the abuse.
No,
Is
you
my
wouldn't.
point. And listen, I'm a survivor. All right. I'm 36 years old. All right. And when I said earlier, all right, I grew up in, how can I say, a system that was meant to devour little girls like me. All right. I meant that shit. When when little girls, little boys too go through it. All right. But when little girls go through it, and I feel bad for the boys because they keep it in silence. Some of them end up staring sideways. All right. What I mean by that, they end up hopping rainbows. So do girls. All right. But the worst part about the boy is they can't express themselves. You see, as soon as a man confesses to a woman that they had a past like that and they overcame it, their business should not be on social media. All right. What he said to you should not be coming out of another woman's mouth or the op's mouth. How did it get to the ops? You see where I'm coming from? How? If he confided in you, now he's being looked at this and like that. But what you said is not even real. All right. His story is a little different. And we're wondering why men are taking their lives and doing this, from them getting cheated on, all right, to being told that the babies are not theirs and they've raised these kids, to, how can I say, them expressing how they feel. Why can't a man express like, damn, man, I'm hurt. Like, this lady did me, this chick did me dirty. I should call her a bitch because that's what she is. This bitch did me dirty. All right. And now I feel as though like other females are going to do the same thing. They need to express themselves, but they can't. But us women can come out here and say this, and that, and it's believable. Oh, I feel bad. This shouldn't have happened. Oh, we get all types of love and attention, right? But when a man does it, oh no. Oh, hells no. It's like all hell broke loose. Oh, you can't say this. You can't act like this. You can't feel this. Who the fuck is we to tell the men they can't feel? Who are we to tell them they can't cook? Who are we to tell them they can't raise? How can I say, treat their wives like queens? Who are we to tell them that they can't be, a part of their daughter's life and raise their daughters like this? Either y'all want them in the kid's life or y'all don't. Pick one. All right, when it comes to that one. So, I can go about this in so many fucking ways, and that's why I say men's mental health matters, all right? Because when the women scream and shout and say all this shit, they get believed, and pity and empathy gets brought about. That's why, listen, I don't want no pity, no empathy, all right? Like I tell people, it took me a minute to speak on my story, right? And I did it out of the heat of the moment, right? And I did it because I was trying to help my son. Two different situations, but all that heat of the moment, me being angry at everybody, right? Because of the stupid shit they say and do. All right. And what I mean by that, all right, a lot of us are trying to break cycles. All right. It's not our fault that y'all little angel demon hybrids can't get it together, all right, and figure out that you got choices and options in life. That no matter what obstacle hits you, you're able to pick yourself up. All right. It's not about how hard you fucking fall. It's about how you pick yourself up. All right. How you get up, how you shake it off and keep it pushing.
You just said that.
Dwell on the past. Because it gets me mad. Listen, I'm not just the mother of a daughter. I have two sons too. And let a bitch treat my son like that, man. I listen. I'm the type that believes don't get in your kids' relationships when they get older, all right? Because you don't want them in yours, all right? Simple as that. Point blank. Period. Relationships are private. But let my son come and tell me, yo, this chick did this, that. I'm going, rock out for my son. Like, oh, wait a minute, she did what? Me knowing that I taught my son not to put hands on a female, I'm going to say, hold up, wait, baby. You can't, you're not able to deal with this. Let me back you up real quick. Let me go deal with her. And if she can't deal with her, son, let her go. Right? And if he goes back to her, like I would tell my son, you made that choice. You made the decision. Now you're going to have to figure this one out because I tried to help you. You see where I'm coming from? Us mothers should not be in our sons' relationships at all, but in them for nothing. But unfortunately, some females don't believe, don't how can I say think the way I do, right? Or believe the way I believe, right? Everybody thinks differently. And I'm not saying that the way I think is the best way. I'm just saying that this is the way I was brought up. All right. No matter how much technology came out, because I was in the middle of it. 2022 was when 2022 was when my bad. 2002, not 2022. All right. 2002 was when social media came about. The internet's been out since the 80s, if I'm not mistaken, or a little before that. But social media didn't start existing until 2002. And when did the problems start existing, getting worse? I'm not saying that they start, my bad. Let me rephrase that. When did the problems start getting worse? All right. They didn't just begin. They start getting worse when social media came about. All right. Like Mr. O said earlier, these goddamn TV shows like Baddies. But guess what? Baddies didn't come out of nowhere, like Mr. O said. He said, right? And he's not wrong. It's just I didn't think about it like that because I didn't watch these shows. All right, like he was just saying, these dating shows, these island shows, and all that shit. That's how it started off. It started off with cable. It just so happens that, like me, a lot of y'all ain't watched cable in a while. Y'all been watching streaming apps for the past 8 years? So yeah, we forgot about them shows. Me personally, I didn't watch them, so I'm not gonna remember something I ain't watch. But you got to think about it.
Like you said,
You breaking out, Mr. Oates. You went in and out, and you just got lost in the matrix.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now I can hear you.
Yeah, that everybody didn't have cable back then, so it wasn't cable. The powers that
You went in and out again. It's like the area you're in.
Yeah, it's probably the area. It's probably the area. Hold on, let me get my ass outside. When I get outside, it shouldn't be no drama like this. I'm in a garage right now. There's a lot of concrete down here.
But yeah, that's how it be. And the problem with a lot of people today is like my baby pop says, right? A lot of these women don't want to take accountability, and all these men don't want to take accountability.
They figure they shouldn't have to. Can you hear me better now, Riders?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. A lot of these men and women figure they shouldn't have to. It's the generation that TV has raised.
Facts.
Shit. Yeah, that's the generation. It ain't a whole lot of, father over here, mother over here, grandparents ain't even around. There's no positive influence. No. Damn, it's raining like a mother.
Yeah, we gonna be feeling that damn what is it
who you talking about, Melissa?
Yeah, yeah, we're gonna be feeling everything Jamaica is going through.
Yeah, no, they already went through it. It done already hit Cuba and the Bahamas and all that.
Oh, it's hitting the whole Caribbean.
Yeah. Jamaica already, they showed Jamaica on the news earlier. They already sunny and everything. It was sunny as hell, but seemed like the whole island messed up.
Damn, that's wild.
Internet out, electricity out. Yeah.
Baby daddy, boss man, what you think about men's mental health? You got anything to put into this? Huh?
Everybody needs to wake up and be aware that it exists.
Oh, that it exists. Facts.
Yeah, it needs to be a whole lot. They need to go
portray to go through. That's not nothing to play with. If somebody say they got mental problems, that's something you take serious and try to talk to them and find out what's really going on with them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they need to
all deal with something.
This need to be everywhere. We need to have little community centers, all that.
That's a fact. But it's crazy.
Go ahead.
You're speaking facts. Community center is something that I've been speaking about for years, right? But unfortunately, right now we hit this era, and we're gonna have Trump for a minute. And I'm not saying his policy is not all the way bad. All right. I'm going more for policy. All right, but his policy is a lot of things I don't agree with, but there's a lot of things that are that are okay. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. The problem with people is it is about who they fucking like. All right. Listen, Kamala's policy was not no better. That, if anything, it was worse. Like what she was trying to do, how can I say? Listen, I think Biden almost passed the policy, right? Saying that, yeah, they almost passed it, but I don't know. I don't think they did. I don't think they got the chance to. Whereas, if a parent, told their child, said anything about them being non-binary, or if they was a boy thinking that they was a girl, right? That there would be consequences. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all willing to lock parents up because they're telling their sons that they're boys and their daughters that they're girls?
Yes, that's the bull and the shit. That I don't agree with none of that shit.
So that wasn't Kamala's policy.
I'm like, what are you talking about, binary or non-binary? When did we start labeling male and female, binary, and what type of shit is this? I didn't understand it.
Man,
I was like, no, I'm not getting this. I'm not getting none of this.
It's like that chick that complained, right? She went on social media to complain. Yo, guys, lie to you not. I did a live on this, all right? The upload should be up, whether it's on a live or it's just on a regular upload, right? This chick got online and started complaining, right? She's gonna sit here and say, oh my God, my neighbors called. What was it she said? Oh, animal control on me, right? And I'm sitting here like, why would the neighbors call animal control on her, right? They called it on her son. My bad. It was her son. And I'm over here right along with all the other people watching. I'm like, why the fuck would the neighbors call animal control on her son? And she continues to tell her story, right? Well, and her son is like 3 years old, probably 5 years old. She's like, well, my son thinks that, he's a cat. So, I feed him on a cat bowl and he takes a shit on a litter box. I said, wait, what?
Oh, no,
I'm saying, you got to get the fuck out my fucking face. And you're complaining about people calling animal control? You thought you had a cat.
If that's the least of your words, what the fuck is you? No.
Like what?
You feed your son. Matter of fact, hold on, brother. I gotta go. You tripping now? That just fucked me up.
I did a whole live on that shit, so I ain't lying.
All right, I'm getting going this slow real quick. Give me about 30 seconds.
All right, but I'm let me put this on so that y'all can hear. Cause y'all listen, y'all know I don't get tired of saying it, man. So while Mr. Oates comes back, and I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break. Let me press play on this.
We point fingers, we play the game. But as our children cry in fear, we turn the blind eye, we shed no tears. Believe our women, they say, while our kids are led astray. Lost in darkness, lost in pain, yet their cries fall silent like the rain. It's a shame how far we've come, blaming all the men playing dumb. But our children need us near to wipe their tears and calm their fears. In this land of the free, water's a commodity for you and me. Can't you see? It's not fair, it's plain to see. People struggling to pay for something they need every day. In America where we say we're free, but water shouldn't come at a fee. It's shorty just speaking in general about the things that seem so small. This ain't meant towards everyone, just a cry in the dark. In America where water is marked. Brothers and sisters, hear my plea. This is not about you or me. Our kids are the future, they hold the key. Wake up before we're met with defeat. In this world of chaos and strife, we must guide them to a better life. Teach them love, compassion, and light, so they can lead us out of this endless night. Let's unite as one strong force. For our children, let's stay on course. Together we can make a change and secure a better future in exchange. Y'all should have listened the first time they let the cat out the hat. Now it's a crime. Many are falling into a trap, thinking it's a game, but they full of cap. Some are ready and fully strapped, while others keep falling into the gap. The warning signs were clear as day, but some chose not to heed what they say. Now the consequences come to light. Those who ignored are in for a fight. Listen close and learn from this mishap. Don't be caught unaware, don't fall into the trap. From the wisdom of my elders I learned women are strong, independent and firm. But sometimes we need a helping hand to conquer challenges and make a stand. Independence is crucial, that's true. Yet together with a man we can pursue. Respect yourself first and foremost, so others will treat you like the most. Ladies growing up, remember this advice. You're capable of anything you devise, but partnership and respect go hand in hand. Embrace your strength and make a stand. Memories of the past I couldn't see, now I understand. The wisdom they gave me, respect yourself first, that's the key. To earn respect from others is how it should be. A man's worth measured by how he treats his queen. Love and romance in the air, a beautiful scene. A woman's power to uplift or demean. In her hands lies a man's dream. Lessons learned from an OG so true. In matters of the heart, they know what to do. Love and respect intertwined like glue. In a world where old-fashioned values still ring through. Peter Pan,
Peter Pan was a fairy tale. Now males want to be females without fail. Women want to be a man. It's a twisted tale. Flipping scripts and roles, they set sail. Fighting for roles, turning to moles, making hits with their agenda goals. Targeting our kids, it takes a toll. To them, it's a bliss. To us, it's a black hole. They ain't trying to miss. Their agenda is the ultimate twist, infiltrating young minds with their list, but we won't let them persist. I'm with women's rights, but what about men's too? Equality for all, it's long overdue. We want progress, we need to see both sides. Blame and shame won't help us unite. Don't label him a deadbeat without looking in the mirror. Sometimes it takes two to create rupture. Let's have conversations that include everyone. Empathy and understanding the battles can be won. Men face struggles too, let's not forget. Their mental health matters, let's not neglect. It's time to break down walls and build bridges instead. Together we can strive for equality ahead. You scream for the police every time he come around. Then scream child support abuse, playing victim in this town. Enjoy that check, boo, but remember what goes up must come down. The only time he's worthy is when he bails you out the mess you found. You play the game, manipulating hearts without a doubt, but karma's knocking at your door, there's no way out. You point fingers and shift the blame around, but in the end, it's your own chaos that you found. You dance with danger, living on the edge of lies, but the truth will catch up to you, no more disguise. The man you rely on to clean up your mess is so profound, will soon see through your facade and leave you astounded. Using a child as a weapon, it's a shame. A woman who lacks self-respect, I can't acclaim. Real men fighting for what they believe in, never in vain. Standing 10 toes down, bringing awareness to the pain. Respect is earned by how you carry yourself, not by tearing others down for personal wealth. Real men don't back down, they fight with honor and stealth against injustice and falsehoods that threaten our health. Let's uplift each other instead of tearing apart, supporting one another from the start. Real men stand tall with courage in their heart, fighting for justice and truth, playing their part. Here's for the men who share their truth, never afraid to stand tall in their boots, respecting our women, fighting for what's right, supporting our kids day and night. Real women out there blazing trails, men by their side never looking pale. Rights for all, let's keep the balance true. Men have a voice, let's listen to. In this crazy world where battles are fought, let's remember the men who give it all they've got. Respect to those who speak their stories loud. Together we stand strong and proud. Together we stand, united we'll rise. Setting an example.
Setting an example for all eyes. All right. Real shit. Chill, man. This got me in trouble with Mr. 86 Kid at one point. Now you know the little story behind that situation. This is what we were speaking about. This whole situation right here. They're like, that's my man. I don't want you on the stage with my man. And I got called out there. That shit threw back memories.
Wait a minute, who said that to you?
You know who.
No, I don't.
Remember what happened? Remember what happened on the sheriff's panel, right? Damn D was trying to get the scoop of what was going on, and I'm like, "There's no beef, right?" And I keep saying my stalker, Moonsticks. That shit got me in trouble. I was like, "Oh shit! I didn't even mean to speak about men's right and a woman claiming a man that don't belong to her." That shit threw me back on memories, yo.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, I'm cracking up over here. Like, damn, this is why they still talking my ass.
Yeah, I wasn't into that.
No, you wasn't, yo. EJ got in trouble because he put his 6 senses into it. That's why he apologized on Words panel. On Answers panel and stuff like that. Because he brought her up one day, and I knew she was gonna be with the bullshit. And I'm telling him, yo, get this bitch off the panel. I'm not paying for her.
Who was on the bullshit? You gotta clarify this.
Yeah, Moonstick. She followed me already a few times on panels. All right, don't think that was just on, like who was whose panel was I on where she wanted to confront me? Oh, Answers. It wasn't just on Answers panel. That lady's been chasing me since I talked to Mr. 86K about this topic that we're talking about right now. And listening to the song reminds me because I read the poem that same day.
Man, get the fuck out of here. That was never mind. That was my.
It's been a year and some change that I've been. You not gonna talk to me? No, bitch, because I ain't call you out. You called me out.
I'm right here geeking. I could talk about it. This is my panel. On somebody else's panel, I'm not gonna do that. That's disrespectful as shit. But this is my panel. I'm geeking like a motherfucker. I was like, damn, Ray, you got in trouble because of this shit. I was like, and you see what I'm saying? All I was saying is that, men got rights too. That's it. Like, I feel as though, I think we was talking about, because I think that day I hopped on a panel because they was coming on him. They was coming at him because somebody exposed something about him getting arrested for whooping his child's ass. And I was like, I don't even know why people taking it that deep. Like, I can go about, about it so many ways. You see where I'm coming from? And when he explained the story, I was like, that's what got us to start talking about, men's rights and shit like that.
No, yeah, I do remember him talking about somebody brought their information out talking about him whooping his kid because he did something. I can't remember exactly what it
girl
was.
had called him, and that's what got me on the panel. And I was like, I do know a lot of women that do that. They'll sit here, call the baby daddy, right? And the baby daddy gets strict on the child and shit like that. Then they turn around because they're mad at the baby daddy and they call the cops. So I'm like, I don't know why women do that, but they do it using their kid as a tool to get back at the father. I'm like, I hate when women do that shit.
Man, I do remember that, and I remember at that point in time. I think I remember whatever he said he would. I think the kid did something at school or said something to him.
Something like that. Yeah, his baby
like,
mama.
I'm gonna whoop his ass. That's what
coming at him heavy. So I just came up, I was like, listen, I know what you're going through. I don't know why people take this, over the limit. That's all it was. That's why I laugh every time now that, like, I don't know what just threw me back to that shit. Because recently she's back at it again. Like, you see where I'm coming from? Like,
man, I don't pay Woodstock. Woodstock is a non-factor. That's what I call it now. Woodstock.
I went to her, man. Listen, right? I did that shit with Mr. 86K, right? And she was calling me out, and I was egging her for the longest, but she got disrespectful, right? She started calling me bitches and shit like that. Somebody sent me a clip. So what I did was I was like, look, I'm not gonna react to her, right? And I explained to people why I don't get like that on social media, right?
Right.
And a lot of prayers, but it seemed like she, it went over her head. So I was like, oh, she don't seem to understand. So that same day, I wrote a poem, and she felt so offended by it. Let me see.
I don't get tired of
It's not this one. I gotta find the right one. Is it this one? Yeah. Listen to this, right? Because I wasn't just speaking on her. I was speaking on everybody that sat here. I was like, wait, you mad at me because, and it's crazy that only one, everything goes back. I'm like, y'all just mad at a celebrity. That's the only problem. Like, everybody that I've ever said, I'm like, yo, what the fuck is going on? Like, how I get involved in this shit? I was like, fuck this shit. One day I went and I put them all in a poem. That shit got her even more mad because I didn't get on a live, right, and go back and forth with her. What I did was I said what I said, right, and I said, here, this is how I feel, and I said it to all three of them, all right, the lady in the garden, Humpty Dumpty, and I said it to the wannabe Jamaican.
Never in my life did I think that I would see so many disrespectful elders like on this app. How can you respect an older woman who pretends to be nice, but she's just fronting, claims to be a queen, but she's just chasing men, bashing them all for a bag? Where's the respect then? You claim to be a victim, but on this app taking 15 inches, what a trap. You say you're a survivor, oh my, I'm lost. Where have I been? This old lady's a cost. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. You talk a big game, but you're just a mess. Chasing after men, causing distress. You say you're a queen, but you're just a fraud. Using others for your own facade. What a lost cause. You bash men, but you know better. Playing the victim, but you're the predator. Taking what you want without a care, but deep down you're just scared. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. You may think you're strong, but you're weak inside. Using others to fill the void you hide. But true strength comes within
within, not from chasing men or committing sin. Excellence you claim to be, but all I see is insecurity. You don't know how to love yourself, reflecting on others, your pain and wealth. So take a look in the mirror, old lady, and see the truth that lies within. You can't find happiness in others, you must learn to love yourself to truly win. Out in the garden we have a snake. Take your time to observe before you make a mistake. This old lady with a smile may make you believe she's a victim, but beware, she will deceive. Don't be fooled, she's really Lilith in disguise, giving out fruit baskets to hide the lies. Behind the facade, she takes food from people's mouths. What a scam, claiming to fight for men's rights in her house. On this app, bashing men with her lies, wanting people to defend her because of her age. Oh my, how do we step up for an older woman so sly, looking for the mess she gets in? Oh why? Speaking on the deaths of someone's loved one because they didn't pick her side. She's undone, mad at the world. A celebrity wants nothing to do with her, twerking for the world to see. Lacking in respect, it's a blur. No respect, lacking in morals. She keeps on twerking for the world to see. Her behavior is irking. An old lady on this platform crossing this earth, but we see through her facade she's just a blur. So beware of the snake in the garden with a smile that hides the lies she partons. Don't be fooled by her act of innocence. She's just a deceiver.
You ready, Mr. Oates? You ready to see what got that lady so mad? Like I disrespected her. Pay attention.
Lacking in sense. Out on Jamaica Street, there's an old lady who can't accept her age. It's shady, promoting her kitty cat like it's young, but we all know it's full of spider webs. Stung. She's on this app trying to catfish men while bashing women. Oh, when will it end? I suggest this lady do her research. She lacks history. Her behavior's a birch. She believes is believe all women. Oh my, using that to play victim. Oh why? Stuck in an era when dinosaurs roam. She needs to wake up, stop being so bloomed. So let's all laugh at this lady so bold, thinking she's young, but she's just old. Her kitty cat may not be the best, but hey, at least she's trying to impress. Out in Jamaica Street, a wannabe Jamaican mad at a celebrity, placing all the blame, saying we're the reason he don't like her, forgetting to look in the mirror. What a blur. Blaming the world for all his wounds, living in shame, insecurity shows. Ego too big, can't let go of the past, hurting all in her path. What a blast. Demanding respect because of her age, forgetting it's earned, not just a wage. Reflecting her pain, holding on to the pride, but in reality she's just taking us for a ride. So next time you see her, just give her a smile, for she's living in the world of denial. Let her be with her insecurities and all, and remember, respect it's not just a call. This one's for the older ladies demanding respect like they're the greatest, but respect is earned, not given freely. If you lack morals, honor, and integrity, y'all expect us to bow down, treat you like queens with a crown. But sorry to bust your bubble, y'all not even highnesses, y'all just trouble, spreading toxic waste in the air like a virus without a care. Y'all want us to see you as excellence, but y'all just a minus, not even relevant. You think you're the leader of the pack, but really you're just holding us back. The younger generation will rise while you continue with your lies. So take a step back and reflect on the way you treat and neglect. Respect is a two-way street. Earn it, don't demand it, or you won't be on your feet.
So my response got her so pissed off she's been stalking me for a year and some change going on too already. Real shit. That's how long I haven't been on Mr. 86K's panel.
That was the response, that song?
That was my response, yeah. Real shit.
I'll probably be on your ass too if I was one of them. Yeah.
Lie.
You know, I didn't say you lied. You're making too much sense.
She brought that upon herself. Like, listen, man, like, don't call people out if they didn't fuck with you, especially if you think they weak. That's why I be telling people, man, I know that, you know, I may, you know, come off as a certain way, but I still got that hood in me. And I still listen. All right, I may not listen to rap, all right, but I write poetry. I could diss you, right? And how can I say disrespect you respectfully?
Right. Have you and is she still fucking with you?
You didn't notice that shit? That's what got me laughing. I was like, damn, just 3 weeks ago, I think it was. She tried to challenge me on, was it on Answers panel? That's why D stalked me on Sheriff Clara's panel trying to get the scoop.
Oh my God, man. What in the fuck?
I was cracking the fuck up. I was like, I don't talk about it. I don't brag about it. That's why when she said on Answer, oh, she's talking about me everywhere. Bitch, I haven't mentioned you in a while, but now I am. She did this shit.
Every time I encounter her, no, I'm telling you right now, Rise. Every time I encounter, no, I ain't gonna do that. I ain't gonna do that.
I'll be laughing. Listen, but you see how it is. Like, I stay quiet. You want to know why? Because at the end of the day, in real life, like, You don't want to fight me. You just mad that what I said was true. I probably struck a nerve. You're one of those chicks I'm talking about.
Yeah, you
I don't
struck a
know, because I wasn't
nerve.
talking about you. I was talking about men's rights. How you mad? I'm on the panel with 86K telling me, oh, you don't know what the fuck you talking about, bitch. Did it? I was like, hold on, wait a minute. I didn't even talk about you. I was cracking the fuck up.
Talk about that boom boom young and oh no, I'm gonna have to hold on. Let
That's
me
what I was
gain
like,
weight.
man. That's
Hold
what
on, let me
got her
gain.
so mad that I won't sit here and fucking go with her back and forth. Bitch,
Yeah,
keep getting mad.
just to
I
get her
already know
mad.
it pisses you off. It pisses her
Yeah,
off when I ignore
yeah,
her.
she just wants to. She just want to
She's
scream
looking
back
to
and
get me
forth.
mad, but I'm not paying her no attention. So I was like, man, out of sight, out of mind. I don't pay. Like, I don't know shit from you, but you sure as hell pop up out of nowhere now. Because listen, it's not my fault. You come on these panels and you act a fool. As a subscriber, I'm in the chat. All right, I learned not to come on the panels no more. All right, so I stay in the chat and be a subscriber. And that's what I am. I'm being entertained. And if you act a fool, right, I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I'm allowed to leave a comment. I'm allowed to speak my mind. If you're acting a certain way and what I said bothers you, that's on you. Who came online? All right. I didn't come here. All right. I didn't audition for the circus to come and act for people for free. Listen, at least get paid for it. Shit. I'm sorry.
I might start some shit here. Let me tell you what I'm thinking,
What you
because
thinking?
me and her do
I'm
not
tired of
really.
this shit.
I
I'm
do
like,
not.
damn.
I do not like her. I do not like her, and I assume
She
she
made
don't
me
like
not
me.
like me. Listen, she made me not like her because what she don't peep is right. I was actually, thinking that she was right. Like I didn't even know that it was bullshit, right? Until she did what she did. I was like, oh, so other people are correct. All right, this is just some script, some bullshit, some made up beef. Because if you're drawing other people into it that have nothing to do with it just because they're speaking their mind or giving an opinion, this is deeper. And I have nothing to do with this. You see where I'm coming from? This is some trauma
Mhm.
you're dealing with, and it has nothing to do with me. So I'm out of it. That's why I don't respond. I was like, I don't understand why people want you to respond. I responded the nicest way I could through a poem, right? That's some real shit. Like, especially when you was calling me out and disrespecting me, all right? Nobody was saying shit when you was calling me, all types of bitches and dykes and all that. I stood quiet. But then when you pulled up on a panel and called me out again, I said, fuck it. Let me go to my panel, all right, and say what I gotta say. And boom, I just did that shit. I'm like, I'm gonna respond. Like, fuck it. You wanna respond so bad? This is what I think of you. I have no respect. That was the whole point of it. And to this day, I'm gonna still keep saying the same shit for anybody that comes in new and says, "Yo, what's going on with you and her?" I don't care whose panel I'm in. Like, if I rock with somebody, I rock with somebody. If somebody feels some type of way, let them feel some type of way. All right, because I'm here supporting. I'm here either getting entertained or gaining something from something. All right. So
Right.
at the end of the day, what you doing, I don't know. All right, but if you're joking and you're roasting, like why? Listen, why I'm not. I stopped defending her, especially that day, because I'm sitting here. I was like, hold up, wait a minute. It's like, in your opinion, because I'm a woman, I'm supposed to take your side. But if I'm listening to him and I agree with what he said, how am I wrong? Make that make sense. It's my opinion,
Mm.
way of perceiving things. You want me to say, oh no, he's wrong and you're right. That's why I said, fuck all that feminist act shit, all this woman empowerment. Where's the woman empowerment? Because I don't agree with you and disagree with you. Now you're bashing me. Where are we lifting each other up in this situation? So why should I even pay you any mind? Listen, me actually, responding, going back and forth with her on a panel, all right, is me showing myself disrespect, me putting myself to her level. And I'm not saying that I'm better than anybody, but I sure as hell carry myself better than she does. And it's
Hey,
only been shown by the way we carry ourselves on this app. She showed
right.
me that she can't carry herself in a way that where I can respect her. So I'm
Yeah,
not gonna keep saying,
100%. 100%.
yeah, like you bought this upon yourself. You had somebody that was on your side, right? And I'm not somebody that picks sides. But as the truth started coming out, you can't get mad because I'm saying, here, oh, this is how it really is. I'm not a
No,
how can I say,
she's just a what they call it, uh, um, uh, lack of a better word. She's a potty mouth.
worse
And
than that?
yeah, she worse than that. Exactly. That's why I call her Satan's sister.
Because
But
I got a potty mouth, shit. She
she
worse than
is
that.
no, yeah. That's why I said, for lack of a better word. When I went up on Kev, the first the first time I actually made the decision to disrespect her and start making up names for her and cussing her out and all that, I went up on Kevlo's panel and I started asking him, like, why you still keep going at your family, bro? And before he could answer, all of a sudden she was already on the panel. All of a sudden, it's like, you hoe, you bitch, fuck you, bitch, you hoe. And I said,
And when I
what?
started noticing that, that's what started making me back up because I was like, oh, people are right. Because mind you, I only saw her in 2 places. I didn't even know she had a channel until people started talking, right? So I think it was on Mill Ticket's panel. And on Mill Ticket panel, she tried to, how can I say, start a little something, something there, but then she retracted. I was like, if she had a problem with the way I think, why she didn't say that shit on the Mill Ticket panel? It took for me to have a conversation with Mr. 86K, and I'm sitting here like, oh. So people
Yeah.
are right about you, and you want me to keep saying you right, you right? No, you not right. Because the thing is, I had to see for myself. I wasn't seeing both sides of the story. Now I got both sides of the story, and you just proved this person right by behaving the way you are. That's it. That's all. That's why I did the poem.
Calling their names and people started trying to, like certain people chats. Oh, excuse me. Certain people's chats I go in, they'd be like, "Why is you why you calling her dim light? Not you don't see it."
I used to say the same thing that people were saying to you. Why are you saying this? But then when she showed me her behavior for herself, all right. Oh shit, where am I? Oh, here. I had to see this for myself, all right, because just like Sister T and what's her name, Queen Regina, all right, I thought that these ladies were here, right? They said this amongst themselves, all right, they bring in the words. I didn't even know this other chick, right? Moonsticks was part troll or none of that because I didn't watch her. All right, I started watching her after G Money and Mill Ticket said something, all right, and it was to show support towards them to give to her. I don't know if you understand what I mean by that, all right. Like I had to see her out first, right? You see where I'm coming from? But she didn't even give me the chance to get to know her. So you fucked up when you did that shit. Like, oh wait, I'm looking at you like you just one of these chicks. You're part of that feminist act. Like, oh, it's women empowerment. Oh, you gotta agree with all women. Because if you don't, then you ain't shit. You ain't a real woman. You ain't a real mother. You ain't nothing but. I'm like, oh, so I'm getting bashed too. I was like, oh, okay. Let me not disagree with you anymore. Let me keep it pushing this way. All right. Let me leave you where you at. Not even listen to you. All right. Because if what I said offended you, all right, and it hurt your ego, that just lets me know it's not me, it's you.
Yeah. And this woman's 60.
She's still I thought she was 60.
You're supposed to be an elder. You're supposed to be. I don't know 60-year-olds that act like this, unless they like on the whole stroll or I ain't saying she on the whole stroke, but I'm talking about out in the streets, no training, drunk than a motherfucker. That's what I don't know women.
I
I
agree
don't know
with you.
women who talk like that.
I don't either. But you know what's crazy, right? And it's funny that all this, right? Me bringing up the story, that other poem, right? Believe all women. It just got me to think about it because she, what's crazy is I wouldn't have thought about her if she wouldn't have came up on Answer Panel a few weeks ago, right? On some real shit. This wouldn't have, all this that we're talking about wouldn't have even triggered that. All right.
And
But what's crazy?
Answer live now, so we may have to ask his ass, but damn sure right. She picks her spot. My fault. Go ahead. Finish your point. Finish your thought, Riders.
No, like I was saying, right? Me speaking on her is crazy, right? And the reason why she came up in my head right now, she got, it triggered because we're talking about baddies. And it's kind of like she reminds me of the women from Baddies, from Love and Hip Hop, from Housewives. That's how ratchet to me she looks like. All right, after getting to see what her behavior is and why the people were talking about her the way they was. Because at first I was like, damn, why y'all dragging her like this? Like, damn, like give her a break. She's just a female. She's probably been through some shit. They're like, nah, Ray, you just don't know. Don't fall for this shit again. And I had to listen and then do my research. Like, why do they keep saying? And then I gotta remember, you fell for it when you was watching Sister T and Queen Regina. All right, Salt and Pepper. Don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe again. All right, you learned your lesson once. Don't go through it twice. All right, and life is like a baseball game. All right, 3 strikes, you're the fuck out. All right, don't make this your second strike, because if you make this your second strike, all right, you only got one last strike. That's how I got to think about it.
Yeah, she ain't. You know what?
She not worth it. Like my baby pop said.
No, she's not. No, she's not worth it. But as far as she's concerned, I'll be a shit starter.
That's what D was trying to be.
No. Yeah, D petty than a motherfucker.
Oh, okay. No, you said shit starter, not petty. Okay.
Yeah, no, D petty than a motherfucker. D gonna keep it going. But when I was saying a shit starter, I'll be like when she if I ever encounter her or we have a confrontation again.
He's like, oh, I know another way to get at her. I'm correct. I'm sorry.
No, I'd be like, where my rider song at? Where my right? And I would start playing that motherfucking song.
Oh, dude. But it's the like, listen, I wouldn't have said that if you wouldn't have shown me that. All right. It's crazy as it sounds. Like if I come online behaving like this, right, then I can't get mad of how people read you and react to me because that's how I carried myself. So I'm a female. All right. I'm not just a female. I'm a woman. All right. And I'm sitting here talking about
wait a minute. You just tricked me. You just tricked me, Riders. What you fuck you mean? Hold on. You just
all right. Let me put it like this. All right.
I'm not just a female. I'm a woman. Explain that.
All right. We're all females. All right. But not every woman out here behaves like a woman, like a female. All right. Some of them. All right. I'm gonna put it like this. All right. Act like ratchet bitches. Lilith in disguise. You see where I'm coming from?
Touche. Okay, carry on. I got you.
So, and I'm a mother, right? On top of that. So, I'm not just a lady, all right? I'm not just a woman, all right? I'm not just a female. I'm a mother, all right? And that's how I got to carry myself. So, if I'm saying all this, I'm speaking on men's rights, women's rights, all right? We're speaking about trying to get policies changed, right? And I'm known to be a child advocate because that's how I started off, right? Fighting for my son's rights. And not just his, but other, kids out here. You see, so they consider me a child advocate. Somehow, some way, I'm put in that category. Don't ask me why. Everywhere I go, that's what they say. But if I'm all of this, right, coming online, doing the complete opposite or, acting the complete opposite of what, I say that I'm doing, all right, or claiming that I am, how would you look at me? You wouldn't say, well, I look at you as a lady if I'm acting like her. You see where I'm coming from? So I got to carry myself the way that I do. I got to lead by example. I know my kids could come across these videos someday. All right. Not right now. So they hear me when they walking around and stuff like that. You see where I'm coming from? They know what I be talking about because we have conversations. Listen, I'm not shy with my kids. We talk about it all. All right. About everything. They got questions I answer. All right. So, I mean, listen, me behaving the way she wants me to behave is going to show my daughter something else. All right. And that's not what I want. That's why she's like, oh, at her channel, she be like this. And she be, when she went over there and answered, she like, oh, she be claiming she's for the kids. I don't claim that I'm for the kids. It just so happens, right, that some way, somehow, the journey that I took, the path that I'm in, all right, involves me speaking up for kids. So if a child advocate is what they say that I am, then that's what I am. Because until the day that I lose, till the day that I die, I'm gonna keep advocating for these kids. I'm gonna keep speaking up for their rights. Some of them don't have the resources.
Yes, we should.
Coming from, but that's not gonna take. My bad.
Go ahead. No, I was just saying we should all be child advocates. As adults, we should be trying to protect the children. That's an advocate, nigga. Not you, but I'm talking to niggas that don't know.
That's a fact. But just because I do all that doesn't mean that I don't want to take the time to unwind, right, and watch channels like, The Takeover, Sheriff Claire Edition Dirt, right? You know how you hop on there and I'll be geeking in the panel and you be roasting and I'll be saying some stuff and you'll be like, oh, Ryder, don't get me started and stuff. And you say your shit. I don't get mad. I don't take it offensive. Why? Because I know what channel I'm in. I know what it's about. You see where I'm coming from? So if I get mad, I shouldn't have been there to begin with. And that's what I'm asking them. All right, if they feel some type of way about what somebody said, why are you there? And that I don't get from nobody. No matter how many excuses or explanations they give, I can't understand it.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like
I had that conversation with a semi conversation with what's his name? Anthony?
Answer?
No, not answer. I ain't never. usually answer. He over there playing smooth jazz,
Oh,
and
then I don't know who you're talking about. I'm sorry.
his
Yeah, but I'm
name
listening.
dude's name Anthony. But I had that conversation with him, and everybody in his chat, or not everybody, but a lot of people in his chat was like, this dude is a Kwamite.
Oh shit.
Yeah, he's a Kwamite. He lying. He don't care about kids, and then they brought up beers and all that other shit. And I was like, man, what the fuck is going on over here?
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Maybe I shouldn't have came over here. But I was like, still at the same time, like, nigga, I think for my motherfucking self. And I started literally cussing each one of them niggas out.
Oh shit. So people bring that shit up amongst themselves. That's why I don't get mad. Like when people they be like, "Oh, what do you think about this?" Now I don't give an opinion or nothing. You want to know why? Because you don't really want my opinion. All right, you don't really want to know what I'm thinking. What you want is for me to agree with you. And when I don't agree with you, now I'm all over social media. I'm this. I'm that. That's what's got that chick mad as shit because I'm not. How can I say reacting the way she wants me to react? I'm not going back and forth with someone that's 25, 30 years, 35 years older than me at the end of the day. All right. I was brought up better than that. I was taught better than that. I'm not better than you. What I'm saying is I carry myself better than you. All right. And if that offends you, that's for you.
Ryder. What I would say, that woman is a true troll. That woman has never had any content on her channel. She's just a troll who happened to create a page. Don't even. I wouldn't even engage her no more. As far
I don't at all.
I would because I already told you I would be.
I'm talking about this because you didn't really know what happened, and I know you was like
no,
I
get it now, and it's just like I don't see that the same spirit coming from you that I see coming from her. That's why I told you I call her Satan's sister. So if she come up starting some more shit, I'm gonna be like, let me make a call real quick. It's gonna be like do. Hey, Ryder, can you put the song on? I guarantee she'll run.
She ain't running. She gonna want me to come on pedal. Like, listen, this lady been stalking me for the longest.
Because I'm gonna turn the song up so loud, she ain't gonna be able to talk, and she gonna be on mute. She gonna be on mute.
I just laugh at situations like this because it does. It reminds me of these shows, right? And it's crazy how you said earlier. I never thought about it like that. How it started off, with these cable shows, right? With these damn. I can't even mention the names right now. All right, not Maury, not Wendy Williams, even though they were the start of it. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. From the looks of it, it seems like they were.
Jerry Springer, Maury Povich, Ricky Lake, Jenny Jones,
all of them.
Dr. Oz. Dr. Oz is Oprah. Fuck, I'll throw her in there.
You're not lying though. That Oprah's caught up in a lot of shit. But
Montel Williams.
Damn, I forgot about him. My baby pops reminded me of Montel Williams not so long ago. What was we watching? I can't remember.
That's how they was introducing all this shit into here. This socialization. That's what I told you. That's my background. My education is in socialization and liberal studies.
Yep, and that's what I'm saying.
My minor is psychology. You good? This your channel.
Saying that, right? It kind of reminded me. That's what I'm saying. Like the behavior, and I could only talk about what I've experienced. I listen. I don't bump heads with nobody on social media. Can't nobody. You can't go around and say, "Oh, Rachel's like this." No, man. Look, listen. I really don't, because I come on this John either to get entertained, all right, learn something, gain something out of what I'm watching, all right, or to bring awareness to something. I've been the same since I started this, John. You see where I'm coming from? I haven't changed since day one, because at the end of the day, I'm not playing a character. Like I keep telling everybody, even when I take notes, they're still my thoughts. All right, that's what y'all gotta realize. All of this is still me. It's how I feel, how I perceive things. All right, I don't come on here portraying to be somebody else. No, they call me y'all. They call me Shorty. They be like, "Yo, Shorty, what's up?" Or Racheal. All right, so usually I come on this John, you're how can I say your Shorty Racheal? Because normally a lot of people just call me Shorty. I'm not gonna sit here and lie. I don't give out my name like that, but my name is out there because of how can I say, the work that I do out here, the people, like the politicians that I deal with, all right, the business that I have, it's out there. I have a whole LLC. My government name is out there. People already know it. I just don't let people really, call me by my government name. Like, you want to call me something, call me Rachel. Call me by my nickname. Leave the government shit for when I gotta do business.
No, but they call you shorty probably because you 4'11".
Everywhere else. Yep, exactly. Like if you see me in person, you'll be like, "Damn." I'm like,
Hey,
"Yeah,
hey,
a
what's
little."
up, shorty? Yeah, and you can't take that as disrespectful because you
No, I don't take
4'11".
that disrespectful at all.
No,
That's why I was like, listen. That's why.
the
But for
lingo.
people
That's
to
the
come and
lingo.
tell me, listen, come and argue with me over some man, I'm like, no. Like I said the last time, right? And I said it right when I wrote the poem. Before I wrote the poem, this is my exact words. I'm not coming on social media to fight a woman over a man that doesn't even belong to her. All right, this curving her at the moment. You see where I'm coming from? And
My
she's
goodness.
in and out of the fucking shits. She's with the shits. I'm not with the
Mm,
shits. You see where I'm coming from? Like
yeah.
you getting yourself in this own mess. I got my man at home. All right, he pleases me. All right, but because I said that, I put him on a pedestal. But I'm a dyke at the same time, so I'm trying to figure that one out. But anyways, oh,
No, that's what she had to tell you. She
I'm
had
cracking
to.
the fuck up.
She had to say, do you see? Listen, in my opinion, that woman, and I told her this before. I'm like,
She
you're
wants the
ugly.
dude.
You're
She wants Mr.
you're ugly.
86K.
You're ugly inside and out. In my opinion, you're ugly inside and out because on the outside, I don't see nothing beautiful. And when you open your mouth, that's what's coming up outside of you.
That's a
Those are
fact.
that, not only your breath, your thoughts.
He just called her a dragon, but not in a good way. He said,
And
"Yo,
no, no,
your shit flaming."
I ain't going to say I've never smelt her breath before, but what I'm saying is everything that comes outside of you
It's not
that we
beautiful.
hear is not pretty or beautiful or cute or any of that.
It's not. But you know what fucks me up with this chick, right? She ain't come at the people that sat here and called child services on her. None of that. She
None
came
of
at the
that.
people that didn't mess with her. That's why I'm over here like, hold up, you gotta. It's a pattern, and you
Didn't
want
she
me to have.
join forces with them?
It's
Didn't
a
she?
fucking. No, she
Didn't
didn't
she?
come at them. She left them alone. She
No,
apologized.
no,
They
no, no.
apologized to each other.
Yeah, didn't they? That's what I was saying. Didn't they make amends and join forces or some shit?
And
Come
then
on, man. Come
started
on, come
beefing
on.
again. And
Somebody
then
tried to get somebody tried to get your kids taken away from you.
but you out here fucking with people that not messing
You,
with you. That's
you
why I
fucking
say,
with
man,
other people that don't have. You fucking with other people that ain't got nothing. That don't care nothing about you. No.
listen, Mr. Oates, listen. A lot of people love this. I want you to pay attention to what I'm saying on this poem, okay? And Kwame Brown inspired me to write this poem. This that poem that I read over there on his live, and everybody's like, "Damn, you could have warned me it was this long." I'm like, I warned y'all it was a lyrical poem. Lyrical poems ain't short. If it was short, I would have said a short poem. I got short poems, but he inspired me to write this, and I called it "Bleeding All Over the Matrix." All right, listen to it.
All over the matrix.
This is how I see her. All right, she's got that influencer fixation. She admires the people that are like baddies and love it. She's not the only one. All right, she ain't just one person like this. All right, there's many other women like this. All right, so let me not just pin it on her.
Wait a
She
minute, is
ain't,
this the video? Or is this you talking?
huh?
Wait a minute, wait a minute. I thought the video. I mean, I thought the audio had started. Now you
No,
saying
I'm about to
go
play it
ahead.
now. I'm about to play it
Okay,
now,
go
but I
ahead.
was just giving people an explanation. Like, yo, she ain't the only one like this. Like Mr. Oates was explaining, there's a lot of women doing this shit. All right. Now I'm understanding why. If he wouldn't have broke it down, I wouldn't have even understood why Kwame inspired me to write this. But listen,
Yeah, the past, let's rearrange. Y'all really stuck? No.
shit. Flatline. The influencer fixation, man, it leaves people, to their doom in a casket sometimes. You know what I'm right? I mean, you know that I'm right. Like, you've heard, just like the chick we were just talking about, all right? I don't like mentioning her name because then she'll pop up like if you're saying Candyman 3 times without the mirror in front of you on some real shit. But Mr. Oates know who I'm talking about. So, there'll be no misunderstandings, all right? Just like that, all right? Like,
But
it's crazy as it
them
sounds.
people can't. Those people can't. I ain't gonna say those are as if it's just her, but
That's what I'm saying.
everybody can't process. No matter how good the beat is, understand that. Understand that in contrast from old like hip hop or old rap to new rap. Most people can't contrast when they're being or compare or understand to when they're being talked about, or they're type of individual. They can't do that. No, they won't do. They're shy all the way away from it. They'll push it away.
And
Now, see what the whole thing was. Let me say this real quick, and you go ahead. You had a nice beat to it. You had a nice beat.
Okay.
Yeah, I already understand that. So poetry with a beat, they don't know how to do that.
And the beat is what kind of inspired the flow of the poem. It's kind of weird. Like, I didn't get inspired to write the poem until I heard the beat. That's the funny part.
No, because you know what you can motherfucking rhyme to.
But I'm not a rapper. Like I tell people, I can do lyrical poems. Can I?
Forget rapping. You know what you can rhyme to. You know your speech impediment. And not impediment. I'm my fault. I ain't mean to say it. You know your.
I was in the yellow bus for a little bit too. All right. Need help in math.
No, you know your. You know your speech capabilities. You know those capabilities. You know what you can fit. You know a bar. You know how to put it in and fit it in into the. So you have some musical. What was that called? What was that? Music theory. You know how.
That's what is considered a lyrical poem, and the people don't understand it. They be like, "Oh, you rapping and you." I'm like, you want to take it as a rap and a diss, but go ahead. Me, I was expressing how I looked at you, how I perceived you, how I felt.
Right. Now all you got to do is find a producer or somebody that knows how to edit music, or somebody knows how to not manipulate, because that makes it sound sinister. But you know somebody who knows.
That's how it works, though. You ain't lying.
Yeah, somebody who knows how to make it all flow together.
You sound like Kwame Brown now. You sound like everybody else is telling me to do the same thing. But see, that's not the route I want to take. I just want to bring awareness. That right there, all right, makes me feel better.
It's gonna be all kind of beats that come your way. If you write these poems like this, you know how many.
And that's the issue. Like I was gonna say, right? I don't know. Like I don't know if you're gonna understand where I'm coming from, right? And that's why I was talking about mental health a lot, right? You see, when it comes to men more, all right, and you see everything we've been talking about, how it leads it, right? And that's why you heard me say it earlier. I was like, us women get heard so much. We get the attention, we get the applause, right? But we don't even take the time to think what we ask of these men, all right? And I know some women do. I'm not speaking about all women. I'm just speaking in general, just in case, some of those want to feel happy and froggy, just like her. Anyways, right? I'm just speaking in general, all right? What makes y'all think that they don't want a peace of mind too? That they don't want somebody that understands, all right, them, that, somebody they can come and talk to, all right? They don't want somebody that's nagging in their ear all the time, especially if you got a man that's working, all right, and treating you like a queen. All right, and I know it's in us women. That's why they call us unstable creatures. You see where I'm coming from? But some women take it to the point where I don't know, like, because I know a man could walk away, right? But sometimes that woman makes it hard, right? And that's why I tell a lot of people, I get it. All right, I'm a woman, but I'm telling you this because of what I've seen around me, right? I've seen men try to walk away and women block the passage. All right, like I've seen someone that I know close to me, all right, sit here, right? He tried to walk away. You know what the chick did? She threw a fucking, you know, them yams that come in them big fat jars, like about this big, yay fat, some shit like that,
What
right?
you mean, yams or
Candy
cans?
yams, them candy yams that come in a can, right? They
Yeah,
come in them real big
yeah.
fat. Yo, she was mad at him, and he was gonna walk away, all right? Blue, sit. He was walking away. Yo, as soon as he opened that door, all I know is blah, and she was in the kitchen. He was at the door already. That fucking can hit him right here. And yo, I'm sitting here like, yo, he didn't get knocked out. I thought he was gonna turn around and go towards her. I was like, yo, he grabbed that door and he walked out that fucking door. So what the fuck? What is that? What am I looking at, Mr. Oates? Oh, that's a dog. He's so cute. He look like mine's.
No, that's a girl. That's a girl.
Oh, she look like my blue nose.
Yeah, she is a
Oh,
blue
he's
nose.
so. Oh, that's why. Damn.
Yeah, that's why I heard that dog bark. Don't worry, but chalk it up to the alcohol or the weed.
I'm like, what am I
Yeah.
looking at? Yo, on my screen, it looked like two fucking butt cheeks. I'm like, Mr.
No,
Oates, what am I looking at?
I had to maneuver it around a little bit, and then that's what I was saying. That's my girl, Champagne.
So cute. I got to see her.
Don't
She
worry
is
about it.
really cute.
I'm gonna start bringing that out. I'm gonna start bringing her out in
Yeah, when
days.
you do the little walk-alongs, you don't got to show your face. Just show her. Listen, you know what's funny? I could do it because I know, but I'm not here for the views. All right, I do walk-alongs and stuff like that. But I noticed that when I used to walk my other dog, right, the one that just passed away a few months ago, I
Right.
used to do the lives with her, and I'm like, I used to get all these views, and I'm just talking about my dog. And I'm saying, like,
Yeah.
damn. When I saw
Yeah.
that one day, I sat down and I was looking. I was like, damn, why certain videos got all these views, right? And like, I'm sitting here, I was like, all right, I know the most that I can get, right, on a good day if I'm into the live, all right, because I know I could do it, all right, because I'm passionate about talking about kids, you know, speaking up for women and stuff like that, all right, and the rights. I've made 9,000, 11,000 views a few times, all right, and that's because I was really into the live. I was really into what I was talking about, right?
Right. Right.
But when it came to the lives where I was walking my dog, my red nose, I'm sitting here like, oh shit, I could hit 15, I could hit 22K views. I almost made 30K one day. I was like, get the fuck out of here.
Just with the dog, just with the puppy.
Yes, just with the dog, just talking about the dog, you know, and walking with the dog and having a conversation with other people about dogs. I was like, damn, I didn't know so many people love dogs like this. Like, but that's what it is. There's a lot of animal lovers out there.
No, that's my girl. That's my
But you
girl.
know, I stopped doing all that when my dog passed away, and I took all her videos down. I might have maybe one or two because
You got another?
she was my best friend.
Do you have another? Do you have another? Yeah, I don't. And I'm gonna tell y'all niggas on here. Remember how you said men can express their feelings, or I forget how you was putting it.
Oh, I said it like that. Men should be able to express their feelings, but we
Yeah,
live in an era where they get bad.
this my girl. This my girl. She saved my life before.
Yeah, just like mine's. That's why
She
I love her.
saved my life before. A nigga had a knife behind him, and I didn't see it, but she seen it.
And you treat her good. That's why she did that. That's why I tell a lot of people, like, I hear a lot of people try to joke around, and I'm like, look, listen, I get it. A lot of y'all don't see animals. I don't say, look, listen, I could say, you know, probably because that's me being probably a hypocrite. I don't know. Probably there's a double standard in there somewhere. I think it is. All right. But they're not family. All right. I didn't give birth to the dogs. All right. They're not my siblings, none of that. But I consider them a part of my family. All right. I don't treat them like animals, but I still treat them like an animal. All right. He's got his dog bowl. He gets walked out. All right. And all that. But I'm not going to sit here, all right, and put my dog on the table and think he's a human like some people do. All right, my love for my dog is there. It's far. All right, I'll do anything for the dog, but I'm not sharing the plate with my dog. He's got his bowl. I got my plate. Big difference. See that? All right. But
usually with her, I eat my food. and she lays down. She don't even ask for none of mine or none of that.
But you got
But
some good
she, but she expects after you done, ain't it time for me to eat?
to give them something. My
Yeah,
dog does.
girl, come on, girl. I got you. I got you. I
Like,
got
give
you.
me a little something at least. Like, don't eat all that. That's why I make sure I leave a little portion just for him of no matter what I'm eating. Because he does it too. He's a blue nose, and he's more attached to us than my red nose is. All right, that's the craziest
I
part.
want you to listen to this. I want you to understand this. Her, I say she's blue nose, right? Her mother is a blue nose. Her father is a red nose. So it intrigued me. That's the reason why I got her. Because the mother's features took over the father's.
Oh, but see,
You
my dog.
understand, you understand what I'm saying?
No, I get exactly because
Everybody say, "Oh, that's a blue nose."
mine is
And
supposed to be mixed too. So I'll be just wondering, right? Because what made my baby pops get him, all right? What was he? What is he mixed with, babe? Blue. He's mixed with that big ass dog that you was talking about a lot. He's mixed.
Our dog?
Yes, our dog.
Oh, he Bruno's mixed with the Cane Corso.
Cane Corso. There you go. That's what he's mixed with.
oh my goodness, no.
That's
She's
why he took him.
yes. Cane Corsos is something totally different. Don't play with them.
And that's what he is. But they say he's a blue nose, considering because
Yeah.
the mom was a blue nose and the dad was a blue nose mixed with a King Corso, or is it King Corso? Whatever. King Corso. There you go.
Cane Corso. Yeah.
So that's what the dad was mixed with, but the dad was still a blue nose.
Everybody kept saying, I'm like, what is that, bro? I'm like, what the fuck you mean? What is that? I'm
I
like,
can't read.
nigga, I'm like, it's a pit bull.
Let me see.
And
I
it's
think I might.
like what they mix with. I'm like, mama was a blue nose, daddy was a red nose.
Yeah, just to show his face. I'm listening, Mr. O.
That tells me I wish I had the original her mama. I wish I had her mama. Because her mama took over. Everybody thinks it's just straight blue nose. Everybody thinks it's just straight blue nose.
With him, the blue nose took over the
Yeah. But I'm like her daddy was a red nose. I'm like, how did he? It's the genes. It's the genes. And she's wonderful. Now, keep in mind, if you bring a dog around, no, it ain't gonna go well.
All right.
It's not gonna go well because she don't like other animals. That's why I keep her on a leash.
Wait, I'm supposed to be on mute. I could still hear you. That shit crazy. My
Yeah.
phone's. Oh, so that's how StreamYard is.
Who is it? What your shorty? Okay, that's you too.
That's me.
Okay.
I'm trying to show you the dog real quick.
Yeah. She don't know. She don't know. I can control her and tell, like, no, calm down. So she won't, but she don't like other animals. She loves humans unless she can smell you on some bullshit. And a lot of people don't understand that either.
But this one's mine.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
He got this from escaping.
Yeah. How old is that dog?
See, that one's mine. Oh shit, let me get off this live real quick on this phone. Here we go. Okay, I'm off the phone. That he's a blue nose. How old is he, babe?
He's 8 now.
He's 8 years old now.
Okay, she's about to be 7 in December.
He slobbered my finger.
Yeah. She don't like none of that.
This one, he's real playful. Like he's a baby because of the way we treat him. Like
She gonna play with you. She gonna tackle with you and run with you and all that. If you
but
bring somebody another animal around, okay,
that's a
it's
different
okay.
story, kind of in a
Yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah. If
Like,
it,
but he'll do
if
his job. Like people will be like, "Oh," I'm like, "Look, listen. Don't ask me if he bite. All right, he's got teeth. All right. One thing I'm going to tell you is that if you don't belong from here and you do try to open that door, just know he got teeth. All right.
yeah, yeah. But she'll do that. She'll let you in the house.
No, he
And
won't let you in the house. Real shit. I've had people
no,
be like, "Oh
no,
my god," I was like,
yeah, she'll
"Mm-mm."
let you in the house and like, oh, you want to start some bullshit?
He's protective. Like, listen,
She
like
is.
people have
She's
really tried.
protective. She's protective. Yeah, come on in. Come on in. Close the door. Like, hey, and then that's when she starts showing her teeth. And the
Mm-hmm.
moment I tell her, like, hey, calm down.
Listen, that's
But
why I had to put a sign up at one point because,
a
let,
few times she has saved me.
yeah, they'll do that. Listen,
Like,
I had
hey,
to
this
put a
nigga,
sign up.
he ain't
I
about the right thing. He ain't
I
about
had
the
a
right thing.
sign on my door, right? Like, and I had to put one back again because the wind took the old one. But I had to put a "Beware of Dog" sign on here because people don't seem to understand, right? It's like, and it fucks me up, right? Like they'll see a pit bull, they be like, "Why don't you got it caged up? This is my house, right?" Like if you don't want a pit bull to chase you down the street or growl at you, right? And then you run and then because if you're running, he's gonna chase you or she's gonna chase you, right?
Yeah,
What
right.
makes you right? What crosses through your head that you just gonna walk up to someone's steps when you see a dog minding their business and think the dog is not gonna get up and see who the fuck is it? And when they see that you're not from here, they're gonna growl. That's the warning. If you don't leave, all right, he's not barking, right?
Yeah,
He's gonna
right,
come after you. That's why I'll be
right.
looking at people like y'all. So, oh, you need to lock your dog up, put him on a chain. Why? He's in here. Everybody else crossed just fine as long as you don't touch this step right here. When you touch this step right here, that's when my dog says, "Oh no, you don't belong here." It's curtains. I can't do nothing about that. And by law, he's protected.
Right. Right. She don't do that to if I tell her to chill, okay, chill for a minute. The moment that she tells me like roof, no, this nigga up to something else.
I'm dead.
I listen to that. I listen to it. Literally, I listen to it. Like, okay, so you want to what's the issue? Why you over here? She know it's everybody. Anybody that I let into the house, she'll let you in here, but she gonna watch you the whole time.
You're welcome.
The whole time she gonna watch you.
That's how they be, and that's their job, though. Listen,
Yeah.
I went through an incident right not so long ago, right? No, I'm saying not so long ago. I'm lying when I say not so long ago. All right, let me be real about it. A few years ago, all right, and this was with my other dog. She was a red nose. All right, I had some company over, right, and the company got disrespectful. I asked her to go, to leave, right, and she over here, she thinking she tough. She like, cause I'm a quiet person, and it makes me laugh when people be like, oh, she's just little, she's quiet. Like that ain't about shit. I could do this. Like, nah, we got into a little altercation because she got a little hard hit. I was like, first of all, I'm not gonna let you in my house. You being disrespectful. Do. Right? She didn't want to listen. Yo, she did the wrong thing. I'm sitting here. I was like, yo, you just really raised your hand, right? As soon as she raised that hand next to me, that dog flew from the kitchen, right? Went underneath my legs to, I guess, separate us, right? And he was a puppy when this happened. Funny thing is,
Right.
he came right behind her. And I'm sitting like, what the fuck? I almost bust my ass. And he bit her in the ankle and she bit her in the other leg, right? She gonna sit here. I'm calling the cops. I'm like, let me help you real quick. 911. I was like, look, listen, I'm having an issue. I had some company, all right? I have my, my little sign outside. My dog's his shots is up to date. I got all the proof right here. Whatever you need. But I asked this lady to leave, right? Now she's, she didn't want to leave. She started an altercation. My
Oh
dog
my
bit her,
God.
right? Um, And she's still out here. She's threatening me. She's talking about I'm gonna call the cops so they can come and put your dog down. I was like, you know what? I told the person on the other side of the phone, like, listen, all right, I'm just letting you know. Something happens is because she's over here threatening, saying that she's gonna call the cops so they can come shoot my dog. So I'm explaining to you what actually happened. When the officer got here, right, she was rambling and rambling and rambling and cussing and doing all this shit. The officer came to me. I was a little hype in the beginning because I was like, I'm like, officer, I know I'm right. I know I'm right. Like, I just like, damn, I just wanted to rub it in her face so bad. I broke it down to the officer again. I calmed down right away. So I was like, you know what? I'm in the right. My baby pop's like, right, don't get out of character. I know how you are, right? Especially when you're right. You want to rub it in somebody's face or prove a point. I was like, but I'm right. I was like, we know you are, but it's not what you do, it's how you do it. So I calmed down and I explained to the officer everything that was happening, right? And he turned around and he went right back to her. You know, she's in the right. The papers are up to date, right? She has a beware of dog sign. You was told to exit the premises and you didn't leave. So that's considered what was it? What was it that he said? Breaking an entrance once you're told to leave, right? That's what that officer said when Melissa did what she did.
Breaking an entry.
Yeah, once we tell somebody to leave and they don't leave and a dog attacks, it's considered her breaking an entrance. So this shit backfired on her. So I'm sitting here cracking the fuck up, right? And listen, this was around the time I was on Facebook, all right? I'm not gonna sit here and lie. My little ego, all right? I don't know, I guess sometimes us women, when you know, we prove a point, and I should have listened to him. I should have went on Facebook with it, but I did. All right. And I was so hyped just to prove my point and not realizing I was about to start a whole fucking war between, because I didn't know she was related to Crips. All right. And this shit started a whole bunch of shit. I'm sitting here like, what the fuck? How the gangs get involved? I had to sit here, talk to her fucking cousin and explain it to her. He's like, oh, yeah, that's my cousin. He's like, I apologize. And I was like, listen, I don't know shit about no war territory, no Crips, no nothing. All right. I'm in Philly. All right. I was just trying to help her out and she fucked up. All right. She's like, damn. She's like, he apologized and everything. And we left it at that. And ever since, I haven't seen the chick. But I'm sitting here like, yo, I know my fucking rights. I know the laws. Like, it's not like you're talking to somebody that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like, don't sit here and threaten me about you're gonna do this, and I know what the fuck. I'm not saying that I'm gonna get away with it. That's what I shouldn't have never said in my life. But
no. Listen what I'm telling you, Rogers.
I'm listening.
She'll let somebody in the house if I let them in. If she senses danger, she'll keep making noise.
Mm-hmm.
She'll keep telling me, like, oh no, this nigga's on some bullshit.
Yeah, they supposed to. Yeah, my dog. That's what I'm saying. They're the same.
She'll keep telling me that. And she'll lay down, but she'll keep looking at the person who I just let in here.
Yeah,
I'm gonna bring my dude Joe. One of these days I'm gonna bring my dude, a friend of mine, Joe. I'm gonna bring him up here. He came in here talking all kind of high-powered shit. She damn near, she backed that nigga all the way out the door. Like, man, tell her I ain't got no problems, man. Tell her like she was human.
I want to hear that shit. Even a human wouldn't want to hear that shit.
Yeah, I don't. Tell her I don't want no problems. I'm like, I would tell her. Her name is Champagne.
Oh, I like the name.
But I call her Pain for short.
She got both sides.
Yeah, I was like, Pain. I was like, no. I'm like, you know who that is.
That's a fact.
And she would look at me like, more or less like, well, you better tell this nigga to act right. So we get that calmed down and that got cool. But she knew who was here. It was like a sense. I don't know what it is.
They got that. Like, dogs already got that in them. I don't know how to explain it. It's the same thing with cats. All right, people don't believe it, but I think cats are more spiritual than dogs. All right, I'm not saying dogs are dumb. Dogs are very protective, but I'm saying that cats can really sense a lot of shit, even things that dogs can't.
No. Cats are sitting and watch a nigga. That's how they know they more
That's a lazy ass cat. I mean, I've seen some real cats.
Cat will sit and watch you like, oh, this nigga on some bullshit.
I'm dead.
This
think cats are
nigga
smart.
bullshit. That's
Listen.
how cat. I've had cats before too.
Oh,
The
snap.
the cat'll be like, no, this nigga on some bull. He on some dumb shit.
I had a cat that understood everything I was saying, and that bitch went outside to use the litter box, not in the house. She would never touch the litter box. She went outside to take a shit like a dog.
Mm.
I thought she was a dog, cat dog, some shit.
See, that was a hound cat.
I had a crazy ass cat. And then
Yeah.
she died, and then after that, I never had any cats because I was like, yo, it was odd to me. This cat listened. Real shit.
Yeah, the cats are easily that's easy maintenance.
But the dogs, I don't know. I like dogs.
No, the dogs you gotta no, that's what I'm but the cats, see, that's why I wouldn't when I had cats, I didn't let them outside.
My cat thought she was a dog. Chill.
I didn't no, I didn't let the cats outside.
And then at times, I used to think that it was human when they used to say "meow," and in reality, it was saying "meow."
Yeah. I would let the cat shit in the car. I started to say that.
You just caught on, right?
Yeah.
Because listen, my mom and in the Puerto Rican language means somebody that's stupid, dumb, right? So when the cat sometimes meow,
I had two cats. They was brother and sister. One was big as hell and one was small as hell because she was the runt of the litter, if you know what that means. But she was the runt of the litter. That was my girl. So I had to regulate for her against her brother. But the brother, man, that nigga wasn't going for none of that. He didn't care about no dog in the house or nothing.
I think I'm not gonna sit here and lie. Like, even though cats are easier, right? I don't like the smell that they leave behind. Like, you gotta constantly clean. You see, especially that litter box. All right. I like the fact that a dog. All right. Like, the more you spoil them, they protect your house. You see where I'm coming from? You could talk to them, and I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. All right. But both my dogs have understood my emotions. All right. I don't know. It's like they could tell when I'm down, when I'm sad, because they'll come. All right. They'll put their feet on me. As I'm talking, they just listen and they be like, they make that little crying sound, right? It's like, I swear they're telling me it's gonna be okay. But people think I'm crazy when I talk like that.
Now, yeah.
So I mean, they understand. Like, I don't know. Like I told you, like when that chick raised her hand, their first reaction was attack. Like, oh, wait a minute, something not right.
I would say to people, if you have cats and you're trying to incorporate, let's say, a dog into your space, I would say bring a dog in at a young age. Now, there's some dogs who have already, even if you choose to adopt them, if that makes sense. But no, don't ever try to. I would never recommend that somebody like bring a full-grown pit bull, Doberman Pinscher, or a Rottweiler into the house with some young cats.
No,
but cats ain't nothing to be played with.
Damn, we've been on this, John. Oh shit.
Yeah. Look how long you've been on here.
Yeah, see, we can have a conversation. It's not easy to have these type of combos with a lot of people. Usually they go left on some real shit. So listen, I enjoyed it, but I gotta get off this, John. All right, I'm about to eat something that my baby pops just bought me, and spend some time with him though. But I am
get that food, get that food, tend to the family. I'll talk to you all later. Okay.
Yeah. I'll see you either on the sheriff's panel or you can hit the link anytime I go live. I always drop the link.
I'm
It's
gonna
just
hit the sheriff's panel and I'm gonna be back over here next time I see your ass live.
all right, but till
All
next time,
right.
I appreciate you. Take care. All right, take care of that dog. It's beautiful.
Yeah, ain't no doubt. I ain't got no choice. Salute to you, Ryder.
Same to you.
Yep, you too.
Damn, shout out to Mr. Oates, guys, y'all. But I gotta get off this joint. All right, I didn't even realize we went in 7 hours. All right, in 34 seconds. So let me get off this joint because that's a shift right there. All right, YouTube, we just pulled the shift with Mr. Oates. All right, and y'all gotta give him some royalties too. All right, shout out to Mr. Oates. All right, guys, I'm not even gonna play an outro till next time. Man, we off this joint.